Please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Please be seated, everyone. So good evening and welcome to the April 29th meeting of City Council. Wanted to make a short announcement of a new senior member of our staff at the City of Regina. This is Jill Svensson. She is our Director of Citizen Experience. She's just over here. So she comes to us through the province of Saskatchewan, and she starts today her first day. So welcome to City Hall. So I'd like to start with confirmation of the agenda, please. Motion to receive that.
Thank you. I'll move the agenda with the tabling of motion CR 19-34 as well, please.
Do you want to identify that, Councillor?
Sure. This is the Finance and Admin Committee, the option to lease the property at 2102 Edward Street to Rogers Communication, and this just needs to go for public notice.
Okay, that's good. Have a seconder for the motion, please. Councillor. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the minutes from the March 25th meeting of City Council. Motion for that, please. Councillor Hawkins. A seconder, please. Okay. Councillor Bershiani. Discussion on the minutes. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We will begin with delegation, communication, advertising, and public notice bylaws and related reports. First report, Councillor Young, is on the official community plan amendment. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. CR 1931 seeks to amend the Design Regina Official Community Plan, and it asks for approval. This amendment establishes an exemption to the OCP phasing policy that requires development to be phased in sequentially, starting with the build-out of Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, according to population growth. This policy change would accommodate future development exceptions to the phasing policy that meet the criteria of the proposed policy amendment. That criteria would allow merit-based development that benefits residents, and it could include sports, recreation, institutions, and civic public use facilities. It excludes residential and commercial. The development proposal that triggered this amendment presented to Planning Commission. The proposal intends to accommodate a privately owned and operated comprehensive athletic sports facility adjacent to a Phase 300K neighborhood just south of Pacer Park. The OCP policy changes go to the Ministry for approval, so rather than doing an exemption for each development that may come forward in the future, this policy change would provide exceptions for this sports recreation proposal and any future merit-based developments that are beneficial to the city. The city wouldn't have to go to the Ministry then each time when one of these development comes forward. The Planning Commission voted unanimously for this recommendation as outlined in Appendix A, and they were impressed with the development of the sports compound proposed by the current owner, Long Lake Investments, for its access to sports and recreation opportunities for adjacent communities, and that the location is just south of Pacer Park. We ask for concurrence, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Bershiani. Discussion on the report. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have a delegation related to sale of land at Shepherd Street. Munir Haq. Identify yourself for the record. Who you represent? You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards.
Good evening, Your Worship. My name is Ayman Abuguda, and with me, Mr. Munir Al-Haq, on behalf of Regina Huda School. We have no specific presentation. We'll be delighted to answer any question.
Thank you very much for that. Are there questions of the delegation?
For coming out. Thank you for coming out. Looking at your proposal, you want to expand on your school. School is part of a community. If there was an expansion on the school, would some of those expanded facilities be available for the community to rent or use as time goes on?
Yes, in principle, and as it was last presentation, we are open to that definitely. There's nothing to say we cannot, absolutely not. Actually, we look forward for cooperation.
Thank you. I heard that last time. I just wanted to reaffirm. Thanks for coming out.
So,
Thank you, Councilor Mazzali. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here tonight. Have you heard any feedback from the community after the last presentation that you were here?
in terms of the sale, I haven't heard anything negative. Nobody contacted us verbally or with any means to object to that whatsoever. All what I heard, congratulations, and people are happy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Pretty quick tonight. Thank you very much. You can return to the
Thank you very
gallery.
much.
And
Thank
now we'll turn this over to Finance Administration. Sorry, Planning Commission. Councilor Young.
CR 1932 is an application for sale of dedicated land and zoning bylaw amendment for 20 Shepherd Street. Planning Commission supported the recommendation that the sale of the land located at 20 Shepherd Street in Coronation Park North subdivision be approved, and that the application also would be to rezone 20 Shepherd Street from public service zone to institutional zone be approved. City Council at an earlier meeting approved the sale of the land directly to the Regina Huda School at market value without a public offering. So these recommendations approve the sale and the rezoning of the land to institutional use. The land is adjacent to the current Huda School on Shepherd Street and will be developed to accommodate future expansion to the educational campus. There were some concerns expressed about losing parkland in this area at Planning Commission. The park space, though, in that area, there's a public land park space for a public high school, for a public elementary school, and there's several institutional buildings in the area. So there is no dearth of park space. The written concerns about traffic and parking will be addressed when the development is proposed. And traffic in this area is consistent with other school zones in the city. I ask for concurrence.
We have a seconder for that, please. Councilor Hawkins, discussion on this report. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We're moving pretty fast tonight. That's good. Next delegation is Doug Rogers, Terra Developments. Councilor Bresciani.
Who's myself, as I have a member that has interest in the property.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. Won't start till you leave the room. Good evening, Mr. Rogers. Glad you're here. You've been here before. You know the rules. 5 minutes for your presentation. If you identify yourself, who you represent, and then you can speak for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's always good to be here. My name is Doug Rogers from Terra Developments, and we're the development manager of the town subdivision located in southeast Regina. We're here today to talk about a development we began initially talking with the city almost 2 years ago. It was to change our concept plan from high-density parcels, which there is no market for these days, that was to be located on the northeast corner of Woodlawn Grove Drive and Buckingham Drive, and change it into commercial lands due to the high volume of interest we had in our office. Originally, we were looking at a site of approximately 4 acres that would be entirely commercial. However, after extensive consultation with not only your administration, but attending an open house with the community last summer, and with discussions held with the 2 neighboring subdivisions, we landed where we are today at a site of just slightly over 2 acres that would be commercial, and we're requesting a zoning, a concept plan amendment and a zoning for the site of LCD2, and the remaining 2 acres R1 residential. The site we are now proposing fits with both the Regina OCP and the Southeast Neighborhood Plan. We feel this site will bring value not only to the town's neighborhood, but also to the Windsor Park and the Greens on Gardner neighborhoods by providing walkable services at the proposed location. The application before you today is only a concept plan amendment and a zoning plan amendment, a zoning application. The end purchaser will be bringing forward on their own a discretionary use application. This application will provide at a later date with you more information concerning the exact type of services that will be included on this site. We seek your support for both these applications and would be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for your presentation. And there are questions. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, evening, Mr. Rogers. Thanks for being here. I don't have any problem with what you're presenting, just so you know. My question is to the general area. Is there currently a dog park plan for the area?
Through you, Your Worship, we're in discussions with administration about an MR. That would probably not be developed for a year or two, and to date, there has been no discussion about a dog park in that area.
Thank you. And just by extension, if we looked a little bit beyond just the towns, which is your area of expertise, but if I went around there, is there any other dog park in the area that you're familiar with?
Not that I'm aware of.
Good, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Doug, for the overview. So I just want to make sure I understand the change that's taking place here. So you mentioned that initially the plan was for high-density residential, and now we're going to commercial.
Correct.
If we're looking at this in the long term, which this development would be, you'd cited the market changes. So there isn't a market now for high density, correct?
That's correct.
Well, if we're thinking about long term, what does it look like 10 years, 25 years from now? Do you think that'll return?
You know, I would, through you, Your Worship, I would expect right now in the area, and I'm going to broaden the area to go to Victoria Avenue over to Prince of Wales, there's probably a 10-year supply of land. And I think of number of acres, couldn't tell you the size, that would be located straight east of the Canadian Tire, just off Prince of Wales. There's a large there. In the corner of Primrose and Chuka, there's about a 6-acre site there that's sitting vacant. And I believe there's another one in the Greens of Gardner. So there's a fair amount of high-density land.
Sure. Thank you very much. In the short to medium term, we're going to see the city invest in the infrastructure, the development itself. Does this essentially give us, for the lack of a better term, a quicker return on investment in terms of what we put into it, selling the land, developing the land, and so on?
Not to be too specific, but anytime, as we would to this parcel, that you have a parcel that you would immediately have a sale, your funds would obviously come back a little quicker.
For sure. Thank you very much. In terms of what this would service, you'd mentioned it fits within the framework of the OCP, of the complete communities. Is the commercial space here going to be serving the towns or a broader area like the green south of it?
It would, through your worship, it would certainly service the towns, but it's right on the corner of Buckingham, Buckingham and Woodland Grove Drive. So immediately to the west is the Windsor Park subdivision, and there are areas that are walkable, but probably not within the 800 meters. So if you think of mothers with strollers, that type of thing, this would be closer for them.
Terrific. And also perhaps just give me a face or an image of what this commercial might look like. It could take many shapes. What do you imagine might be moving into this area?
Again, this is only zoning application. I would expect as a minimum, and this is my expectations, and can't talk for the end user, there would probably a convenience store and a gas station. Okay. And possibly some type of retail office.
Great, thank you.
Commercial, based on the community.
Okay.
Yeah.
So further to that, so it is just zoning.
Correct.
Presumably, however, there is some interest in the development community of doing something once it's rezoned. So has there been an interest in actually developing it before we're coming to this point?
I'm sorry, I missed.
Well, we're rezoning it. Presumably there is a market interest and there are developers who want to put the commercial in there.
Correct.
Have they put any specific details on the table?
Again, we've talked about numerous different businesses that would be compatible to the neighborhood and that would fit, but that would be more their application than this one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and welcome back again. So, what I'm wondering about is you had 4 acres of resident or commercial land. Why did it go back to 2.3, whatever it is, the number?
2.1.
2.1.
There was a pushback from some of the neighboring developers, which is not uncommon.
Sure.
I think, and maybe I can let administration talk. I think a 4-acre site would have caused it to go to have the southeast neighborhood plan amended, but I think that's maybe a better question for administration.
sure.
So, and then there was the discussions with the neighborhood. So we did find that a 2-acre site worked for everyone, and so that's where we are today.
Okay, thanks. So for the past 12, 13 years, I've been beating the drum to build single-family bungalow-style condos, and I've seen that some other developer has done one and sold them all out, and now I understand you're going to do something, or that's a potential of doing some single-family bungalows, so that whether it's family or, but generally it's going to be somebody moving from their house, instead of having to move into an apartment-style condo, they can now buy into these. Is that sort of what your thoughts were?
You know, that's what, through your worship, that's what we'd like to see. I think, you know, the color of our hair, Councillor, that's what people our age are looking for. And there's a certain segment of the market that's looking for that product that maybe can't find it.
Okay, so, but you've got some proven track record now with a couple of other, I think Northridge was one of them that was building some bungalow condos that they were gone.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, so hopefully
Yes.
we can do that. The other thing was Woodland Grove Drive.
Correct.
I drove it about a week and a half ago at night, and it's just pretty dicey in
Correct.
terms of lighting, narrow roads. Would this project spur some further growth and development of that road?
We expect, once this is approved, when we move through development and ask for the administration for a servicing agreement, there will be a component of Woodland Grove Drive that will have to be widened. We've had some discussions with them already concerning the exact width, but I think it's going to be a hot button for the community because we get numerous phone calls in our office about that.
Because I noticed on here, there was one that says 3 would support the whole development if improvements are made to Woodland Grove Drive. So that's 3 people out of 20. The other one it says on here is there's 9, or no, completely opposed was 8. Do we know, and maybe you know, you were there or listening to the opinions, are those the developers or are those the residents? Did you see any, I can ask administration too, but
Sure.
I'm curious if you've seen anything or heard anything.
At the open house, those were residents, and they were opposed to such thing. I know they brought up if it was going to be a gas station, the smell. They were worried about light pollution. You know, I just to answer those 2, I know because those were common.
Right.
If you look at, first of all, the lighting from light pollution at a gas station, their lights are usually 6 to 10 feet tall, so they're not probably going to cause a lot, or probably not 10 to 12 feet, I should say, not
Right.
6 to 10. And you know, in this day and age, if you walk by a gas station, you generally don't smell it. It's, you know, they have all their scrubbers and everything. So those were 2 issues that were semi-common at the open house.
Okay, good, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. I just wanted to talk about the opposition to it as well from the community. So when people bought property around here, they were told it was zoned a certain way, and now we're looking at changing that. So what would you say to them? What do you feel it brings to the community that they wouldn't have had before, knowing that they bought a property thinking this was going to be residential next to them?
Through your worship, so it won't be, so nobody has bought directly beside it yet because it's a
Right.
new area. So anything would be across in the other subdivision, and immediately across is a condo development. And I don't believe at the open house there was anyone there. I'm just going by memory. I don't remember. And other than that, we're not talking that was anyone that would be adjacent to the site. There were people that were concerned about things I just mentioned. Traffic was one in the closeness to the school. There's another one that was brought up. I noticed in the report, administration is talking about signalization, so that should hopefully solve that. Through the planning process, administration did contact the 2 school boards, and they didn't have any issues with it, the proximity to the schools. So, you know, I think in the end it will be a benefit because it will bring a service closer to the residents that is there now, and it's not in anyone's immediately backyard because it's across the roadway and not adjacent to them.
Okay. Are there any other concerns that have come up that you want to address at this time?
No, not at this point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. If there are no other speakers, you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much, and we'll now look at the report. This is a Planning Commission application for a concept plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the town's concept plan. Oh, yeah, sorry. You have to do the communication first. Have a motion to receive and file communication 19-18. Motion to, okay. Second, Councillor Young. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now, Councillor Young, it's your turn.
Worship, CR 1933 is an application for a concept plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the town's concept plan stage 1FA. And I want to amend recommendation number 1. You have before you a map, which is the circulation map that goes with this report. And I want to add to number 1 that the town's concept plan circulation plan be added to Appendix A3.2 as page 2.
Okay. That's your amendment?
Yeah.
A second for that, please. Councillor Hawkins, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Okay.
Councillor Young?
You heard from the developer just now, and this plan moves Lot J1 from urban holding as R6 residential multiple housing to local commercial zone, and lots 1 and 11 from direct control district and urban holding to R1 residential detached zone, and that the city solicitor prepare the necessary bylaw. There were concerns brought to Planning Commission, or that the commission itself talked to the administration about, and that was traffic on Woodland Drive, and that the administration provided information to everyone about the future of that road. So the Planning Commission approved the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Young. You have a second already. Is there any list of speakers here? Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair. I was just wondering, in the OCP they cite a goal to reach for a density of population per hectare. Knowing that this was multifamily, high-density planned originally and it's going to commercial and light density, does that have any effect on OCP goals?
Ms. Harlick?
Your Worship, the population density, or population went from 7,300 from the original concept to 7,000 with this proposal, so it hasn't affected it. There's more land that will be looked at for higher density, so at this point, with the amount of other lands that can come on, I think we will be able to meet and keep achieving those density requirements.
The only other time I've had a real encounter with this is with the planning of Rosewood, and the high-density housing was a little bit of a sticking issue with the surrounding community. Will this shift the high density to another portion that's already been built and put it on unsuspecting neighbors, or is this able to be dealt with as the rest of the subdivision unfolds and planning goes on? Through the chair.
Through Your Worship, it should be fine as we move forward. We do have the plan in place. As we know, markets do shift and developers do come back and revamp where they might want to see different land uses based on market, but I think at this point the plan is set the way it is, and should an application come forward, we'll evaluate it based on the criteria and the circulation that would come forth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massinelli. Councillor O'Donnell. Sorry, Councillor Flagel, sorry.
Thank you. Thanks. And so I asked the question, 4 acres to 2.1, what was the decision as to why we shortened or cut it off, I guess?
Yeah. Through you, Your Worship. We actually did some research throughout the city to determine what would be a suitable amount of land for local commercial and that definition. And based on our research of what we see in other neighborhoods of what local commercial is, we felt that this was the right amount to deem to be local commercial.
Okay. So if this goes through and they start develop or bringing another plan forward and start going that way, are the residents in that neighborhood going to see us as part owner change the Woodland Grove roadway to 4 lanes lit? Because it's pretty sketchy out there, I have to say.
Ms. Harlick?
Through you, Your Worship. There will be traffic lights put in as part of it at Woodland Grove Drive and Buckingham Drive. And as the applicant has indicated, as development continues, Woodland Grove Drive will be upgraded over time through the servicing agreements.
So, okay,
But
thanks.
I could ask for details on, do you have anything else to add, Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown?
Mr. Worship, no, nothing particular. Mr. Arlock captured.
Okay, thanks. And through you, I just wanted to identify, again, I asked the question. It said there was 8 people completely opposed. Do we have a breakdown? Are those residents or is it developers that have come in there that didn't want it for whatever reason because they don't own the land, or is it, and they would have done that, or is it something else that, is it residents? Do we know?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, I might ask Ms. Dawson, or Mr. Brown, sorry, to answer that.
Brown?
Through your worship, I believe those specifically were residents, as we had recorded the concerns brought forward from the adjacent developments independently.
Perfect, thanks. Just a couple of quick comments. What Councillor Mancinelli is getting at about density and stuff, if you go back in time here, the Greens on Gardner came through here about 8 or 9 times, making amendment changes to the OCP because of market changes, because of trends, because of needing this, needing that, apartment style, condo, townhouse, bungalow. I mean, it's an ongoing adventure that we're going to run right up till we get to Victoria Avenue. So stay tuned for that, because it's always going to change. And then the people that were the naysayers of maybe having a gas station on this particular corner, it's kind of an isolated corner, and I have to think of Hawkstone as an example. At the end of Rochdale and Argyle Street, they put up a new gas station, a co-op gas bar, car wash, convenience store, et cetera, and to really appreciate it, you sit there and you drive away, or you're parked there, and you see a young family, a mother walking with her 3 children, and they got Slurpees and ice cream cones and potato chips that they couldn't get anywhere unless they went over to the Mohawk, which is like an hour, like a mile and a half away. So now they've got a little bit more of a community center that they can focus on, and hopefully that'll spur more development in the area, which it'll probably do for this. So this is good. I'm in support of these types of places. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Stevens?
Thank you. A question for administration through the chair about policy. So the city owns this land. We've tasked Terra Developments with actually developing it for us. This isn't the first time I've heard this, but pushback from the development community. Since we own it, I'll position myself maybe as a shareholder. Why should I care what other developers think around this particular project? Shouldn't our interest be maximizing financial returns and acting like a developer, and that we want to make sure we get as much money coming back from this development? Why would we yield? Why would we make concessions? Why would we allow there to be pushback from others in the community?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, your worship, developers and stakeholders always bring their own viewpoints forward, and we take them all into consideration. I think in this case there was some concerns because of the town center that was going to be there, and I think we found the right balance. As I said, over time it isn't uncommon, as the applicant said, that we'll see other developers give comments about other people's applications, and that goes into our full analysis, just like any of the other comments that we receive from the public.
Terrific. Thank you very much. When we do have a financial stake in this, what yields more interest, or sorry, more influence in this? The OCP, or the fact that we are the owners of a land that we wish to develop? Is it a balance, or do we put the OCP ahead of profit, or vice versa?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, we're the regulators, so when the planning department gets the plans, we're looking at it against our policies. The real estate side, we'll look at it from the business side, but we'll look at from our policy side and do our evaluations no different than we do for any other development.
Okay. And final question, since there is the regulation and the real estate development component, what is the mandate from the real estate development branch in the city? Is it, again, just maximizing financial returns? Is it pretty straightforward? And so they would use Terra Developments to get as much back as possible?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, your worship, so for the lands that are under city control, council has provided previous direction with respect to the real estate part of city business to develop those lands with certain goals and targets in mind. So the real estate branch does undertake those activities consistent with that direction from council. That is the business end. As Ms. Harlock has explained, there's also a regulatory component that's separate and apart from the real estate business side of that land development.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bryce.
Knowing that the road needs to be widened and lights need to be put up, who pays for that? Is that the servicing agreement fees from this exact development, or is it from the whole community?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, no, it'll be actually through the developer. The developer will be required to make the upgrades.
This specific developer for this specific
Yeah,
lot?
the way it works is that when it gets triggered, it goes through the servicing agreement, and it would be the responsibility of the developer to do any upgrades that are required.
Perfect. I just want to make sure that if something's required due to a development, that development pays for that road widening or the lights or whatever needs to be done. So thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Any other speakers to the report? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we're moving to the bylaws, but I thought we would do the bylaw related to this report first. That's Councillor Fedora, that's report 26.
26.
Yep.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, the bylaw 2019-26 be introduced and read the first time.
Mr. Clerk?
Thank you. Council, having approved the associated report, will now consider the associated bylaw that requires a public hearing respecting this proposed amendment to provide an exemption to the phasing policy respecting unique development to built-out or developing neighborhoods. If there is anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council on this proposed bylaw, I would ask that you indicate your interest at this time. There is no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call the vote on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Fedora?
Your Worship. I move seconded by Councillor Flego, the bylaw 2019-26 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move seconded by Councillor Young that the council hereby consent to bylaw 2019-26 go into the third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move seconded by Councillor Stevens that bylaw 2019-26 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Fedora.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask for, to bring Councillor Bresciani back in. Councillor Bresciani, we're on the remaining three bylaws. We'll go through those now that you're back. Councillor Fedora, you go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move seconded by Councillor Bryce that bylaw number 2019-17, 1825 be introduced and read a first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. Council, having approved the associated reports, will now consider these related public hearing bylaws. 219-17 respecting the proposal to sell dedicated land, reserved lands known as Shepherd Park to the Regina Huda School, and 219-18 respecting the required amendments to accommodate development of land for expansion of the Regina Huda School campus. I am missing one on mine.
It's 25.
25? And bylaw, right, bylaw respecting number 25 of the official community plan. Sorry, respecting again phasing policy and unique developments. Again, if there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council on any of these items, I would ask that you indicate your interest at this time. There appears to be no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call the vote on the first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Fedora.
I move seconded by Councillor Murray that bylaw 2019-17, 1825 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move seconded by Councillor Mancinelli that council hereby consents to bylaw 2019-17, 18, and 25 going to the third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw 2019-17, 18, and 25 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Fundera. We'll skip over course report 34, which we tabled to the next meeting. Delegations and related reports. Connie Buchan, related to seasonal off-leash sites. Welcome to City Hall. If you could state your name for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions after.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Connie Buchan. I am the chairperson of Old Pug, which stands for Off-Leash Dog Park User Group. We post on the Kathy Lauritsen Memorial and Ross Industrial Dog Park Regina Facebook page, where we have over 900 members. There are at least as many that are not in the Facebook group but do use the off-leash dog parks in Regina. In March, I was asked to gather feedback from Old Pug members regarding the establishment of the 2 new seasonal off-leash sites. They're not parks, being discussed tonight. I forwarded the information on March 20th. I'm here today to review the information and make sure you have all of it before you. Responses indicated 18 people would use either of these 2 locations in the north. While that number is not high, I'm sure that these 2 locations would be very convenient for people using the boarded rinks as off-leash areas for their dogs. It must also be noted that people who use boarded rinks for their dogs may very well not be in our Facebook group. I do know that we have some, though, as there is a group of small dog owners who gather at the Leslie Park location fairly regularly. I can certainly see boarded rinks being more favorable for owners of small dogs than large dogs. Having the rules posted, waste collection bags and dispensers installed, and a garbage can set up were noted as being necessary. There were several concerns about the surface underfoot at the seasonal sites. Sharp, too coarse crusher dust has caused dogs' paws to be cut and noses left bloody and cuts inside the mouths. Also, a running dog can slide on the current surface, causing injury. A much finer crush could perhaps help with these injuries. The hours of the boarded rinks are available to be used as off-leash areas have been recently brought to my attention. It currently reads that between 4 p.m. and 11 p.m. on school days and 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. on non-school days, the parks are open for use as off-leash areas. There are no schools by either of these 2 new locations or by the Leslie Park location. I would ask City Council to reconsider the timeframes for these 3 locations. Questions came up about why all boarded rinks couldn't be seasonal off-leash sites, as well as places like fenced tennis courts or other seasonal fenced recreational areas. The Al Ritchie area in particular was mentioned as a good location for at least an off-leash seasonal area. There were also requests for one of these 2 areas to be designated for small dogs. Seeing they're not too far apart, perhaps this would be a good opportunity to trial that idea. A number of owners of small dogs find the 2 all-season dog parks intimidating for their dogs and for themselves. You could say that it is a matter of behavior and control over dogs, but that does not stop the owners and small dogs from feeling anxious because of the sheer size difference in some dogs. An Irish Wolfhound meeting a Yorkshire Terrier can understandably cause some anxiety on the part of both owners and dogs. Ideally, I would like to see the empty space west of the lawn bowling area on Victoria Avenue turned into an all-season off-leash park for toy breeds and small dogs. I'd like to speak further to someone about this in the future if that would be possible. In the meantime, one of these boarded rinks might be a place to start. Boarded rinks are fine for what they are, and yes, more is better, but they do not address all the needs and concerns of dog parks in the City of Regina and the users. When I was asked for input on these 2 new seasonal locations, there were many more concerns about improving the year-round parks and getting usable, appropriate, safe spaces that were not water retention areas or floodplains with a slow-moving creek running through them.
Ms. Parker, you have about a minute to go in your presentation time.
Adding 2 more seasonal off-leash sites does not fulfill the city's promise as quoted in the Leader Post in 2016 for 5 more real dog parks. Dog park users may be behind more improvements such as safer lighting, drinking water, fencing, citywide locations, trees for shelter, reduced mud and ice, garbage cans, and play structures. When compared to cities of varying sizes like Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Saskatoon, North Battleford, Moose Jaw, Swift Current, and Melville, to name a few, Regina is falling very much behind. I would respectfully request that City Council approve the use of these 2 new boarded rinks areas as off-leash sites, and also consider the other points I've made in my presentation. I've left copies with the administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And there are questions. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. I'm curious, value judgment on your part. So when the new park in the Ross Industrial opened up, did that have any impact on the Leslie Park? In other words, was there more or less dogs coming? Did you notice a change?
On the Kathy Lauritsen Park? No, I didn't really notice a difference.
Okay.
I have been out to the Ross Industrial area. It's not overly used, particularly in the day. Some people that work in that area bring their dogs to work. I know that, and there is some use there, and then a few more on the weekends.
Would you suggest that that park has attracted new owners by location and where it has, as compared to the other park?
Yes, I would say there were new owners going there.
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
I'm curious if as an association, there is a willingness to, 1, work with the administration, and 2, to do some fundraising to make some of these suggestions possible. Can you comment on that for me, please?
I do have a contact in the city that I can approach and do to get things done at the parks. I've had some success in dealing with that group. Not any new locations at all. It's more things like getting crusher dust or removing hazards, things like that. We're certainly willing to work with the city on any ideas that they would like us to talk about with them. We've been told that we have to incorporate to do any fundraising. The members that use the park, there is certainly a significant number that are willing to do that, do the fundraising. Not so many that are willing to incorporate and take on the role of administering the whole thing.
Thanks for that. You referenced a couple of specific areas in the city. I'm wondering from your discussions, not only with your group, but with the people that you meet, if you're noticing that there's a particular area that's being underserved, or that are people coming from all over the city to use the parks?
People from the east side of Albert Street are feeling underserved. That's why they mentioned the Al Ritchie area.
Right.
In the east, when the Ross Industrial area was established, that's quite a bit far north, and there's no residential area out there, so it wasn't easily accessible to people, particularly in the central east or the southeast. There's very few people from the southeast come to the parks, either one of them, because of the distance.
Okay, thanks. This is a kind of specific question, but I'm just curious how you would feel. Are you noticing, as you discuss with people, that there is an increasing number of people that come from, say, apartment buildings as compared to individual homes, or do you have any feel for that at all?
I couldn't really say on that. I have noticed more people coming, and wear and tear on the park is becoming quite noticeable. And there's a wider variety of types of dogs, so that I tend to notice the dogs more than the people, sorry.
Gotcha. I'm going to finish with a people question, so I want you to try this one on. I was out at a dog area the other day, and I noticed the dogs were playing. That was great, but I also noticed this group of people, happened to be 6 of them, all standing together and talking. In other words, there's a human, social thing to this notion of dog parks. Can you comment on that for me, please?
Yes, that is a big part of what we're trying to do with the Facebook group. It's not just a way of communicating, but also a way of connecting. So we can transmit information about when park cleanup days are and when there's, fish in the park and things to watch out for. But people are now more so, or maybe it's just more noticeable because they're more chatty on there. They're meeting up with people they've met. Their friends, their dogs are becoming friends. They're becoming friends. They're walking more. We also talk on there about the importance of not just hanging around at the gate. Get moving, get to know each other, talk about the issues. We'll be doing more on that, on perhaps how to contact your counselor to talk about what you'd like as a dog park, so you might want to expect some calls on that. And different ways of interacting with the larger community. The Humane Society contacted me today, and they're going to post a notification about the dogs in the, or pets in the park event they have coming up, which is a great way for people to get out there, get some exercise, be with their pets, let other people see that the dogs aren't nasty things and that everybody loves their dog. Regina has a huge number of dog owners and dog lovers.
Thanks for that. And just one last thought, and this is winter and summer that people gather. Am I correct?
That's right. Believe me, minus 40.
Gotcha.
We're there.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Stevens.
Connie, I love the acronym. Thank you so much for this. Just one remaining question, and I hadn't thought about it. So dog parks actually afforded, a pretty solid priority in the recreation master plan. One thing I hadn't thought about was the size of the dog, and parks dedicated to certain size dogs. How would you regulate that? What is a big dog and what is a small dog? Is there a consensus in the dog park enthusiast community about what you would need for a small dog, where it should be located?
Well, for example, in Moose Jaw, they have two parks side by side, and I don't necessarily want to see this exact model, but they have a limit of 18 inches.
Okay.
And then there is some other ones that go by pounds. So 30 pounds and or 18 inches is considered a small dog. But at the same time, you have to recognize that a lot of people have a big dog and a small dog. So what we would be thinking is the main parks that are open already would be for all dogs. But if you have a small dog and you're more comfortable in a small dog area, 18 inches or 30 pounds less, go to the designated area where you can enjoy a calm walk with everybody.
Okay, so there are standards, they are in place?
Yes, yeah. Calgary and Edmonton both have rules too. Saskatoon, I'm not sure on. But yeah, there are certainly ideas out there. One of the problems that we have is it has to be self-regulating because we follow the animal control model, which is more reactive than the responsible ownership model, which is Calgary follows it, is more proactive. So we have to self-regulate because there isn't really anybody else out there. So we as a group try to help each other understand the rules better.
Perfect. I've got some homework to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks and welcome. I think we talked about this a little bit before in terms of cleanup. If you're inside a boarded rink and your organization is out there, do you help with the cleanup at all? Or
not at the boarded rinks, we don't.
No.
We don't have anyone active on our steering committee from those areas either. We have them that occasionally go there, but we don't do the cleanup there. We do them at the two main big parks.
So you do them at the two main, so you just go, your staff, if I could through you, goes right in there, walks in, has
Yep.
no issue? Or is it staff or is
No.
it's volunteers?
It's volunteers, it's
But
park
is it
users.
dog owners?
Yep, park
So-
users. We advertise.
Oh, okay.
We advertise usually a week or two ahead of time, and I make up posters, and we put it on the Facebook page, and they say, bring your bucket, and I got a bunch of great big huge heavy-duty bags from the city that'll last us for quite a while, and another lady gave us some plastic gloves, and another family is giving us, in his business, he has these leftover big plastic buckets, he's bringing those, and then we just start at one end, and you walk around, and you clean as you go, and then the next day we go and do the same thing over at the other park.
Okay. Now, you talked about the size variation and stuff, but you forgot that there's a lot of 10-pound dogs that think they're 50, 60 pounds. It's like the 15-year-old kid going on 30. What do you do with those dogs?
Well, and regardless of size, the rules of the dog park are that you have to have control of your dog.
Okay.
And still, it doesn't matter what size they are, you still have to be able to make it a good experience for everyone.
So if you had your druthers, would you rather not see boarded rinks used as things and just more wide open spaces, or does
No.
the boarded rinks suffice to help?
I don't want to see wide open spaces. I think fencing is very important.
Oh, no, I mean big spaces though, but fenced.
Well, I think the boarded rinks serve a purpose for some people that live in those areas. Well, on Rochdale, for example, there's a lot of apartments there, and when I drive down that street every day, I see a lot of small dogs, and I see them heading to places that would work really good for gathering spots for small dogs, and they're walking. They don't have a vehicle to drive. Sure. So a lot of the rinks can be used as small areas within neighborhoods, as well as making other off-leash parks, real dog parks, like in the Par 3, when redeveloping that, an actual area where people can walk to too, as at a destination place.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Murray.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. Through you, Your Worship, one of the things I thought of when I saw your presentation here is an area that you didn't discuss, and it's around crime prevention. So one of the most cost-effective ways that you can prevent crime is by increasing dog ownership, because the more people you have walking their dogs in different areas of the city, the more eyes you have on the street, which means it decreases crime. So is that something that your organization has looked at all or talked to in any sort of public capacities?
We have not. That's a good thing to explore.
Right, there's lots of studies out there you can look at, and I think it's just important for the general public to know that as well. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Murray, for that. There are no other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for your presentation and answering questions. The next delegation is Bland Brown. Welcome back to City Hall, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship.
So former employee here, you are well aware of the procedure. I'm sure you remember that. Identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Your Worship and members of City Council, my name is Bland Brown. I'm here to represent a number of resident property owners in the West Point condominium, which is located at the intersection of Dorian Road and Kestrel Drive. It's a bare land condominium comprising 16 single-family dwellings. The report before you provides for the addition of Goulet Golf Course Rink as a list to the list of approved seasonal off-leash dog sites. The rink is located immediately across Kestrel Drive from the entrance to the West Point cul-de-sac, and the north boundary of the rink is about 40 meters from the front doors of 2 of our condominium units. While we're not aware of the level of activity that might be generated by this proposal, we are concerned that if the level of activity and noise generated is significant, it will negatively impact the residents' comfort and enjoyment of their homes. Now, the Goulet Golf Course has a large parking area. However, during summer evenings, it's extensively used by golfers, so many of the users of the off-leash site who need to drive there with their car may need to park on the adjacent streets. We're concerned that this will cause some conflicts with the needs of local residents who wish to park on that street, and with the many pedestrians who use the Venture Park and West Hill pathways. In sum, we feel that the establishment of an off-leash dog site in the Goulet Golf Course rink is an undesirable intrusion upon the residents of our neighborhood, and we would therefore respectfully request that you deny addition of this rink to the list of seasonal off-leash dog sites. In the alternative, if Council approves this proposal, we would certainly appreciate being advised what arrangements will be made for oversight and maintenance of the facility. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. We'll see if there's some questions. Any questions from Member Council? No, I think you made yourself very clear.
Thank you very much.
You can return to the gallery, and our last delegation on this report is Linda Schofield. Schofield, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, and you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Mayor Fougere, members of City Council, Linda Schofield, dog owner, taxpayer, and I guess I represent those who've served on committees, steering groups, associations around off-leash use for many years now. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. You're currently asked to consider designating 2 more boarded rinks as temporary off-leash areas. To provide what benefits they will, I encourage you to designate these rinks. They at least allow local residents, mostly with smaller dogs, to have some access to off-leash activity close to home, but they do little to address space for larger dogs or for larger numbers of dogs and their owners to meet and walk together in an appealing location. With limited months of access and limited hours for many of the days in those months, these rinks are at best a band-aid to a continuing concern. I've been involved with committees, steering groups, user groups, and associations related to off-leash use in this city for over 15 years. Through 4 or 5 community consultants and recreation coordinators, multiple master plans, and regular restructuring of departments and redistribution of responsibilities. In that time, very little has actually been accomplished. And at some point, I think many of us, the users of the off-leash areas, have come to the conclusion that even if individuals within the administration are sincere in wanting to provide service to the owners of 30,000 plus dogs in this city, the administration itself lacks the will or the desire to do so. The history of off-leash space here is one of delay and denial. So a little history. In 2005, the Kathy Lauritsen Memorial Off-Leash Dog Park is opened. The community consultant at the time includes the suggestion that money should be budgeted and space and planning for future parks continue, as the one area will not be enough to handle demand. It takes 11 years for another park to open. In 2011, 5 temporary off-leash areas, boarded rinks, were designated due to the massive flooding that year that closed the Kathy Lauritsen location, not as a permanent solution to off-leash needs. In 2012, early in the year, the report on Ross Avenue industrial developments suggested including an off-leash park in the area. It took 4.5 years for that park to open, a park the manager of Recreation Planning and Parks has described as an interim measure until we could work with the development community to get some other locations. In 2014, Councillor O'Donnell puts forward a motion requesting that research be done on having off-leash areas included in new developments. It takes 2 years for that research to result in a motion to council. In 2015, in the interim, the Ipsos survey done for the city finds that 37% of respondents own dogs, and over 80% of respondents are in favor of additional off-leash park space. Those numbers would suggest that there are over 30,000 dogs and the taxpayers who own them in this city, based on the number of households in the 2016 census. So 2016, this City Council passes a motion for 3 off-leash parks in new developments and for research on off-leash designated areas in existing park spaces. And here we are, 3 years later, and the option before you is for 2 more rinks. Less than 4,000 square yards of space for limited times, 5 months of the year. Land we were offered for the original park 16 years ago is still not in use for any other purpose. The administration is currently looking at the redevelopment of Regent Par 3, over 12 acres of green space, but with no mention.
Your presentation time.
With no mention of a dog park in the 4 plans put forward for feedback. So isn't it time to stop the delays and stop the lip service to the idea of off-leash spaces in the directions of this council? Time to stop thinking in terms of temporary and interim and set out some specific targets for off-leash park space. Other cities can do this. Why can't Regina? It's probably too late for this year, but I ask this council to specify that additional year-round off-leash space be located and developed by the fall of 2020, when availability will again revert to 2 off-leash parks if nothing is done. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, evening. Thanks for coming forward. I want to pick up on a couple of things I said to the other lady and give you a chance to respond. So with the addition of the park out in Ross, have you seen a transfer or an increase or the number of people bringing their dogs to a park? Could you comment on what effect the other park has had?
I would agree with Connie that I think they are newer users. There will be some, certainly, that are from the east end of the city who are making a 30-minute drive to get to Kathy Lauritsen. But I think the majority are people who are looking for a fully fenced area. Kathy Lauritsen, of course, is only fenced where there isn't creek. So many of them are also new users who in the winter, go to Ross because it isn't iced over for their dogs to escape. So I would guess while there is some movement, it's sort of balanced out by more use of the 13th Avenue location, just as there are more dogs and more people.
Okay, thanks. Are you aware anything different than the previous delegation about areas of the city that are particularly underserved?
Back in the days of the Off-Leash Association and the previous groups, when we looked at things, we discussed with people the desire to be able to walk to an off-leash area as opposed to drive. Many residents of the city don't have access necessarily to a vehicle to get to an off-leash space, like a destination one, and those people want neighborhood parks.
I asked the previous delegation as well as about apartment buildings and so on. So I'm going to just expand that a little bit about older folks who have a dog for companionship and may live in apartments or condos and so on. Do you see an increase in that, or do you have any comment about that, please?
My own experience, certainly. I'm active with the Seniors Center here in the city, and a number of the people that I see there I also see at the dog parks. One gentleman, and this would be an example, has asked me to bring him to the dog park in the next while. He now lives in an independent living home out in the East End. But I first met him 14 years ago in the dog park with his dog Copper. And when he became too old to take care of Copper himself, another dog park user took Copper so that he could hang out with the same dogs and the same people. He still talks to me about that dog, and he wants to go visit the park to see his old friends.
Thanks.
So I think that as we have more seniors who are alone, dogs tend to become their company, their comfort.
Gotcha. So my last question, and it's going to be a bit of a lob ball, and by the way, I want council to know you and I have chatted before on more than one occasion. It's the idea of the socialness. We can talk about the dogs and the care and what's needed and so on. I think previous delegation did a really good job of that. But I want to focus a little bit in on what it is for human contact, what it means for people to be able to gather, albeit with their dog, but what does that do for us as a community?
I guess it is that we are a community, and communities provide opportunities for its residents to exercise and to congregate in the way that they find the most beneficial. People out with their dogs are getting exercise. People out with their dogs are making happier dogs who are less likely to bark and act out at home. But they are also, and we have studies, somebody mentioned studies before, there are lots of studies that speak to the mental well-being and the physical well-being of people if they're out getting exercise and meeting groups. The previous delegation, as you said, Connie, I know Connie because of the dog parks, and many of the people that I know. I'm the person with that wolfhound, and lots of people may not know my name, but they know my dog's name, and they say hello to me out on the street, nowhere near the dog parks. So it is a community builder.
Thanks for your thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. I've heard concerns in the community about people picking up after their dogs. And why do you need to have a cleanup for the parks if one of the rules is to pick up after your dog? So if you could please respond to that, that'd be great.
I think in any community there are people who follow the rules and there are people who don't. And we could expand that outside of the dog parks to all of the walking areas in the city. Ideally, everyone would pick up after their dog. Ideally, everyone would, do everything that the city requires of them. What we do is peer pressure. We try to encourage anyone that we see who isn't picking up to do so very politely by offering them a bag, by pointing out that it is required. We're not going to get everybody. That's just a dream. So to make up for that and to be responsible for our own community, we arrange, and in these days Connie arranges these off-leash days to pick up.
So, so these cleanup days happen in the bigger parks, but not in the boarded areas. So You've heard a person speak before you who is concerned about it happening in their area. So how do we get that compliance happening within the boarded areas for people who aren't picking up after their dog?
In my experience in the last couple of years, what has happened is through the Facebook group, although it isn't organized, although Old Pug isn't saying, let's do this and let's do this on this day, people who use those areas tend to form their own little group and will go in and maybe do a quick cleanup. It's often, if we went back through the Facebook postings, we would find some of those, because there are some very specific groups that meet in those parks, the small dog groups, you know, the Schnauzers and the Yorkies and so on, and they tend to self-police and do their own little cleanup days.
Okay, thank you very much for being here
You're
tonight.
welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. There's no other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. And we will look at report from Community Protective Services. This is a bylaw amendment for seasonal off-leash dog sites. Councilor Stevens.
Sorry, it caught me off guard.
1935.
Thank you very much. So at the CPS, we discussed the bylaw amendment, seeking a seconder.
Seconder? Councilor Barshani?
I guess for administration, just following from some of the questions coming from the delegations here. First off, why would we not allow or open up all boarded rinks to become off-leash dog parks?
Charlotte?
Through you, Your Worship, not all rinks are suitable for dog parks or off-leash. So we have to look at each boarded rink and look at and assess it for its suitability.
Thank you very much. And what kind of standards of amenities, from the crusher dust to the bags, water, what kind of services do we offer currently as a baseline?
Ms. Harlick?
Through Your Worship, I might ask Ms. Shaley to go through that.
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, Your Worship, to this point in time, we've only provided garbage cans at these sites. We hadn't heard of the feedback with respect to the crusher dust before, and so that's certainly something we can explore as to whether or not there's something different that we could do at those sites.
Terrific.
We also provide signage with the rules for the site.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. The other concern that was raised here had to do with the hours of operation. School days different than non-school days. Could administration just explain why we have those restrictive standards?
Ms. Harlick?
Through Your Worship, I might ask Ms. Shaley to go through the details of why.
Through you, Your Worship, on school days, the sites are limited to hours of use between 4 and 11 p.m. On non-school days, they are open at 6 a.m. until 11 p.m. We recognize that some of the boarded rinks aren't located adjacent to schools, but from a communications perspective, we felt there was we felt that it was worthy to be consistent from one site to another to help our residents understand the rules at each site.
Terrific. Thank you very much. We know that the Recreation Master Plan provides us, an idea that this is actually quite an important recreation amenity for the community. What's on the horizon? We see, 2 additional rinks being brought online. Are we going to be seeing a rollout of something a bit more comprehensive as per the requests of the delegation?
Yeah, through Your Worship. So the administration is undertaking some work that we will bring a report forward based on some motions that had come forward and a report that we had brought forward that the delegations had noted before the end of Q4 of this year to go through that. We have been working with developers to establish the new parks, and we have one site that's coming available, hopefully, to be given to the city, hopefully by the fall, up in the northwest. Then we have to develop it. So we are moving. We've also taken a different approach in negotiations with the development community. This is with respect to in new neighborhoods, looking at a smaller size park versus more of the larger parks. just because of some of the concerns that come up from the neighborhoods. But we'll also be looking at some pilots for different hours and those things, but also looking and working with our real estate department to see what opportunities we have within our own existing lands. I'm not sure if Ms. Shaley has anything else to add? No?
Terrific, thank you. Final question. The off-leash crew seem to be pretty well organized. Is there open channels between them and community services in terms of making sure the amenities are up to standard? Anything to do with policy or opening up these new spaces? Is there communication on an ongoing basis?
Shirley?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, as one of the delegations relayed, they do work closely with some of the staff within the community services area. If there's a desire to raise funds to enhance the park with amenities beyond what the city provides, we'd be happy to be engaged in those conversations.
Terrific, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I'm a little frustrated, so I'm going to vent here a little bit. I'm going to tell you first and foremost that one, I don't own a dog. And that in January of 2014, I put a motion before council. I'm going to repeat that. In 2014, put a motion before council, and specifically I said, as we develop new areas, can we in fact add a dog park to that? We all know we have municipal reserve and so on. And in March of 2016, the administration came back with a report, and specifically in the report it says that based on feedback and consultation and so on, that we would be adding 3 new fenced off-leash parks, south, east, and north-northwest. And further, the administration wanted to pilot up to 3 unfenced off-leash parks in 2017. This is 2019, by the way. So I'm going to skip that for a second. I'm going to step back to where I live. I live with actually very near these people. I live with a linear park behind me. And we agreed as council to add 240 rental units behind my home. I agreed to that. There was already 120 other ones there. So what's happened is people are happily moving into it. It's a very nice development. And they're bringing their dogs with them. So if you come over to my place, and by the way, you're welcome to sit in the backyard with me, you'll see little guys going by learning how to ride a bike. You'll see carriages because we've had a great implosion of little babies in our neighborhood, and you'll see dogs all the time. So my first thought is, what's the alternative? If there's no off-leash parks to take your dog, what's the alternative? It's the linear park or local park or whatever. Or school park, by the way. So since the report in 2016, we've added West Terra, the towns, Eastbrook, and Coopertown, at least in terms of concept plans. To my knowledge, not one of those has a dog park, although I was pleased to hear Doug talk about that, and I have certainly talked to some of the other developers. I noted, and it was noted here in the discussion, but I'll repeat it. When Regent Park was put before people for consideration, and there had some density of housing as part of the option. In other words, more people living there, there was no dog park as a part of the suggestion, and I don't understand that. So what I've done in the last while is try to figure out how many people own a dog, and I know there was a reference made here. I'm going to tell you what I found. I went to the city of Kelowna, and I went to the city of Kelowna because it has done lots and lots and lots of engagement with their residents. And I only was in Kelowna once, and it was a number of years ago, but they have a big, beautiful, I think it's a lake, I don't think it's a river, it's a lake there. They have a dog park at the lake, imagine. They found that 38% of the people that live in Kelowna have a dog. I found another survey, it was more of a cross-Canada one, and they surveyed 26,000 people, and they suggest that just over 30% of people have a dog. And what we found in terms of our survey here, I think the number is 36%. So in other words, quite a few people own a dog. 82% of the residents in Regina support the idea of an off-leash dog park throughout the city. This is consistent with other cities that I have found, including Kelowna. We also have this other phrase, complete neighborhoods and recreation. So, interesting question they asked in Kelowna. Would you be prepared on your taxes to add to dog parks? and they put this magic number of $1. Well, maybe not surprising, 80% of the people say, well, a buck, and it's looked after. So I tell you one other story, and I might have referenced one of the other ladies. There's a rental complex, and I'm not going to mention where it is, but it's a rental complex on the edge of the city. It's huge. I think there's about 200 and, I'm going to guess 220 units anyway. It's at 97% capacity, and there's no amenities around it, not one, except it has a dog run and a dog washing station within the building. And they will maintain that the reason they're at 97% is because they have dogs allowed. So I went out to see, and I stood there. I was there for 5 minutes. In the first 3 minutes, I noticed 6 dogs and I think 6 or 8 people standing in the corner. I had to move out of the way because another lady brought her dog in, and a minute later, another lady walked the other way with her dog. So it seems to bring people together. So what do I want to see? I want to see a city where we allow people to gather for many reasons, whether it's football or hockey, culture, the arts, or as simple as can we get them out of their door and down with their neighbor and meet with people. And the dog does that. Summer, spring, winter, and fall. So my question to the administration is, when will we act upon the requests that were before us? And if you can give me a timeline, and then I will react from there, please.
Ms. Howard?
Through you, Your Worship. So we have been working with developers to look at different options, and the plan is to come forward before the end of Q4 with a plan that will look at what options we can bring forward for potential sites for dog parks and those sorts of things. But it won't include the consultation with those neighborhoods, because what we want to do is bring council a report with some options of different sites, get your feedback, and then go out to the consultation and then move forward from there. Administration is still working with the development community and having conversations about where those dog parks could go. And I can get in, like I said, I've already mentioned one that's underway that we're hoping to see, to get the land and then hopefully see the building of that next year, or a portion of it anyway next year. So by the end of Q4, we'll have a report that will outline some options regarding dog parks. I'm not sure if Ms. Shaley has anything else to add? Nothing? Okay.
Councilor Donald?
I'll add an amendment. The administration will bring forward a report by the end of Q4 2019 with a plan to implement, no, I'll say consult and implement off-leash dog parks in the city.
Okay. Councilor Bryce seconds it.
Thanks.
So we'll just be a minute just to...
I understand. I think I've made my point. I'm not going to comment any further. Okay. I'll just wait until she has it up.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councilor Bryce. Councilor Donald, as we're waiting for this to be put up on the board, I have a question for you related to, does this report follow the previous motion you put forward in number, location, and size of communities that are greater than 5,000?
So the report that came back in 2016 specifically mentioned 3 new off-leash parks, and it directed them in an area north, east, south, east, and north. So I would assume that would be the case. Okay. I am, at this point in time, not pushing for the unfenced off-leash yet. I'll let this go first.
Okay.
So it follows what was promised previously.
Good. So we have an amendment on the floor, and we have speakers to the amendment. Councillor Bryce, you're up first.
Thank you. So I will ask a question following with this amendment. So what happened to those parks in 2016 that were brought forward? Where are we with those? Or is that what we're consulting on now again in 2019? Through your worship.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, I might ask Ms. Shaley to explain the history from 2016.
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, your worship, in 2016, we built the dog park in the East Industrial area of the city, and at the same time, we had recommended that administration work with the development community to try to identify sites for locations in the north, south, and east areas of the city. At that point in time, we hadn't yet identified sites. Since then, we've been in discussions with the development community. Because we've yet to identify specific locations, administration has started to focus not only on new developments within the city, but also on the built environment. And so we've identified a number of potential sites that could be considered now within the built environment. And that would be, our staff are now doing site visits at each of those areas, and that will be included in the report that we would bring forth in Q4 of this year.
Thank you for that. Why is it taking so long?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, when we were negotiating with the development community, we had some discussions. As I said, we're successful for the north. I believe we have that site. As I said, we're working on that one. I think our approach was a little different, looking more of a regional, and I think that was where we had some, we bumped into some opposition because we were asking for too big of parks, and we've changed our approach, and we're looking for smaller sized parks that will be more locally neighborhood, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just more suitable instead of these larger parks. And so I think we've now changed our approach when we're working with the development community. But in saying that, the development community in many of our plans like Coopertown and the Southeast Neighborhood plans, we do have policies that address this within those plans. So it is part of the negotiations as we move forward with the development community. Unfortunately, development has slowed, and so that's kind of where we're at now. But as Ms. Shaley said, we are looking for other sites to be able to accommodate this need within our community.
Thank you. So as a councillor, I'm frustrated as well. I think that we make a promise that we're going to do something, and here we are 3 years later still talking about it and still needing to do consultation about it. And it's a little bit frustrating to me. My dog has since passed away. How many more dogs have to pass away before these parks open? It's frustrating to me. It's like, I've had people say to me in my community, are we going to get this playground while my kids are still little? I can't promise that. Are we going to get these dog parks before people's dogs pass away? We have a whole new generation. I'm frustrated because when we say we're going to do something, we need to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Bresciani.
Okay, well, thank you. When I called in for the meeting and I had asked the questions about the dog parks, one of the questions that, and I think the answer when I had asked about how long is it going to take, I think the response was could be up to 3 to 5 years. So I'm glad to hear that now this is being looked at urgently. One of the things that in my area, as Councillor Hawkins, it's a huge growth area, we've seen the growth, and I get calls regularly saying, you know, I'd like to take my dog out, but there's nowhere to go. But what I do have in our area is McKell Sanctuary, the conservation park there. I get calls all the time. That is a conservation park where geese go and they nest there. But what ends up happening is that these owners, dog owners, will go and use that as an off-leash dog park. And as the counselor of that ward, I get the calls saying the geese cannot nest. That was donated land by the McKell family. That's why it was there. It's not supposed to be used for an off-leash dog park. People have been attacked there. So I'm again, I'm very glad that this is going to be coming in Q4, but those are the types of things. And I did a little bit of research, and I think the key point is it's almost a neighborhood hub. You want it to be part of your community. So when someone goes, they're out for a walk, their dog is getting the exercise too. This shouldn't, and I'll just say this, I don't think we can wait for the developers. Within the inner city, we should be able to find, we must have some vacant land around that we can take a look at. I'll give you one more example. In my ward, we've got a huge vacant land out there with a developer that's got this home that's, this big condo that is under construction for 3 years and nothing has moved. So I call it Capital Point 2. And I just had a call just the other day saying, could we use this area? It's all fenced off. Could we use this area for an off-leash dog park? And I said, well, it's not our property. But unfortunately, this is what residents are asking. So they're saying, well, could we go in? So again, I want to say thank you to bring this urgently. It's needed. And I think the residents are also very anxious, and this is what they deserve. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Brasciani. Councilor Flagel.
Thank you. A couple of things for the administration. On the, I think back in 14 also was Mount Pleasant Park, which is city-owned. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there was a small dog park to be put into that neighborhood. And they said small, but why they said small, I'm not sure. And I don't think it was going to be fenced. But to me, we own that land. There's tons of parking. A lot of the football is still played there, but there's a lot of it goes over to Libel Field. I mean, if we start looking into Councilor Bresciani's thing, we've got to find some spaces. You know, I guess even it would be interesting to see if we went to some of the landowners that own vacant lots in the city of Regina and fenced them off and said, hey, we're going to use your park for, we're going to use your, you know, your 30-foot lot on 12 block Robinson Street for a dog park for 5 years or until you develop it. I wonder what they would say about that. I know we probably can't do that, but still, it's those types of things that would neighborhood situations. But Mount Pleasant Park was a small one. But if you look at where the I always say it's the Italian Club Dog Park. I can't remember exactly the name, but it's if you look at that area, if you took Kiwanis Park, Wascana Park, all of the parks seem to have like a dead zone of somewhere that children don't go play. So why can't we look at fencing those? So those are options. And then the other big one is, and we've been talking about a bike trail and a bike path along it, is the pipeline that goes from Uplands all the way over to Courtney on behind Home Depot in the north end. You know, they don't want vehicular traffic on those pipelines, but foot traffic is there crossing it all the time. So those are perfectly good green spaces. They cut the grass, we cut the grass, I think we're under contract, but nothing to say we couldn't fence off that, and you could have 2 or 3 of them along that whole line, and it would service the whole north end of the city, plus, again, Mount Pleasant, which we own that land, so I don't see that that should be a big issue. So those are kind of my things, but I do have to tell you that I don't generally get a lot of phone calls from my residents concerning things like Councillor Hawkins does, but one guy did phone me and he said, I don't agree with dog parks. And he owns a dog. And the reason is he said he bought the dog for him to get exercise, not the dog. So when you put a dog into a fenced area and the owners sit there and converse, that's fine, but participation should go both ways, and maybe he has to walk to the dog park 5 miles away to get any exercise. So anyway, my comment.
Thank you for those comments. Any other comments on the amendment? I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Councilor Down, you're just about on to finish your 5-minute time, so I'll see who there's other speakers we have on the main motion as amended now. Councilor Bryce, you're next.
Thank you. We had a speaker who asked the question, what what oversight and maintenance would be done at the one by the golf course. So I heard garbage bags and signage. Is there any oversight or maintenance that will be done at this boarded area?
Ms. Harlock.
Your worship, I might ask Ms. Shaley to explain the maintenance.
Ms. Shaley.
Through you, your worship, we do rely on the community to pick up after their dogs. We are out at the end of each season to clean the sites. We haven't heard a lot of negative feedback at our other boarded rinks, but if there is negative feedback from the community, we would engage the community association and the residents who requested these sites in a discussion about potentially organizing a cleanup day or some other activity to get the community involved in looking after the site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Manselli.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I noted both of these locations are in the northwest corner already. You've cited a potential another location in the northwest corner for an off-leash dog park as well. If it was a successful location, would we have all three then? Or being that the boarded locations seem to be a little bit more up for debate, would we go to relying on the location you're attempting to procure?
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, your worship, I think that's something that we would evaluate as we move forward. The other site is earmarked for a larger site that's more of a regional nature. So this is more localized to a local neighborhood. So I think the sizes are different, and this is obviously only for a certain part of the year. So we could take that back as we go forward. But I think we could have all of them, and they would all be utilized to the maximum.
Thank you. In looking for sites, I know you scoured the city. How many potential sites were identified, and it got narrowed down to these two? I was just wondering what that was like.
Ms. Shaley.
Through you, your worship, we looked at all of our boarded rinks to identify potential sites. There's really three categories of criteria that we look at in terms of trying to find suitable sites. So first of all, a lot of our rinks are used for programming. Some of them have hard surfaces or they're located very close to other program opportunities. So we eliminated those sites. And then some of the sites lack any kind of parking for residents, and some of the sites are very close to residents. And so we selected the two sites that met all those criteria, and that's why we're recommending those. As well, the requests for the boarded rink sites came from the northwest area of the city. As we discussed earlier, these are really intended to complement our year-round sites, which are really intended to be our primary dog parks in the city, and our long-term goal is to have those distributed across the city.
Thank you. In terms of parking, identifying the Goulet golf course site, do you think there will be available parking left over from the Goulet golf course that we can use for this, or will it be used in that capacity?
Ms. Shaley.
Your worship, because these are sites that are really complementary to our other parks, they tend to serve people within a neighborhood, and so while parking is needed at the sites, we don't see a lot of activity, and so at this point in time we're not anticipating problems with parking at the Goulet. One of the delegations also mentioned noise and high levels of activity. This program is something that we don't receive a lot of complaints on throughout the year. For the most part, people seem to be happy with the parks, and we haven't experienced problems with high levels of activity at any of our other seasonal dog park sites.
In terms of the noise and being open till 11, there hasn't been many complaints through the other sites over the years with those hours of operation, or any problems encountered?
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, your worship, we have not heard complaints about noise at these sites.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker is Councillor Murray. You're not? Okay. Okay. Looks like that's it then. No other questions. Councillor O'Donnell, do you want to close debate? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So the next two delegations we have for our bids for downtown, Judith Verslick's the next one, and Lisa Gibbons are here to answer questions only. So we'll go to the first one which is the RD bid, Regina Downtown bid. Any questions of Ms. Verisick from members of council? Okay. Councilor Stevens, yes. Ms. Verisick, can you come down? For the record, if you identify yourself and who you represent and
Back with Regina Downtown Business Improvement District.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, can't have you come all this way and I'll have a question for you. Just simply about the map. I think this is actually quite intriguing and exciting. There's an expansion taking place here. What's going on? It's moving outside of the downtown. What do you imagine in 5 or 10 years the business improvement district to look like? And what does this mean in terms of your impact on the downtown and the services you offer?
Through Mayor, we are looking this year at producing a tourism map for downtown, which would reflect the recent boundary expansion that we undertook last year and the year prior. That being said, our board has directed our administration to begin looking at the potential of expanding our business improvement district boundary further. So southward along Albert Street, perhaps to College. Obviously, this is very preliminary. We have not looked at anything yet, but ultimately, I've been tasked with coming back with a recommendation to the RD bid board at by Q4 this year, and depending on what position they take, we may be coming back next year with a further boundary expansion. Ideally, the center city, if you're looking between College to 4th Avenue, Albert to Broad, the issues and challenges we face are very similar, and to me it makes sense to have both areas represented by the two bids within Regina.
Terrific. Thank you.
thank you, Councilor Stevens. Councilor Bershani.
Thank you. Thank you, Judith. I have just a quick question in regards to on your objective for 2019. It was on the page 15, Appendix A. Installing additional seasonal lighting. Just tell me a little bit more about what that is.
Sure, no problem. Through the chair, we are looking at improvements to the Victoria Avenue streetscape this year, and that's a city project which we're very happy to partner with them on in terms of helping steer the direction of what that will look like. My understanding is that additional lamp posts will be installed as part of that project, so we will need to make an investment to ensure that we have enough Christmas decor to go on all the lamp posts once those improvements are made. We're also looking at a banner program, a seasonal banner program, so replacing some of the wreaths that you typically see downtown with branded banners. Now that SaskPower has replaced or kind of assessed all of the lamp posts within the downtown area, we're going to be working with them to see if we can install some banners throughout downtown to help identify some of our shopping districts that we're beginning to see.
Okay, yeah, that's good. At the Winter Cities, they talked a lot about lights, so I was interested. So good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bershani. Councilor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Verisick. I just want to follow up on an answer that you gave to Councilor Stevens' question, and I may have this wrong. You're saying you and your board are looking at the possibility of expansion of the downtown area, and then I believe you gave the boundaries, and I believe you said north-south College to 4th. Did I have that right?
Actually, the boundary expansion area that we would be looking at would be along Albert, south to College. So right now we go to 13th Avenue, so 13th to College. What I was referring to, going from College to 4th, is that being the center city. And between the warehouse district bid and downtown bid, it makes sense to really attack that central area, especially on larger development issues that are coming up. We're finding that we're singing from the same songbook, so it makes sense to have all of that area represented by business improvement districts.
So you're talking about what is now the downtown bid area and the warehouse area as well?
Yes, I am not speaking of a hostile takeover of the warehouse bid. It's working in cooperation with warehouse bid on issues of advocacy that affect both of us, and which we share a common desired goal.
And do you foresee the possibility of amalgamation request in all of this?
At this point, no.
And are these discussions just very preliminary?
Regarding?
This expansion? This is quite a change you're talking about.
The expansion south are very preliminary. We're just doing some due diligence on our end to internally to see if it's something that the board would want to pursue in 2020.
And you said the expansion south. I was thinking expansion north, actually.
We are not expanding north. What I'm saying is that there are a lot of issues that we share with the warehouse bid, and as we move forward, it makes sense to have all of the center city represented by business improvement districts. So that being said, the north of the railroad to be represented by warehouse, south of the railroad, south to like Wascana Park, essentially, to be represented by downtown bid.
I think I understand, Your Worship, but I'll be interested in some details. Thank you.
Councillor Hawkins, there are no other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much, and look for Councillor Fundera to put forward the report on the RD Bids 2019 budget. Councillor Fundera.
Thank you, Your Worship. I rise to introduce CR 19-36 from the Executive Regina Downtown Business Improvement District 2019 budget. Recommendation from the Executive is that Regina Downtown Business Improvement District Board 2019 budget as detailed in Appendix A be approved. Committee adopt a resolution to concur in the recommendation.
We have a second for that, please. Councillor Boshani.
Your Worship, thank you. Under the Cities Act, City Council is required to approve the proposed budget. The RD bid submitted budget of $1,320,651 for approval. From that one, the district members fund 100% of these costs through fees paid. And there are no budgetary implications for the City of Regina.
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. Any comments or questions by members of council? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we'll move on to the Warehouse District's 2019 budget. Again, Lisa Gibbons is here to answer questions if members of council have questions. And there will be one. Councillor Murray. Ms. Gibbons, you want to come down, please? Thank you, Councillor Murray, for that. So for the record, if you could introduce yourself and who you represent. Councillor Murray has some questions.
Thanks. I'll keep it very easy and very short. There's some discussion around the current use of the rail yard lands. There's been some requests on behalf of business owners, some residents about potential parking in the area. I know there's been some discussions. I just wanted to look for a public update if there's any at all at this point with administration that if you've
Public
talked
update. We're meeting with the city administration, so we're meeting with Nick and Shauna on site on Friday. We're very excited to do a walkthrough, and we're exploring some temporary use options that involve parking, a pop-up dog park, some green space, or potentially raised bed gardens, depending on the site and what's an allowed use in the space. We're looking to support the stadium shuttle with some flex parking that will allow us to fill in on days when either Mosaic Stadium or the Brandt Center is full and needs some extra parking. We're also hoping to create some community space that would allow us to do a drive-in movie, perhaps.
A lot more information than I was expecting, so that's great. Great update. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Murray.
The next one that's just going to be really short and easy is who's in charge of your naming, because you guys have some of the best names for your promotions. FabFit Feb, Weed Whacker Wednesday. Is that you?
This is the genius of the two of us in the office. We bounce off names and they have to have some alliteration, so more to come.
They're the best names from any improvement district. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. We also have Councilor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Gibbons, do you have any comments on what Ms. Versick told us? Are you in some kind of discussions
No,
with the RD bid? What's this all about?
No, I think we work together to support advocacy on the city center as a whole. Definitely the warehouse district is not going to be taken over by downtown, even if Judith wants to. That's not happening. But we do work closely together because a lot of those issues impact both of us equally. Things like transit to the stadium, for example, both of those are issues that concern our city center. So we work closely together. I don't anticipate us coming together anytime soon into one world domination organization.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. You got off in 3 questions. That's good. You can return to the gallery. And now, again, Councilor Fedora, if you could introduce the 2019 budget for the Warehouse Business Improvement District for 2019.
Thank you, Worship. I rise to move CR 19-37. Again, same thing as before. Executive Committee, Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District 2019 budget. From the Executive Committee, the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District Board's 2019 budget, as detailed in Appendix A, be approved. The committee adopted a resolution to concur in the recommendation containing in this report. Seconder?
Take a seconder for that, please. Okay. Councilor Mancinelli.
Again, same. Cities Act states the City Council is required to approve proposed budget. Their balanced budget is $348,800. The proposed mill rate is 0.50396. That's 3% increase from last year. And again, there's no budgetary implications from the city. Thank you, Worship.
Okay, thank you for that. Any discussion on the budget? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Moving to school zone safety. First delegation on this report is, well, actually, Chair Lee is not here, so I ask for receive and file on that report, please. Councillor Hawkins, and a seconder for receive and file. Councillor Barshani. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Christine Nimchuk is the next delegation. You could identify yourself who's with you for the record. You have 5 minutes for your presentation and maybe questions afterwards.
For sure. Your Worship, thank you. Good evening, City Councillors. Christine Yemchik, and I'm joined by...
Your Worship and Councillors, my name is Tracy Fuchs. I'm also a member of the Regina School Pedestrian Traffic Safety Committee.
Okay.
And we have members joining us as well. We have Madeline Michelle with CAA and Charlene Miller with Regina Public School Division. We're very much a part and parcel of the School Zone Safety Committee, looking at different school zones, and right now having attended the Public Works Committee here to support the item on the table, which will be 30 kilometers per day, 365 days a year, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., as well as looking at prohibiting U-turns in school zones. So we've been recently attended that meeting with Public Works and Infrastructure. We've been discussing this for the last 3 years at our committee level, here to offer or be supportive of any further information you may need or answer any questions, etc. So we are here again as members of the Regina School Pedestrian Traffic Safety Committee.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the work you did on. You and your group did this. So there are questions. Councillor Donald will start. Councillor Donald, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I want to offer my thanks as well, because this has been going on for a while. I want to start, though, first with the little survey that some folks did in a couple of school zones a while back, where you sat at the mornings and saw the drop-offs and saw the pickups up at the end, and you saw violations. Can you give me a little summary on how that went?
Okay.
The joy that you came away with that?
Sure. Okay. So I work at CAA under the Advocacy and Safety umbrella, and that little study is something we call the School Zone Safety Assessment. And that was discussed at the committee level. CAA nationally has advocated for school zone safety. So we have this tool available to us. So we have done 4 school zone safety assessments. Last fall we were at Judge Bryant, and we were also at St. Francis Community School. And more recently out in the East End we were at Ecole St. Elizabeth and Ecole Wascana Plains. What we do is we meet collectively with the group. Couldn't do this without the support of Regina Police Service, without the school divisions represented our committee and saying, what concerns do you have? Tell us what they are, because through the handheld tool, we're able to document, download, whatever. So if a police officer, school resource officer at École St. Elizabeth says, I'm concerned about U-turns and happening within the school zone, this, or we again talk to, Tracy Fuchs is here representing Regina Catholic, saying, what concerns do you have? We can download all that information, we can track it. We pick the times. And what we really notice is at 8:30, 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock, those are fictitious times in any school zones. At those last schools particular, École St. Elizabeth and École Wascana Plains, there's preschool programs, there's after-school programs, there's daycares, there's the amazing playground where families are there. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. seems to be able to then encompass that time period where families are visiting schools. And from our perspective, schools and school zones, playgrounds, they're probably one of the last places we have to make sure our vulnerable audience can be safe. And our vulnerable audience are our kids.
Thanks. I'm going to ask some very specific questions now based on the recommendations before, and it's a couple of things that I don't understand. So I've not really noted the phrase before, national standards, when it came to school zones. I'm not a traffic guy, so bear with me. Pedestrian crosswalks in school zones to be constructed, upgraded to a national standard, including zebra crossing where appropriate. So what does that mean?
Would you mind, sir, if I defer to our folks?
No, then I'll ask them.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you, but I will ask them as well.
Yeah.
From your point of view, and because the school board's involved, who's in charge of education to make this a better situation?
Tracy, would you like to take that?
Through your worship, our conversations at our table always come back to the schools working in conjunction with all our community partners, whether it's policing, CAA, the city, to obviously work together to do education, but the schools would play a significant role in that process.
Okay, thanks for that. Signage. I've had so many people send me copies of signs from, I don't know where they come from across Canada, or whether they may come up, I have no idea. So from your point of view, what does the signage look like in a school zone? Did you discuss that maybe, or maybe?
Again, in our discussions, we have many different opinions of that, as you've encountered through the suggestions that come forward to you. But it gets into things when we start getting to conversations about color, placement, obviously wording. We would defer to the, I'm going to say the knowledge, the background, the expertise of the city and the traffic group that we work with. Sure. We certainly don't have the governance or the power to make those decisions either, but our suggestions again go back to some of the things that we've seen, which again I go back to some of the examples, and St. Joan of Arc is a school that comes to mind when they painted the light poles. Yep. That created a lot of awareness. The ultra bright coverings that can go on posts now when you're entering into school zones. And again, language. Those are all things that we've talked about, and we know that's part of the change that's got to take place.
Good, thanks. A lot of the schools that we have in the city were built a while ago. And I would say at a time when more people walked to school than either were bused or had their parents take off. Did you look at the idea of drop-off zones in existing schools, right against the street or whatever, and see how that could be suggested to change? So is that part of your topic?
It can be, and by all means join in, Tracy, but we know through CA studies that 2 out of 3 children today going to school across Canada are driven by parents or guardians. Drop-off zones can be a heated discussion, I think, with any school administrator, and Tracy will attest to that, but drop-off zones are property of the school within that division to say, talk with your school administrator, where we always say, find out where the drop-off zones are, go there.
Through your worship, the conversations that we've had over and over about that really comes down to, hate to go to the almighty dollar, but we get into expense. Sure. And the practicality of putting those in place. Where would they exist? And many of the school setups, as you talked about, some of the older ones in particular, very difficult to find a space to create a, for lack of a better phrase, drop-off zone. And if you just use the existing street, you get into narrowing access on that particular pathway.
Okay, thanks for that. Now I'm going to get into the real contentious area. So to tell you that I've gotten hundreds of emails doesn't come close. Okay, and in fact, if I open my phone right now, I know that I've got 3 more since the meeting began. So it's about time. And you are suggesting 7 to 7, and you're suggesting all days of the year, and you referenced that. So let's start with 7 to 7. What's your logic at 7 to 7?
I haven't done a formal survey, but what we've heard informally, and again, being at the last 2 schools for the CA School Zone Safety Assessment, schools are becoming school daycares, mostly operated by not school division staff, but by perhaps parent community counselors or whomever. We've heard a lot tonight about community and serving the community. We have daycares set up and play centers set up at schools to serve the community. And I'd love to have a survey done to see how many are actually independent daycares running at the school divisions. Schools are becoming, and playgrounds are becoming communities where families and kids congregate. So before school, after school, like I said, the 8:30, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., that's false. And I've talked to people in the community who say, why should I slow down a school zone? Kids are there at 8:30, they're done at 3. And I said, really? Have you done a survey? The time that they operate and the time they close, community school, high school, elementary school, totally different in this city. So you have to come with a block of time where you're going to have that student family population early in the morning for daycare, drop-offs. Kids are going to the playground before school starts. After school, again, there's daycare, there's play areas, but also there's the community groups that rely on their local schools. There's Girl Guides, there's Boy Scouts, there's all sorts of meetings going on. And I think I've heard probably the same from you, sir, that 10 p.m. previously or currently right now, you know, kids shouldn't be out at night. Okay, I can understand that. So our committee bantered this around and we said, okay, I was in opposition of the 7 p.m., but our committee colleagues, we debated long and hard on this and said 7 to 7 seems doable, realizing that 8:30, 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock time structure no longer exists. It doesn't serve our community. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., it could work.
Thanks.
And through you, in your worship, the other conversation that tied into some consistency, 7 to 7 was brought forward to as something that's easy to remember and to, again, have a consistent message, one that's easy to understand. And I think Christine hit the key factor that we certainly are not operating in an 8:30 to 3 p.m. bubble. And that was probably the most significant conversation. We did discuss, though, with the extended hours, and Christine mentioned she was maybe not in favor of that, but the conversation came into, again, obviously there's some responsibility that is expected to be accepted by not only maybe the children, I think that's asking a lot, but parents in terms of supervision in the later hours.
Thanks. Tricia, I really appreciate that you introduced the word consistency. This has been a number of conversations I've had over the last while, both publicly as well as with people that have called in. And the consistency that they're saying is, when I drive to Saskatoon, the time is this. When I go to Calgary, the time is this. And it seems that, and again, I know there's differences in terms across Saskatchewan, but it seems to be pretty common in a large of the major cities in Western Canada that closer to 8 to 5 is the consistency. And in many of those cities, it's only during school days, Monday to Friday, not summers and so on. I'll get you to comment about that, please.
You sure you want me to? Okay.
Well, no, I do.
Maybe I'll start.
You start.
Through your worship, I think the conversation we had was we weren't just talking about student safety, we were talking about child safety. And so that's where the conversation really, I'm not trying to shorten it and take away. There was lots of heated discussion, but bottom line is it's not just student safety, it is child safety that we were concerned about.
Definitely family safety as well. I learned a lot when a group of us attended the City Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. Now, I think it was Norm Kyle who said, through the studies that have taken place, traveling 40 seconds in a school zone takes an average driver 14 seconds. Reducing that to 30 kilometers requires a driver 18 seconds to get through that school zone. If we can't afford that time for our vulnerable audience, our students, their families, and keeping in mind, we talked about signage before, a number of them, we know English is not their first language, so the zebra signs you mentioned, Councillor, and such, ways to communicate better that you need to slow down, you need to observe the posted speed limit. So we've got to think bigger. We've got to protect those kids. And I'm going to quote Councillor John Findura at that last committee. Yes, I'm looking at you. He said, what makes Regina unique? Are we going to follow everybody else? What's that evidence and the proof to say that 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. works? Just because Saskatoon did it? Just because Calgary did it? Surely to goodness, we can be unique in Regina, look after our families and our vulnerable audience and our new immigrants coming over and saying, we got to do better. We're unique, we're Regina. Let's make a difference.
So what I'm also kind of hearing you say is that perhaps language on the sign is important. So not necessarily English, but whether it's just numbers or signals or whatever it happens to be.
An imagery of some sort too,
Yes.
you know, and I mean, goodness gracious, at the last safety, and if any of the city council would like to come to our next assessment, we're there for you, because even when someone says, well, there's a lit intersection, you have the walk light. Young kids and parents are saying, push the light, go. They push the light. You have to wait at least 5 seconds. You have to make sure that light is on. Kids were running across the street. Cars aren't stopped. Drivers don't stop, regardless. So we need to work on communication pieces, and I think all of us in the committee, our community partners, we also have SAS Safety Council and SJI in our committee. You know, what is our provincial motto? From many people's strength. We all carry the same message. By golly, we've got to get that message out. Together we can. As a unified community, we can.
I'm always struck by the fact that the people that are doing these U-turns, et cetera, within the school zone are not the crazy people from the other side of the city, but actually the neighbors and friends of people who have kids there and so on, parents themselves.
And exactly.
It would seem to me then part of what your education could be is if you do an assessment of that particular school and find out all those validations, at the next parent council meeting or at the next home and school meeting or at the next whatever public meeting within the school, that you show that. Would that be a fair assessment?
Been there, done that.
Okay.
So the Thursday that we did,
Yeah.
was it the Wednesday? The Thursday at Ecole St. Elizabeth and Wascana Plains, the principal, Jeanette Rivette, took that information. We let all the city councilors know. We let Councillor Brashani know as well, because I know that's your home turf. And she said, there's, you know, Jeanette Rivette, principal, saying, okay, I've got your news release. We've got all the infractions. Oh my God, yeah, you know, 1,200. We knew that. Can I share this with the parent council tonight? Oh my God, yes, that's your evidence. We have a problem. We need to fix this.
Good. Thanks for your thoughts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Brashani.
Good. Well, thank you for coming forward, and that was, one of my questions was with that report that was done, what I found, it ignited the community. I had parents calling and saying, did you see this report? But just to elaborate, out of that report, I mean, the numbers were so high. Do you have, I think there was like, in the morning, there was over 90, I think, for traffic. So I guess, I mean, the question I'm asking is that I get the calls all the time saying, get the RPS out here. Like, they're not stopping. So I just traveled back from the States, and even when you go through small towns, when there's a school zone there, they have these flashing, they're solar lights that actually show you your speed. But what I noticed is they're signs further out. So people have said to me, you don't even sometimes know you're coming into a school zone, especially if it's a park, like in University Park there's a school there, but if you're driving on University Park, and because there's been RPS there kind of gunning people, you know, you don't know that you're in a school zone if you're, you know, the sign is too close in. So was that talked about at all, about having the electronic signage, or the other thing would be radar in school zones? Like, was that talked about in any of this?
Not at the level of our committee, but I can tell you, with the CIA School Zone Safety Assessments we've done at Judge Bryant, they have that signage. Did drivers care? No. They have that intersection with the lights and everything at Ecole Wascana Plains. I was sitting beside one of the police officers, because we do this again with a multitude of community partners. Parent drove by going north on Wascana Plains, and the resource officer yelled, "Excuse me, ma'am, you can't park there." "Yeah, I can." There's a police officer in uniform saying, "Ma'am, I'm sorry, you can't park there." "No, I'm just picking up my kids, I'm a parent." They're all excuses. So we're learning a sign, they're not paying attention. We want to work together to help make a difference, as I said, absolutely reduce the speed zone in school zones and playgrounds. But we have to continue the education and reaching them to say, yeah, it matters, you can't. And they don't even listen to a police officer. There's signs, there's lights, we have a problem.
Talking about signage, there was a parent who actually put up a great big sign, painted on there, "I want my kids to be safe."
She went out the very next day after the assessment.
She did. She was so upset with what this report had showed. So, but what she did notice was people slowed down. Once they saw this sign, they didn't almost want to be embarrassed. They saw something, and she said, and I guess people realized. So I think there is something about having something out there. I just don't know exactly what it was. But I know for myself, when I saw those blinking lights and you saw your speed, you right away tend to slow down. And I'll be asking administration how many we have, but I don't think we have enough.
Through you, Your Worship, just our committee does have those conversations about signage and things. I think that's where, when we come down to deferring to the expertise and the knowledge of the city traffic people that we work with, one of the other things is that it obviously gets into the expense and the cost of all those things. And so that understanding and that knowledge, they certainly have it, but we've talked about color changes. We've talked about increased signage when entering a zone. Our committee also works with all the concerns. So when we do an audit at a school to identify what their concerns are, when they went around and did all those audits, I know in our particular location, one of the things that came up was some of the signs are difficult to access. So that information is getting shared with us. We relay it, but we do realize that there's a process to follow when it comes to getting new signs, but I think the conversation has to be opened up as to what are those new standards.
Speed bumps. We know that administration it's very hard to clear the snow. I got an email today, just before I came, that you can actually paint on the crosswalk so it looks like a raised speed bump. And I'll forward it on to administration, but it looks, very cool. It's just the perception of it. But again, when you're coming there, it looks like there's an actual speed bump that's not there. One of the last points I have, and I'd like to ask about the schools and the communication through your worship. Mr. Fuchs, you're with Regina Catholic. How are we going to educate and kind of do this collaboratively so it doesn't all fall kind of on the city? How are we going to work with the schools, do an engagement with students, which is huge? They'll tell their parents too. What's the plan there, do you think?
Okay. Through you, Your Worship, I wouldn't say there's a specific plan in place right now, but the conversation has been about it's time that we not only step forward with a plan that's in conjunction with the city, but then we have the tools to do that. So that's right from the start of the year. We have our opening school meetings, when we have school-based assemblies, not just relying on the newsletter. We now have electronic means of communicating. So those types of things can be present 365 days a year on our websites. But as a school division, we've openly talked about the fact that at some point, if these things change, we're going to have to work together, and that communication piece is going to have to be three-tiered. Like, it's not just us, the students, it's not just us, the parents, it's going to be us to both those groups, including the city. And I think that conversation is the one that we've had at the table. And it's not an easy one because, again, obviously it takes the coordination of a lot of people and ideas. But the reality is I think we're looking for that concrete. Once the decision's made, I think that's the opportunity to jump on a strong education campaign that we feel, and again, I'm speaking, I guess it's my personal opinion, but what I've shared and moved forward to our senior administration is a conversation that once the decision's made, we're going to have to take the lead role and an active role in that education plan.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And if I could just add to that, one of the other programs that we have under the CA Advocacy and Safety portfolio is the CA School Safety Patrol. So 4,600 students province-wide. If there are ways to, or ideas that you have to enhance that program, because we're building student leaders in each of those communities. And Councillor O'Donnell is a former city, our CA school safety patroller, so look where you are today. See, there you go, a leader in your community. But what I'm saying is there's opportunities to build student leadership, to enhance the program, get more patrollers involved, because they're the ones helping their classmates learn more about school safety. So we took that message, Madeline and I, to Jeanette Rivetta, Wascana Plains, and to Daniel Lizet at St. Elizabeth, and said, how about you have a patrol program here? Can we get the students involved, helping them to help their classmates learn more about traffic and pedestrian safety? And I don't want to speak for her, but the responses I got from both Jeanette and from Daniel were, no, their staff are out there talking to the drivers saying, please slow down, please let these students cross the street. They're being yelled at, the staff. Both principals said, I'm not ready for a school safety patrol, thank you CAA, because I don't want my kids to be hurt. I don't want them to be yelled at.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bushani. So under our procedure bylaw, we are asked to consider a break at 7:45, 2 hours and 15 minutes after we start. I'm assuming we at least want to finish speaking with the delegation and then having a break. Are we okay with that? Okay. We'll continue on then. That's good. Next is Councillor Stevens. No, you're not finished. No. Now we got a few members of council yet. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. So the public fixation, rightfully so, is on the 30 kilometers an hour. There's more going on in the report, and there's more going on at the committee level. In your mind, what's the biggest issue? Is 30 kilometers an hour, the bylaw change, going to make a drastic difference in terms of safety, or can you identify other issues that are actually more important from a safety perspective that need direct attention from an education enforcement level?
We know through studies, and again, I'm looking at something, I didn't bring the information with me, but do look at World Health Organization. We do know that the risk of fatality at 30 kilometers per hour upon impact is lesser than at 40 kilometers per hour. So there is the personal safety of the person crossing the street. We've been talking a lot about students, but we also have to keep in mind students, grandparents, etc., using school playgrounds and parks as well for recreation purposes.
Great, thank you. I'll be asking the engineering nerds this question later on, but do you have a record of close calls, incidents directly related to 40 kilometers where that could have been averted to 30? What do you know about the actual problem that needs this solution?
Through your worship, when we first talked about this, that was one thing we could not get our hands on, the specific numbers. So we went back to the information, and again, that came from the traffic experts, the stuff they had gathered, presented to us that there was a increase in survivability rates between 30K and 40K. So we assume, again, that the data that was shared with us was based on research, not, but sorry, we don't have any statistics.
Fair enough. Do you have anything regarding right turns on red lights? That seems to be, from my experience, that's actually one of the biggest issues. Do you have any knowledge of close calls or incidents related to that?
We don't as a committee, but I would suggest you talk with the school resource officers. I do know that when we were at St. Francis Community School last fall, we heard, now Malin, I'm going to ask you, do you remember how many incidents there were? As soon as the assessment was over, and that's a community school, Tracy reminded, I think the end of the day is 2:45 or 3? It's around 3, okay. And how many, the traffic division of the police service were there, and I think they gave out 40 tickets within 20-minute period because the drivers knew, like, oh, the kids are out of school, we're good to go. Was it around that number, Madeline? It was around 40 tickets right there. And they were waiting, and they said, we know the assessment's over, but you wait. Boom. So they would have those, I mean, that's just, my storytelling. But please go to the traffic division. They will have the stats that you're maybe looking for.
Absolutely.
Again, I apologize not having specific data, but our committee typically gets those types of referrals, and they filter through the administration, and then get taken to our table at our monthly meetings, and they typically come up, and it's the close calls that gather all the attention.
Perfect, thank you. You mentioned high level, the kind of resources, education, you're going to invest in this. Do you have any specifics? So how much money do schools, school boards have to invest in education, staffing, anything? Can you give me details of how much money you can put into the education and enforcement angle?
And through you, Your Honor, that conversation, I can't specifically put a dollar value. I think my answer earlier was indicating utilizing tools that we already have available to us. And even at that rate, again, there are schools that do, I'm sure, a stronger job than others of sharing that information, but I think a specific package that's both representative of all the school divisions within our city needs to be created, and then that's where the work would begin. And there could be some expense to that in the sense that it depends, and that's where a group like CA has been instrumental in some of the things that we've looked at pushing forward, as they will come on and support that through their own ability to share information as well.
Okay, thank you.
And we do have advertising dollars to support our advocacy and safety. So we've adapted and adopted a CA School Zone Safety to our portfolio, as well as CA School Safety Patrol. But when it comes to driver behavior, there's senior driving, there's now cannabis impaired driving, there's teen. So it's a whole gamut, but basically, we need to work on safety.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the work that you've done. I'm thinking about enforcement. That I think that the first line of going forward is education for everyone. And those school audits that you've done are really important because schools are different and areas are different. But from a CAA point of view, do you have any information about what kind of bylaw enforcement actually makes a difference?
Unfortunately not, because as was mentioned earlier by Councillor McConnell, every city, every municipality has a different speed zone and the times that they're in duration for. So it's too big of a playing field, but that's something that we're taking. We've recently adopted school zone safety maybe last year, 18 months or so. We could definitely look into that and just get a bigger picture of that, but unfortunately no evidence right now.
So there isn't any evidence of targeting a school zone area with traffic, for instance, and does a heavy fine work better than a small fine, for instance? Do you have any information about that?
I would probably work with the traffic division of Regina Police Service, or to get that specific data. But I mean, the assessment is there to say yes, these infractions are happening, but
what do we do about it? Which is a really important part of this.
Right. So again, it could be used at the community school council level. It can be used here at this meeting. But we need to get that message out there in a bigger, broader group with more community partners at the table.
Because those people who are speeding in 40-mile-an-hour zones are going to continue to speed in 30-mile-an-hour.
Because they don't think anybody's watching.
Right.
And you know what? Don't get me started. Yep, you're right.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Murray.
Thank you very much. Through your worship, thanks very much for your presentation and being here to answer any questions we have. I'm going to just reference, I did a lot of research when this first started coming forward about different speeds and fatality rates. So I'm going to reference the study that I looked at and that Calgary looked at and that then Helsinki used when they implemented it in Finland. So at 40 kilometers an hour, and you can see if this is correct from what you guys had heard too. So at 40 kilometers an hour, there's a 45% fatality rate upon impact. At 30 kilometers an hour, it's down to 5%. So you're 9 times less likely to die in an impact. So that, to me, that's what a lot of this came down to when I started reading about it. From there, you can obviously go into reaction time and stopping distances, and it's exponential as you go. It's not just 25% decrease, it's significant. So does that sound about right, like 10 times less likely to die?
So understand that the 30-kilometer was not a brainstorm of, it wasn't our idea. We were asked to look at it because, as Tracy has said, a lot of the concerned parents within the Regina community come to our committee as, what can we do? It is something that I think that I'm going to, and you're going to be hearing later from the traffic and infrastructure folks to say, building and infrastructure, did I get that right? Who will talk more about that. So we're asked to look at this and say, what do you think? So we looked at it more closely, but good on you to find those stats because they do speak volumes.
The statistics that we did initially receive, because I just looked at that before we came, talked about substantial difference, but I did not find a specific number in the I'm going to say the summarized data that I had.
Sure,
So
we'll get a confirmation on that then. Great.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Okay, so none of the lights are blinking here for the next speaker. Councillor, okay. Councillor Flagel.
Okay, thank you. And welcome back. I've seen you a few times. So, okay, I've been hearing a lot of possibilities. Now, we don't want to be like Saskatoon and be the same person, but what I did hear from Mr. Fuchs was that we need to paint more wholesale changes in painting the area, poles, streets, you mentioned that, and it's been successful at Joan of Arc. We need to educate the kids on when you flip the switch, don't go right away. And then also, how many daycares do we actually have out of, what is there, 95 schools, roughly? Between the, between all the different schools? There's 90,
I know that another member of our committee, Elena Chase with Regina Catholic, was with City of Regina, and I think it was the traffic and infrastructure team doing audits, and I think 93 was cited. Is anybody here who can, yes, is 93? Thank you, sir.
93 schools?
93 school division, 93 schools, yes.
93 schools.
Yes.
So I want to ask you if, I mean, I know you say you don't have all the stats on CAA and everything like that, but have you got a stat from Saskatoon at 30 kilometers an hour, how many accidents they had last year? And also a stat on how many accidents we had at 40 kilometers an hour. Not near misses, not, I'm talking accidents, where somebody was actually hurt. Do you have that statistic?
Through your worship, no, we do not have that statistic. Again, our data that was given to us was, again, as we mentioned, in relation to, I think Councilor Murray hinted at it, where again, it's a reduction in, again, the 30 versus 40 kilometer zone, an increase in survivability.
And that's one form of measurement. There's so many others you could work on to put those figures together.
Data.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, do you have plans to paint more posts, sidewalks around your schools?
Through you, Your Worship, I wouldn't want to be responsible, as you mentioned, for having all the posts in the city have to get painted, because I made that statement. But in all seriousness, the conversations that we've had have been about what types of things can be done, and I'll be very blunt when I say our committee level, when I say lacks governance or power to make those decisions, but our suggestions are from what we've heard and the research that we've been shared, that those types of things obviously do make a difference. We talk about it, and so I use an example of when something comes to our school division, an example, there's not enough space to park the buses. Well, we'll work directly with the city. The city comes out, they do a check, yep, there has to be an increase in space, and the sign gets moved back a certain distance. That's an example of a physical change that can happen after discussion. The things you're suggesting would be, I think, in that similar conversation line, but there has been nothing specific as to which method is the best. And so that's why things like zebra signage, illuminated striping of poles, that type of thing, are things that are thrown
So
out.
if I could, through you, would that be something we would do or your school divisions would do?
Again, this is, any conversations we've had, this has always gone through city.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So understand, sir, that our committee has no funding. We have no expended.
We're an advisory committee.
We have no access to dollars and cents. Last year, when pylons are huge, pylons are one communication tool that the school administrators rely on to keep drivers from parking in places they shouldn't be. We have all pitched in money to pay for pylons that Ghazi and crew at City of Regina have painted and put, made sure that they are visually aware when they're put out. We've all put money in for pylons.
Okay, thank you. Through Mr. Mayor, you didn't answer the question I asked you. How many daycares are actually in the 95 schools? Do you know?
No, I do not know.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear you say, I didn't
No,
know if
no.
you answered.
And understand, we're here for prevention, where we may not have the measurement tools available, but I'm going to rely on my colleagues. We can certainly look that up for you.
Well, that's why I just wondered, because you made a point.
And I was just citing what I've learned when we've done the school assessments. Drop-in centers, daycares, play schools, huge. It would be a really good idea, sir, to look into that and just see exactly how many are operating within Regina.
The other thing too is the 7 to 7. Is that 7 p.m. late enough at night when you've got schools and playgrounds kind of tied to each other? Maybe not high schools so much, but elementary schools I can think of, say, St. Bernadette as an example. You got the school and a ball diamond right next to it as a playground. Is 7 o'clock late enough?
Through your worship, the conversations that we had again went full circle on that.
Right.
There was many people, very strong opinions that 10 o'clock wasn't late enough. But the reality was the 7 to 7 consistent message, easy to remember piece came up. And the other piece was there was no, we couldn't agree upon an exact, if 8 o'clock is any better than 7 o'clock. And so that was the conversation that kind of, I think, led to pushing the consistency piece as well.
You mentioned, and so you mentioned the 7 to 7, it's kind of a nice, easy number. Well, 8 to 8 is a nice, easy number too. So I don't think you're probably too far off. I just, the whole thing and the survival rate, I think, is something that we as a council need to know in terms of if there's been incident, and maybe you don't have the answer, which you said you don't. Those are some things we need to know. And for the record, I was also on the staff of Elmer, the Safety Elephant as well. So.
Okay. And sir, before you sit down, I do have a correction from Madeline. Our committee generated this conversation 3 years ago when we were asked by City Engineering to look at it. There's been another committee that has worked with City Council, and you may be addressing this team from the City of Regina, but there was that audit of the 93 schools. That information about daycares may be in that report. I'm just not privy to it right now. Okay?
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bryce.
Oh, delegation, yes. So the questions I have are, we're going to talk about times, and it's one of those things that's out there as you guys have debated a long time. I totally agree with the 30 kilometers. I think the data suggests, when you look at the 95% survivability of an accident, that's hard to argue with, that's for sure. A couple of years ago, we put up a couple of trial or pilot project lights that flashed, that it's school zone during specific times when the lights are flashing. And there's a couple of schools around town that have this. So do you happen to know, is that something you're in favor of or not in favor of?
Through your honor, again, I know we don't have any data that can back the projects that were created. Being very open and honest about that. But again, anything that highlights you're entering a school zone, again, it's our understanding that that obviously increases child safety. Having said that, there's a conversation that is very obvious there when you're talking flashing lights and standards. Expense comes into that, and that's where, again, we defer to the city expertise where they do traffic studies, and when traffic flows are up, it increases the level of support to that area. And I think that's a key piece that we've agreed upon through the council. This isn't a random expectation that every single space is going to have the exact same signage, because it's not, I'm assuming, practical from a financial perspective.
So the reason I'm bringing these couple of locations up in the pilot project is because if we're talking about consistency, these would not be consistent, because those lights only go on at specific times before school, lunchtime, after school, and then they're off. So it's not a school zone any other time unless those
or last
lights
week
are
during
blinking.
the Easter break, they weren't on.
So, right. So weekends it's not on, summer times it's not on. And I know that there's daycares run out of one of those schools as well. But, so from the consistency point of view, that's why I'm asking. I understand the flashing lights bring to attention, slow down, it's a school zone, but it also wouldn't meet within the consistency of having a 7 to 7.
No, and that's a very good point. And for that reason, again, to keep it consistent, my recommendation would be that it has to be during the regular other school areas as well. Why this one? Because I have seen drivers by. I do go by the one on Albert and
25th.
Is it 28th?
25th.
25th in that area. 23rd?
Okay.
I hear 22. Do I hear 23? There you go.
Exactly.
Okay. But they don't really know, and it does cause some confusion. So I think that Councillor Bryce is a key word. Keep in mind consistency. If it's 7 to 7, 365, keep it consistent. Mixed messages will just add more confusion. So
and
that's
I will
a good
be
point.
asking administration if we have a record of, has there been an increase in accidents in these two areas because they don't have the school zone from the morning till the night? And they may have some details about that to see if, do we need them that long?
Yep.
Or can we just keep this the way it is? So I'll ask those questions because it's good to have information and data to support it, just like the 30 kilometers an hour slowdown. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Question, when some of these studies are done, did you consult the neighborhood?
Pardon me?
Did you consult the neighborhood, neighbors that live around the area? I'm more
When
specifically...
you're referring to the CA School Zone Safety Assessment?
Right.
No.
Okay.
We deal with the school community.
Okay, so reason, I'm talking about, let's say, each school, it has its own issues, own problems, all different ways how you deal with it. Why wouldn't we ask the neighbors? Let's say I'm talking about Judge Bryan. It's a Dudney Avenue, very busy street, buses and school and trucks going by. I just spent some time with the residents in the area. They're asking why won't the committee ask what they see, how the behavior goes there, to give input. So what would that, just my question is, why wouldn't we ask the neighborhood, the neighbors?
We definitely could include them, but right now the partners at the table are the school community, being the school administrators. I mean, something like that could certainly take place. They weren't left out on purpose. It was just something that we deal with as far as administrators, our police service. I would have to look a little bit more closely, and I mean, if they want to be part of that conversation, sure, but they're within that school community. Often, the residents will talk with the school administrators already. They've had that conversation, so the school administrators are very good at knowing what's going on with their own community.
Okay.
But we're certainly open to that idea.
Okay. Thank you. That's
okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. There are no other questions, so you can return to the gallery.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Worship. I rise to introduce CR 19-38, Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, Safety and School Zone Safety Audit. Recommendation from the Public Works Infrastructure Committee, April 18, that the following amendments to this Regina Traffic Bylaw 1997, number 9900, the traffic bylaw be approved and come to the force in September 1st, 2019. A, reducing the speed to 30 kilometers per hour from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 365 days a year in school zones and playgrounds, zones to enhance pedestrian safety, prohibiting U-turns in school zones. That the city solicitor be instructed to prepare a necessary bylaw to authorize the respective traffic bylaw amendments. And then we have the amendment to the traffic bylaw number 9900, come to force in September 1, 2019, and that the bylaw be brought forward to the June 24, 2019 City Council meeting for approval. The committee adopted the resolution to concur in the recommendation containing this report after amending recommendation 1A to read, reducing the speed to 30 kilometers per hour from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. 365 days per year in school zone and playground zones to enhance pedestrian safety, preventing U-turns in school zone.
Thank you. I need a seconder for that, please. Councillor O'Donnell.
So you wish, well, I'll close the debate.
You want to close debate then?
I'll close
okay.
debate.
So we will give the floor to Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much, and I'm pleased that we have this before us. I'm going to give you a little gentle reminder as to why this is here. It was a couple of years ago when I brought the motion forward, and the motion became forward because of parents fighting in front of the school, literally fighting in front of the school over the ability to park at the front door, drop their child off, and so on. And it was an unsafe situation, and upon further review, the speed in that school zone was also creating an unsafe situation. So we're here because of what was happening. What I will do is update you on one of those schools that I received an email today from a parent who said it's worse. It is terrible, and I'm really afraid someone's going to get hurt seriously. So despite the obvious public debate that's gone on here and so on, I think some things haven't changed. And one of them is that people feel they have the right to do whatever they want and in this case, a school zone. Bothers me. Second thing I want to just say, though, is that I really appreciate all of the work that the folks have done to really review this and bring us recommendations. I thought it was a thoughtful situation in terms of the answers that they were given. And so we have before us, I think, some very interesting things to discuss. So if I could begin on the following, I want ask staff a little bit about national standards so that while there are some immediate things we can do, this might be a little bit long-term. I need to be clear in my head what this means. So talk about, if the administration could please, pedestrian crossing, zebra crossings and all that kind of stuff. What will a crossing look like as we get through this next few years?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Kyle to comment.
Thanks.
Mr. Kyle.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Zebra crosswalks are the large white stripes that extend the length of the crosswalk. They have no bars on them like the smaller bars. They're a lot more paint on the road and much more highly visible with reflective paint on them.
Good, thanks. And would you mind talking about signage as it would relate to a school zone, please?
Mr. Kyle.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the signage for school zones is it's a square sign with a rectangle on top. It's the shape of the sign has been in place for a number of years. About 19 years ago, due to a proliferation of blue signs, they were changed to a fluorescent yellow-green sign. Diamond graded reflective material that makes them much more visible and stand out much more than your traditional sign colors.
Does that include the bar that is, so there's a signage up there, 2 kids crossing the road, and a speed and so on, time enforcement. What about the bar? Is there anything you can do with the bar?
So the bar is what we call vertical sign infrastructure. It is, it can be either an insert or a wrap around the pole, and it is the same color as the sign it's referring to. So in the case of school zones, it would be that fluorescent yellow-green, and it would extend from the base of the sign up to where the signs are installed on the signpost.
Thanks. And I ask you about 2 other things and just wondering if you have any comments to make. So sometimes we hear the notion of either raised crosswalks or rumble strip, I'll use that phrase, or we talk about bulb outs. Can you comment on the effectiveness of those or reliability of those?
Mr. Kyle?
Raised crosswalks have their effectiveness in certain locations, very high pedestrian volumes, but the neighborhood traditionally, the street needs to be traditionally designed with that in mind initially, so it can take into account the operational and drainage aspects of the road. Okay. It becomes very difficult to retrofit after the fact. Rumble strips and speed bumps create a unique challenge for us in the winter in our plowing equipment. They generally can't see them and don't know where they are. It does damage to the equipment and the operators.
Thanks. You and I had a conversation, so I want to try and pick up on something. So typically if I come into a school zone, or many areas now, there's a sign up on one side that kind of reflects that it's a crossing or something like that. And I think you referenced the fact that that sign may be possible to double that up or be visible both ways. Could you comment on that, please?
Mr. Kyle?
Through you, Mr. Chair. What we're talking about is school crosswalks and crosswalks in general, and bringing Regina's crosswalks up to current national standards, which it calls for when a crosswalk is installed. The signs are installed on both sides of the street, but they're also installed on both sides of the pole, so that when a driver is approaching the intersection, it doubles the chances of him seeing those signs.
I appreciate that. So if I could just talk a little bit about implementation. So Mr. Kyle and I have talked about a number of things. I would call those the long-term ads. So if we were to look at this fall, what are we capable of doing for September 1st, please?
Mr. Kyle?
Through you, Mr. Chair. We would be looking at installing all the new signage for school zones at the locations designated through the audit, as well as looking at the intersection safety to begin with, as far as no stopping and no parking. We'd be able to complete that work by September 1st of 2019. Going into 2020, we would look at the drop-off zones, the bus loading zones, potential traffic calming locations, and other factors identified in the report.
Good, I appreciate that. Thanks very much. When the delegation was asked a little earlier about education, Mr. Fuchs was very gracious in accepting that the schools have a role and a responsibility. Do we have a role and responsibility in terms of education as well?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, yes, we do, and we would partner as we have over the past 3 years with school boards and Regina Police Service to develop a communication plan that would look after communicating to the general public, not specific targeted areas. We would rely on the school boards to be able to provide that.
So there, we have a committee struck and we have an audit done. So do I see that perhaps this committee, the school boards, and the city would continue to do some work in the long term to work on this plan? And I wouldn't want to say the CAA as well, but I'm assuming them as well. And I really liked, again, I heard about the Saskatchewan Safety Council. Is there a joint venture here that can occur to bring this out?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, we plan on continuing those discussions. I think as Mr. Kyle had indicated, the short-term recommendations that are in front of council tonight would be implemented early in, or for September of 2019. And the bigger items that would be discussed in terms of unloading, bus stops within the school zone areas, those of course would have to come back to budget for council's consideration, and we would continue those conversations to see which were the which priorities should be addressed next.
Good, thanks. I have a request for an undertaking. I think that because this has generated so much interest in the public and response from the public, certainly more than I have had, I think to the notion of this collective that will be there, I'd ask that we get, I'm going to say, an annual report or an annual update. I'm not looking for like, hundreds of pages of stuff, but I think an idea that it is ongoing and that we can see some future here, I would request that. So if I could start with that? No problem? No problem on that one?
So it's not a motion, it's an undertaking.
Yeah, just an undertaking. I'm good with that. Thanks. I want to comment and then I want to ask a question, and I'm going to put an amendment on the floor. I want to comment first about 7 to 7. I actually thought that the folks made a lot of sense because, as you know, I've spoken before about 7 to 5 or 8 to 5. And that notion of consistency and so on is one that I keep going back and forth on. I'm going to tell you why I'm in favor of 7 in the morning. And it is because in part what has been said and in part what I understand even from my previous life. At 7 o'clock in the morning at a lot of high schools there's already kids there because the parents are gone to work, and if they're the young ones, ninth graders or special needs kids, they're probably there well before 8 o'clock. And so in some schools that means that there are food programs, for example, and so on. But the kids are coming to school at that time. You heard the number, no, you didn't hear the number. Maybe I would like the number. Do we know how many daycares there are at schools in the city? Sorry, I forgot to ask that. 93.
Approximately 50% of the 93 schools have daycares in them.
Right. So half of the schools, half of 93 have daycare. I'm going to tell you that's changed an awful lot since I was in school as an administrator not that many years ago. So I expect that number could change. So also at 7 in the morning, now we have daycare situations, kids coming, little kids coming, kids playing outside in some of those situations because it's not all high schools, it's not all elementary school, but there are play structures out there and so on. Granted, there's some supervision, but we have little people. The 7 o'clock in the morning, I don't have any debate with. What I'm also finding a little bit is that the after-school programs are similar to the before-school programs. In other words, the daycare situation, the Girl Guides, or whatever it happens to be, and so on, and people moving in there. Because parents also work to whatever it is, 5 o'clock or whatever. And so the daycare situation at school, which is separate from school, the teachers are going home, but there's somebody there running a daycare. I'm getting more comfortable with that, and the rhyme of 7 to 7 makes sense to me. But probably of all the things that have been pushed back on is the notion of every day of the year. So I'm going to bring up, Madam Clerk, if you don't mind. I'm going to bring this up, and I'm going to explain it as soon as I can get it up. So the motion is that we just simply run the school speed in school zones, that reduce speed in school zones and playground zones be in effect from 7 to 7, I left that, but Monday to Friday, September 1st to June 30th of each calendar year.
Seconder for that? Okay. For seconder.
Thanks. So I'm going to tell you why I'm bringing this forward. One, of all of the emails that I've got, in the hundreds, and I'm not exaggerating, this is the one thing that's mentioned more than anything else. I think people actually can understand the 30. It's this time when they are driving, in the summer and there's absolutely no one on the playground or whatever. I heard the response from the folks there. That also makes sense to me because those daycares don't shut down. But I think in fairness to our constituents, I'd like to have a public debate on this notion of the days of the school year, Monday to Friday, versus all year long. I'm interested in your thoughts.
Okay. To the amendment. Speakers to the amendment. Councillor Bryce? Keep in mind, members of council, that amendments are 3 minutes in duration.
I just want to ask a question to the mover. So what we have in front of us comes into effect September 1st. Are you looking at this being June 30th we would start this rather than September? I don't know.
So September 1st of 2019 would be the start of the school year. This would cease enforcement on June 30th of 2020 and then pick up again on September 1st of 2020.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
Councillor Murray?
Thank
to
you
the
very
amendment.
much. Thanks, I appreciate the discussion. I don't know if I'm completely comfortable with it either, or on either directions. One thing that I do think of is specifically the areas around Wascana School where there's parks adjacent to the school and they're significantly used in the summer. I see it constantly. I know that other councillors have similar areas where they're heavily used all summer long by children going to and from those same hours around 7 to 7 p.m. So that's just an important concept to me. I'm not entirely sure yet, but I just want to have that discussion as well. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Councillor Massanelli, you're next.
Thank you. Through the discussion, if I remember right, part of the thought of 7-7-365 was to consolidate the times with the playground areas, if I remember administration's points correctly. What are the hours in playground areas right now? And how do they affect?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Kyle to comment.
Mr. Kyle?
Through you, Mr. Chair, playgrounds are currently in effect from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Follow-up question, would we be looking at consolidating those times to match with the school zones, whatever we come upon for a decision? Is that the intent in the end?
Mr. Kyle? Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, yes, that is correct. So in recommendation number 1, it is having school zones and playground zones on the same time frame with the same speed limit.
Okay, so this amendment would be counterproductive to that, correct? Or would we follow the school playground areas with the school zone recommendation?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, we would recommend leaving them the same so that you're not having 2 different time zones and speed limits in 2 different areas.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Stevens, to the amendment.
So my initial inclination was actually support this move. That was what I was used to in Saskatoon as well. We have restricted times. I try to separate myself from the area I live in with the greater city issues, but if I think of the life around Connaught, St. Mary's, and elsewhere, frankly, I'm sold on the Toronto approach, which is side streets should be 30 kilometers an hour, period. Never mind school zones. School zones and playgrounds are synonymous in much of Cathedral, much of Lakeview, Heritage. I think they should be 30 kilometers all the time anyways. It's the only reason I'm opposing this amendment. I understand this in areas where you have large boulevards. You could probably get away with 50 kilometers an hour anyways. But if I think of the schools that I'm used to, that I walk to in inner city communities, I think 30 kilometers is appropriate all the time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. To the mover, is this, you're recommending leave it at 30 kilometers as the first recommendation? Okay. Then I can't, well, first of all, I don't agree with 30. I think it should be 40. But what's the basis and is this going to go again with what Saskatoon does, or is this sort of another, or is this our own I forget, I looked at all the different variables, but what's the reasoning for this?
Councillor O'Donnell?
So I just want to be clear. All I'm suggesting, based on the overall motion that's front, I'd like to have a debate just on whether it is school days, Monday to Friday, or all year long. 30K or no U-turns and so on. I'm all good with all that for now, okay? I just want to leave that alone. All I'm asking for you to debate is, do you want September 1st to June 30th, Monday to Friday, parks and schools, or do you want all year round? That's all I'm asking. I'd like to hear what you think, because I'm up in the air.
Well, the reason I ask that is because if we agree to this, and then it goes towards the main motion, then everything has to be rediscussed again.
No,
And it,
no. No, we just amend the report.
all we're doing is amending the timing, not anything else. Okay. Do you think that this will help to eliminate fighting on the schools with the parents?
You want me to answer that?
Yeah, I do, because it's important.
Councillor O'Donnell?
My honest opinion, until we get proper drop-off zones that separate the ability for the buses or parents to be away from the front of the school,
Right.
that we're going to still have lots of issues. So this is just a debate that I wanted to have.
Yeah.
I'll address that other one in a minute.
The amendment, I'm good with. The rest of the report, I'm not. So I'm okay with the amendment.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bresciani? On the amendment only.
So the question I have is with, in regards to, for city administration, in the summer, do the schools, are they used for that summer program? The summer program in the summer for kids that can go and they do little activities and stuff. When my kids were little, I don't know, it was called Sun something, and they would, now it's Playscapes, but so they go and they use the schools in the summer. If I could just have that clarification.
John Wright?
Through your worship, I believe they are in some schools, depending on where they are. I'll maybe ask Mr. Kaleem to comment, as he was on he was the one doing some of the research on this.
Through your worship, I might actually, because we have the opportunity, defer that question to Ms. Shaley.
Oh, Playscapes.
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, your
That's
worship.
a great deflection. You should try that again. You get one free pass, and otherwise it sticks with you.
Through you, your worship, some of the schools are used for our summer play escapes program. It varies from year to year depending on the availability of the schools, but definitely some of the schools are used each year.
Great. And I know on the weekends, many of our schools are used for our CBA and other sports. That's accurate. So I actually think it's important to keep it all year just for that purpose, because we have families using the schools during the weekend and then also in the summer for summer programs. And this summer, actually, this past summer, I did a little drive and I just wanted to see kind of what the activity was around the school. Kids in the summer, they go and play at the playground. That's where they want to go and play. So there is still activity within the playgrounds at the school. So I could not support this. I would like to keep it all year round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Findura?
Thank you, Worship. Looking at that, thinking about what we discussed at our Public Works, I have to look at it the way schools were built, where the schools were built, especially on a busy road. And then beside the school, we built a recreation facility, a rec center. And we have several schools on busy roads. And the discussion was, and when you ask and you look around the neighborhood, the children, not just the children, you have a lot of the adults, seniors moving around, going activities, all those little Zumba classes at rec center, whatever. There's a lot of activities going in there. I don't go to Zumba. I might need to go to one. So I can't see it Monday to Friday. I like to see it 365. 7 to 7 I'm okay with. And because of the fact is the school zone is one thing, but it's the surrounding area, the recreation facilities, the rec centers, those other activities that are there. Soccer is going on in all the parks. If you really look at the parks in some of them smaller streets, they've got small pocket parks, there's soccer going on here. You go on to bigger roads beside Judge Bryant and St. Teresa, there's soccer going on here all the time. There's parents coming in, kids coming in with the bags and going at it. So that's my biggest worry. And how do we explain if something happens? Someone gets hurt because we have Monday to Friday and someone gets hurt on the weekend. How do we return back to what we wanted to do? So let's just be consistent. 7 to 7, like I mentioned, was a extra 4 seconds to get through somewhere. You know, I mean, it's not a, you know, it is, you can find alternate routes. I mean, you know, people were talking about cutting down speed limit to 30 in residential. There'd be some cutting, finding a faster route somewhere. You know what, when we put out different lights, this and that didn't happen. People did find the main road, the big, that solid with lights over that take them somewhere. So I can't see, just stay consistent. I'm going to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am not for the amendment. It seems to me that when school is not in session, there are more kids out on the street than there would be when school is in session. There are lots of different school configurations in the city. Some are next to rec centers, some are next to city park areas, and some are next to ball fields. And those are heavily used in the summer. So I cannot support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Hawkins, sorry. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I thought about this, and I'm glad Councillor O'Donnell's put it on the floor. I'm not going to support the amendment. I have 2 comments to make. First of all, 7 to 7, 365 days a year is absolutely easy to remember. You're not driving and doing a calculation. You're saying, no, now it's 30 kilometers. The life of a child, and even preventing the injury even to one child, is worth all of us slowing down for 4 seconds in front of a school. None of us is in that big a hurry that we should risk a child. 365 days a year simply because I believe that school playgrounds are used 365 days a year, and we need to be careful around them all year long. So I won't support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other speakers? Councillor Drew, you want to take the chair, please?
Your Worship.
So in the media a few days before this report came public, went to committee, there was a long discussion about how many tickets were given out and how many problems there were at the school zones. That was almost overwhelming. And Councillor O'Donnell's comments about just the fighting, the physical threats here, and clearly here the concern about school children, just their safety, leads me down the path of saying simplicity makes it easier. I think one less reason to say, well, you know, why not weekends? So while I understand what Councillor O'Donnell wants to do, because people are saying that very thing of it's too much. The comments made by councillors collectively, those who don't support it, I tend to lean that way. Make it simplistic, easy to remember, 7 to 7 every day of the year, no exceptions to that. And enforcing and educating will make it just simpler. So I'm going to support the main report. I will not support the amendment, just for that very reason alone. Both sides, having said that, are persuasive. I can see summertime is different than it is during the school year. But the activities in our parks and schools remain. They're maybe for different reasons, of course. School's not on, but there's still activities that happen, after school activities in the summertime in schools and in parks. So I would lean towards saying 7 to 7, 365 days a year.
Thank you, Worship.
Councilor Down, you want to close debate on the amendment? Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks. So my intent to bring this forward was because I wanted to have a public debate. I felt a responsibility to make sure that you, because you will be quizzed, I will be quizzed after this, and so on. And I wanted to hear what you have to say. I'm far more convinced that we have an expanding daycare program, we have expanding summer program, and that we will be dealing with the school boards as early as tomorrow to talk about joint use facilities again and so on. I will not be supporting the recommendation that's before you. I was looking for a debate.
Okay. You close debate. I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? Motion is defeated. You have about a minute left in your 5 minutes.
Good. So I wonder if that's ever happened before, where someone's brought an amendment forward, voted against it. Just noting that.
I was hoping you
okay?
wouldn't have pointed that out.
All right. That's not part of my
just let
time.
it go.
It's not part of my time. Okay. So I want to finish with one, and it is mine because Mr. Onright has assured me that this is kind of an ongoing committee and so on. I'm going to tell you what I think is the fundamental issue, and Councillor Flagel asked me the question. Fundamental issue here, in addition to things that we can do, is that we have to change the drop-off zone in front of schools. We're going to have to lobby the provincial government to make sure that if there's going to be new schools, and I'm hearing there are, that part of the design is such that there is a drop-off zone built in so that it's off the main street, and that kids have clear vision when they want go to cross or however that goes. And that we have to look at some, I'm going to say funding mechanism as well, that we can start taking at least the worst existing schools to start to change that. So I'm telling you right now, I'm going to bring forward a motion in the future that will start to ask about that thing. A lobbying effort to make sure that we can, in fact, take a look at those drop-off zones and so on. What's before you here, I will be supporting. I'm thrilled with the work that's gone on here, and I'll be supporting the entire motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. You have other speakers popping up all over the place. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I am in support of this motion. Playgrounds are used 365 days a year. They are. Schools with playground equipment, kids go there after school, before school, on Saturdays, on Sundays, so it makes sense that this motion's in place. The part that I find missing in what we talk about is when the delegation was up, we were talking about enforcement. So if we're handing out 40 tickets in a couple of hours, and I don't mean to sound weird about this, but I'm going to say it, isn't that paying for an enforcement officer to be specifically in school zones? And shouldn't we look at doing that to avoid something happening to one of these kids or to fights going on in drop-off zones? You know, the parent that was arguing with a resource officer that I'm just picking up my kid, I can sit wherever I want, I would be writing out a ticket and say, no, you can't. There you go. You know, so enforcement I find is really important. It's too bad we don't have a representative here from the police force, because I would really like to see that in something like this. So maybe it's something we can talk about, or a representative on the Board of Police could actually talk about. As I said, if you're handing out 40 tickets in a couple of hours, that pays for that officer, and I think that would be money well spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, one of the comments made was the new signage to be installed by the fall or by September of this year. I was wondering some clarification on what that signage would entail, what the new signage would be or what the installation would be.
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Kyle to comment.
Mr. Kyle.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that signage would be based on our audit. It would be installation of new school zone signage, the new hours, as well as the vertical infrastructure to highlight those school zones. And we would be looking at the no stopping, no parking around the intersections as a priority for 2019. There would be additional work undertaken on signage as well as review and drop-off zones and bus zones in 2020 and beyond.
Okay. In the original report, I remember reading a couple points about more effective signage being overhead signage with the installation of new infrastructure, or flashing signage with the installation of electricity, very costly measures. You mentioned vertical infrastructure, and of course this has been heavy on my mind, a lot of comments on it, driving through school zones. I remember from our last meeting, I think there was on average about 4 signs to be installed per school zone to make it more noticeable. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct, and we would look at where we could potentially add vertical infrastructure to identify that school zone on other signage, like no stopping or things like that. Staff will look into that, and we intend to do our best to get as much of that, well, all the school zone, at least signage done for September 1st.
Perfect. That's a perfect follow-up for where we're going to. People have mentioned 30 kilometers an hour is an awkward speed to drive, and I have to agree. I drive a four-cylinder standard truck, and trying to keep it 30 kilometers without either going too fast or too slow for everyone else is kind of tricky because you get whiplash. One of the biggest reasons they've mentioned for speeding through a school zone is not being aware that they've entered the zone due to the signage problem that you're addressing. But through this, I really believe strongly that I want the school zones to be candy cane lane. I want you to know throughout the zone that you're in the zone, every piece of vertical infrastructure with that signage, so there's no question about a child's safety or awareness of what you've entered and what's at risk if you speed through it. I'll sign off on any increase to fines and anything you ask me to make school zones safer. But first, I think the biggest thing I've gotten out of this report is the visibility of school zones isn't up to snuff, and cost effectiveness of vinyl wrap for vertical infrastructure, I think has to be pretty desirable. So I'd really like an importance put to that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next speaker is Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. So the developing rules are relatively easy. If you look at the report, and I hope the public spends more time looking at the other proposed changes beyond the 30 kilometers, there's actually a great deal of expensive enforcement, education, and investment in infrastructure. Last time we discussed this at Public Works, I'd asked administration a question related to automatic speed enforcement. I just want a reminder about the number. So of the revenue that's generated from the automatic ticketing in school zones, am I correct in remembering that only 10% comes back to municipalities?
No.
Do I have that number correct?
No. No, we're guaranteed 10% right off the top, but there is a distribution afterwards.
So we're guaranteed 10%?
10% right off the top initially, but we will receive, 25% goes to the province.
Okay.
The remaining 75% is split 50-50 to the city, where the tickets are taken from, and the other part goes to a committee for outside of Regina in this case.
Okay, thank you. So to that point still, I would like to propose an amendment. It makes no material changes to the report ahead of us here, but simply to change that formula. And the motion is that on behalf of Council, the Mayor writes to the Government of Saskatchewan requesting that ticket revenues generated through automatic speed enforcement be returned in their entirety to the municipalities in which these infractions occur. For me, the whole point, so could I get a seconder, please?
Seconder, okay. Councilor Massanelli.
For me, the whole point, especially of automatic enforcement, is that it's a deterrent, and whatever money is generated should be reinvested. So we're going to talk about some high-priced items in the short and long term. I think this should be something that we stick to and insist that we actually get the money back at the municipal level and invested at the municipal level in the infrastructure, enforcement, and education. It's pretty self-explanatory. Welcome any conversation. Look for your support.
I'd like to maybe just give some background on that one, if I might, from the chair, if you don't mind. This change that was brought forward was announced by the province with really no consultation at all. The City of Regina, the City of Saskatoon, and Moose Jaw mayors collectively wrote to the Minister of SGI saying we opposed. We were fundamentally opposed to the idea that where a ticket is posted, the revenue should stay there. That has a principle of tickets that go for just about every kind of ticket that you can get. The government has said no, they're going to do it. So I spoke with the minister again, and he said, let's have a conversation, let's talk about it. I met with him again, and he said, no, we're not changing it. So I'm going to ask that maybe instead of a motion that I write to him, that if you do an amendment, it would be that we go through SUMA again. My view is that, not that we have less weight than SUMA, but this would generate another discussion at the SUMA and City Mayor's Caucus table for the province again, because I just think that I've spoken to him, written to him twice, have not had a positive response, and I think that's not a productive way to do it from our council. So I think Councillor O'Donnell also wants to have a comment on this too, so I will let you speak on that one if you like.
That's great.
If I could pick up on that thought, and I have the following suggestion, and we were just discussing this. We have written letters before, and I understand what that means. And I was certainly aware of the notion that not only Saskatoon and Regina and Moose Jaw had talked about this, but we have also talked about the notion of maybe and I'm leaving Moose Jaw this for the second. This is one of those things that where the city of Saskatoon and the city of Regina have something very much in common. Now, the difference is that what we have here is we have a program, we have a cost, we're showing what we're doing. Mr. Kyle, I'm sure, can put together some thoughts about what we could do in the future, and here's how that money can be applied and how it would make our community safer, and Saskatoon would feel the same way as with Moose Jaw. So I would prefer that we not write a letter, but that we engage both SUMA and the cities, at least those two, because they felt
City Mayor's
strongly.
Caucus.
Yeah, that's, to me, would be far more effective.
Councillor Stevens?
I welcome that amendment. If you'd like to put that language to Amber to write, I'm certainly happy to go ahead with it.
No, we're going to discuss this with, at the SUMA table and City Mayor's Caucus.
I would suggest an undertaking.
An undertaking. Okay. So this would not be a motion, it would be an undertaking. That's what
Whatever.
you're saying, that's what you're suggesting is an undertaking.
So the undertaking would be through administration or the councillors that sit at SUMA to raise this?
It would be the mayor through City Mayor's Caucus, our two representatives through SUMA.
And the intention would be the same thing, which is get all the money back to the municipalities?
Or more, yeah.
Or more?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I think it'd be helpful, Councillor Stevens, if you would agree with that.
I'm happy with that.
Okay, so we will withdraw that, it will be an undertaking. Okay. You have a few minutes left on your time, are you okay?
Happy with the report.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. I'm not sure, none of my lights are blinking. Are yours blinking for the next speaker? Councillor Flago's blinking. Okay. Councillor Flago, you have the floor.
On the main? Oh, not on the main, not the amendment.
The amendment's gone. There's no
It's
amendment.
gone?
So
Okay.
you're on the main motion.
Okay, thank you. A few things that have come to light, and I think what the delegation was talking about was their success, and it's so what Councillor Mancinelli is talking about is painting these things like candy cane lanes, right? And we haven't done that. And now we're going to go and change the whole ship because we didn't do what we maybe should have been doing all along. As the lady said, the light switch goes on and they run. Well, education is important that we have to get these kids waiting, hey, wait 5 seconds. But the biggest one is the intersections of these schools. And if you look at there's approximately 80 elementary schools out of the 85 or 95. And the elementary schools are the biggest ones. So if we've done Ruth M. Buck and we've maybe done a couple of other ones, but we've got another 80 schools that we should be spending in the neighborhood of $450,000 we're going to spend to change the signs around, and we don't know that that's going to fix the problem anyway, because we say we're going to go off on our own and create our own identity and go at 7 o'clock in the morning. Well, did we pick 7 o'clock in the morning because nobody else did? Out of all the 10 cities, not one of them has 2 or 24 hours. But did we pick 7 a.m. because nobody else did? And I don't like 7 a.m. because, first of all, if it's about the daycare kids are being dropped off at 6:45 in the morning for 7 a.m. They're not walking to school to go sit in the daycare. If they are, there's a very few of them because typically there's another sibling at home or something or that to look after a grade 4 or grade 5. If they are a baby, they're not walking there, obviously, so they're being dropped off. So the foot traffic to the school, I think, is very minimal, but we're using that as a tool to start it at 7 a.m. when is the highest traffic volume, and I want to ask this, when's the highest traffic volume in the city of Regina for people going to work?
Mr. Onright.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I will ask Mr. Kyle to comment.
Mr. Kyle.
See, Mr. Chair, it would vary actually on the dependent location, but if you took an overall average, it would probably be about 7:45 a.m. till 8:20, 8:30.
Okay, all right. Okay, now, the reason I ask that is because, for those of you that know, during the election campaigns, I stand on Pasqua Street and wave to everybody at 7:20 in the morning, and it's loaded with cars. That's not after 8 o'clock. So what I'm going to suggest is that I like the 8 a.m. to 8 a.m., 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., as opposed to 7 for that specific reason. Let the people go to work. Let the people drive down Rochdale at 40 kilometers an hour and have it enforced at 8 to 8 as opposed to 7 to 7 when it's always been 8 o'clock. It's an easy sign change to change 10 o'clock p.m. to 8 p.m. You just have to, it's a real simple change. So as opposed to redoing and spending 450 grand when we could spend that 450 on painting intersections, because we're still going to have to paint the intersections and change the signs, because it's still not going to be enough because the education piece is missing. We're not educating our students, we're not educating our parents, we're not educating our teachers enough, we're not educating enough of the people out there that public safety is an issue. The one concern I really have is that we're jumping the gun on this because we have no data, or maybe I'm missing, and I'm going to ask administration, we have no data that says at 40 kilometers an hour, how many accidents have we had in 2018? And how many have Saskatoon had with 30 kilometers an hour in 2018? Does anybody know that?
John Wright?
Through your worship, we don't have those statistics. All of the information in front of council has been gathered through the engineering information gathering and from the other municipalities.
Right.
30 kilometers an hour, if you take, we did look at 15 cities, 14 of those cities are 30 kilometers an hour. There was only one city that was 40 kilometers an hour. And just for clarification, Edmonton and Calgary are 7:30 till 9 p.m., 365 days a year. So just wanted to clarify that from earlier discussion.
Yeah. Thank you. Just the other thing, in the schools, in the report, it says, while the current speed of 40 kilometers per hour is not inherently unsafe, we say it. The recommendation to reduce speed zones to 30 kilometers per hour was put forward as a method to improve the safety in existing school zones and decrease the risk. But we don't know what the risk is. We don't know. If we paint the lines and the signs like Mr. Fuchs has done with Buck and them, that might solve all our problems and make the residents and the drivers happy too. What I'd like to do is, and I didn't prepare an amendment to this, and I'd like to have a challenge on the floor of council, is I'd like the time changed from 8 to 8, 365 days a year I'm okay with, but at 40 kilometers an hour. I don't believe 30 is going to make a change because all it's going to do is increase speeding in the school zones. That everybody will be driving 40 kilometers an hour and they'll get a ticket. That's what's going to happen. Habits are habits. So I'd like to make that amendment to this.
So I'm wondering if, and I want to ask the clerk this question, members of council, is this a contradictory motion?
No, because I'm adding the 40 kilometers
It's
instead of
changing
30.
it directly from 30 to 40 and the hours too. I'm just, I want to get a view from council. Mr. Clerk, what do you think?
Well, Your Worship, it's a matter of perception and degrees here, but moving it from 30 to 40 is a significant change. Although you could argue that the previous amendment that was put forward, changing it from 365 to Monday to Friday, was similar. This is a more significant change because of the kilometer change. So
unless I hear from other members of council who say otherwise, I'm going to say this is, it's contrary to the main motion, and I won't let it stand. You can defeat the motion on the 30 and go to 40. That would be the way to do it, but this would be a contrary motion. Now, I want to hear what other members of council think. If they believe that is contrary?
Contrary as in if I want 8 to 8, 40 kilometers?
40 kilometers, 8 to 8 is
You're saying
contrary
it's
to the
not.
main motion right now. I'm saying, it's contrary to the motion before us, so it's out of order. Now I'm asking members of council if they agree with that or disagree, let me know. Pardon me? We haven't asked a question yet. So the other way to do it is, do you have a seconder?
Somebody want to second that?
Anybody want to second it? Okay. So I think it's out of order.
I'm trying to.
Because it's contrary to the main motion.
Pardon?
I'm going to say it's contrary to the main motion.
So you're saying we can't even change the speed?
Well, you're asking to change the speed and time.
And time. I'm asking to change 1A, but leaving 365 days a year. Everything else I'm fine with.
You want to change it to 8 to 8?
8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
40
clicks. Yeah.
I'm saying that's out of order. It's contrary to the main motion. The clerk has said this, and I agree with him. Now,
Is
members
that
of
what
council,
I misunderstood?
Just on a point of order, okay?
Yeah.
Just not talk over each other. If members of council think this is in order, say so. You think it's in order? Do you think it's in order? Yeah, the amendment. Okay, okay. Does anybody else believe that the motion as put forward by Councilor Flake is in order? I'm not hearing, I'm hearing one other person.
I think it's fine.
Councilor Hawkins?
I'm totally opposed to it, but I think it's in order. And if it's any comfort, it's a very kind of issue for you to go to the Supreme Court Cabinet constitutional cases.
We're not going there tonight, though.
No, but I think that prudence probably says not to come to a vote as a motion. I believe it to be repeated.
Okay, I'll proceed with it then.
Thank you.
So to the amendment, you've had your, okay, just, Councilor Stevens seconded. No, Councilor Stevens seconded. Okay, so speakers to the amendment. I've got you listed here on the main motion still, so those who want to speak to the motion, raise your hand. Okay. Yeah, the amendment. Yeah. I don't want to change the lighting system, so, okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
So the mover brought forward that he wasn't sure what statistics were correct. So I'm wondering, do we, as the administration, have the statistics that were named earlier about the speed limit for injuries at 40 kilometers an hour versus 30 kilometers an hour? And could you share those statistics with us?
Mr. Onright?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll ask Mr. Kyle to comment.
Mr. Kyle.
That's Mr. Clean.
Delegating.
Now you have to answer this time.
Through your worship, the survivability rate for 30 kilometers an hour versus 40 kilometers an hour is about 4 times. So the study that I'm referencing, it's about the mid-80s for survivability with 40 kilometers an hour. That goes up to 97% with 30 kilometers an hour.
Okay, great. So to me, 97% survivability rate based on the study that you're talking about versus not having that available. I just cannot support going back up to 40 kilometers an hour when we know we could save kids' lives just by slowing down that 10 kilometers an hour. And for the couple of seconds longer that it takes you going through a speed zone or a school zone or a playground zone, I just can't justify that. So I just think those extra couple of seconds are worth not having that risk out there for the kids or adults.
Councilor Rice. Okay. So other speakers to the amendment. Councilor Murray.
With Councilor Bryce, for me it's, I don't know what the stats are for how many impacts we have in a school zone or anything like that. We may not have that. For me, if it's 1, and this report came to us and we know this is being requested, and then if we turned it down and went back up to 40, I don't know how I explain when something eventually happens.
if something happens to a kid or adult, doesn't matter. To me, I don't know how to explain that I voted no when I have all this data. I know the survivability rate. I know the fatality rate if we don't. So I can't support it. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Young.
The argument that there are no statistics of anyone being killed yet, so why do we have to lower the speed limit, is not an argument, because the whole reason for doing this is so we don't ever have any statistics of anyone being hurt or killed. It's not wait till it happens and then do something about it.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Massanelli, I'll go down and went this way. On the amendment. There you go.
First of all, 40 kilometers to 30 kilometers an hour, if I remember right, I think it's about 15 or 20 feet of stopping distance. So I'm not worried about someone getting hit. I think that's the extra time and space needed to stop safely so we avoid the accidents. I hate driving 30, as I've said before. I think it's impossible, but I'll make the sacrifice, and chances are I'll be one of the first to get a ticket because I'm like that. I think that Councillor Flegel made some very good points about the time, 8 to 8, drop-off times for parents, stresses in our lives, commute times, busiest time of the day. I guess when it's written this way as one amendment with both changes incorporated in the same, I can't really change that right now. I just wanted to mention if there is a way, that 8 to 8 does make a lot of sense to me, and I think it would be a balance between both people's needs personally to get to work and to get their day in effect, but also the safety of the children. So if anyone knows how to change that around, I won't support the amendment as it stands because I believe in the 30, but I do see a wisdom in the 8 to 8 time.
Thank you for that. So just on procedure on this, we've already decided 7 to 7, and to change it again would be out of order. We just made that decision, but the issue really is the other one. So, Councillor Hawkins, are you next?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. For all the reasons given by Councillor Price and others, 30 kilometers, this is not, what we're trying to do is prevent accidents here in the future. And I think 30 kilometers is the most prudent way to do that. 8 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock is better because that's when people are driving to work and often dropping off their kids. And we've heard the statistics that the busy driving times are from 7:15 on. And given that you're starting at 7 for the reasons of consistency and easy understandability, 7 p.m. makes sense. So I'm opposed to the entire amendment.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. We asked people who work in this field. We asked people who are experts, who are our police officers, who are in agencies that work in this. We've asked the school to invest time and effort with people who look at the kids every day. They know the school every day. They know many schools every day. And their recommendation to us is 7 to 7 and 30. And I have to believe that not only did they look around at each other in a small group, but they probably phoned some friends in other cities and so on and said, how's it going there and what are you doing? Can't support the amendment. I want to be respectful of the people that are bringing their expertise to us.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bresciani.
Councillor O'Donnell just took the words right out of my mouth, so good.
Okay, do you want to close debate on the?
Please.
You got 3 minutes to close
Thank
debate
you.
on this.
I won't be long. I'm not sure I want to go by stats back in 1987, you said? The stats that you registered, that Mr. Kaleem talked about? And the other thing is that if there was an accident at 40 kilometers an hour, we would have heard about it. Nobody can produce accident reports at 30 or 40. And we're uprooting the whole ship. We're gonna spend 450 grand and not paint the lines. We're not gonna paint anything. And it would be an easy fix to do that and entice the areas. I don't believe that speed is the problem. As Councillor O'Donnell talked about, the timelines were the problem as opposed to the speed, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why I kept with the 40 kilometers. Especially like high schools, playgrounds, everybody knows it's 40. I'm not sure why we're changing it, and then we're not gonna do anything about the intersections. We're not gonna paint them because we're gonna spend the money on signs instead, so I don't agree with it. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Flagel, thank you. You closed debate, so I'm going to ask the question. Those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? Motion is defeated. Let's see now. You're almost out of time on your discussion on the main motion. Anything further to say? Okay. Councillor Hawkins next on the main motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be brief. I have a question for the administration. How are speed zones around schools enforced now? Do periodically you have bylaw enforcement officers out there or the Regina Police out there enforcing? How do you enforce now?
Through your
Mr. Conrad?
worship, so it's enforced through Regina Police. I'll ask Mr. Kyle to comment on the enforced speed zone areas. They are rotated around the city, but I'll ask Mr. Kyle to comment.
Mr. Kyle.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as Mr. Onright said, Regina Police Services does the majority of our enforcement. Through SGI's automatic speed enforcement, there are 4 school locations within the city that have boxes. They have 2 cameras that rotate between those 4 locations for automatic enforcement.
Your Worship, leaving aside the automatic enforcement, who gets the fines when Regina Police manually enforce with radar guns and stuff like that?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, that's the municipality.
So what I wanted to encourage City Council to do is to urge when we've passed this, to urge the Regina Police to adopt a much more vigorous speed enforcement around school zones, and I believe that that will be rewarded by 2 ways. One, revenue from tickets that can pay for the extra policing, and 2, it'll be more importantly rewarded by people getting the message that we're serious about this. None of this is any good if we're lax in our enforcement. I think a very powerful signal has to go out. If this motion is passed, as I believe it will be, a very powerful signal has to go out that we're serious, we want it to be effective, and we expect the Regina Police Service to vigorously enforce this. I'm very much in favor of the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani.
If any other cities have cameras in their school zones, all of their school zones anywhere in Canada, I heard Calgary does. Do we know?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Kyle to comment.
Mr. Kyle.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Saskatoon, through the ASE program, has automated cameras in their speed zone. Alberta is a little different, and the legislation allows the municipality to run automatic speed enforcement. So I know that cities like Lethbridge, Calgary, and Edmonton will run their own speed enforcements in school zones, playground zones, and areas of concern.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, did you say Saskatoon has speed cameras in every school zone or just in a few, and they rotate it in a few?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a selected few like the City of Regina's program.
Okay.
And Moose Jaw as well.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I guess, is it worth the discussion with SGI, because they authorize it, that we want more cameras in the school zones? Is that worth having a discussion, writing a letter? Is that something that administration feels would help?
Mr. Onright?
Mr. Chair, I think to the mayor's comment earlier about having those discussions with the political leaders, also with SGI. The money that comes through the automated speed enforcement program, those discussions are currently taking place. Our recommendations in the report today are being funded out of that fund, but that distribution of funds is being changed somewhat, and we don't know exactly what that's going to look like when it's complete.
Yeah. Through the chair, For me, it's not, I mean, the funding I don't agree with, and I don't, it's, I mean, it's unfortunate that the changes have been so drastic, but it's not the financial. For me, it's the safety. People do slow down when there is a camera there. You look at the ones on the Ring Road, people will actually almost come to a break when they see that. And the camera could, they rotate them, so it may not even be there. So I guess the question I'm asking is, would city administration, how does it work? Does it have to be done through Mayor Fougere to write a letter to have it, or is it something that city administration can look at as an option to increase speed cameras around in school zones?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, we definitely can have a conversation with SGI about adding the number of enforcement cameras in school zones.
Good, thank you. The last, just one quickly, in regards to the flashing lights that we talked about, I called Arizona today. They actually do some work here in Moose Jaw and Saskatoon. They've put them in some schools, both in Moose Jaw and Saskatoon, and they're the flashing with the solar panel. I would like to know, is there any dollars in this ASE program for any of those? Because I think I understand we only have 2 right now.
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Kyle to comment.
Mr. Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The city is currently piloting 3 locations for solar-powered rapid flashing crosswalk beacons. We're finishing our analysis of that and hope to have it completed shortly, but the program has definitely shown some concerns and some shortcomings, and we have issues with continuing with the program, just related to the solar panels in the winter and the batteries in the winter and their longevity in life. We're having issues with those.
Okay, thank you for that. That was one of the questions that I asked, and through the chair, Saskatoon and Moose Jaw have used this company. Now, I will share that after, but I think it's worth a discussion to look at some options, but we have to have the dollars there to fund them. But I think in some of the research that I did, with having the flashing and people see what they're going at, it's a reminder for themselves as well. I agree with Councillor Flagel. If we just go and change the signs and just do a little bit, dress it up a bit, it's not enough. So I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Councillor Young?
I'm in full support of this motion. And we've talked about education and enforcement. And there are 3 of us that sit on the police commission here, and so that can be at that table for discussion. And the traffic department, of course, would be part of that as well. Education, that was talked about earlier this evening, educating the entire community. But I think schools could provide examples of what works. School people and children and teachers are very creative, and if there were campaigns at every school and they shared among themselves, those schools shared what they've done in their school and what worked, you would get many more people talking about it and involved in it. And the school board city liaison committee has school board members on it, it has senior admin on it, and they can work with the principals in schools, and each school can have a different campaign. And we're going to talk about painting streets, artwork in streets a little bit further on if we get to it tonight. And there's just one example of what you can do to call attention, and of course they don't last forever, but schools are very, very creative, and if we could really engage the children in the schools in campaigns, we would go a long way toward educating community members. So I'm supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers before you're going to close debate? I want to take the chair there.
Go ahead, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I speak in concurrence, and I want to start by thanking the work done by the administration and the committee that did all this work. It's a huge amount of work, and I want to thank Councillor O'Donnell actually for bringing this issue forward in a very comprehensive way. So lots of people have put a lot of brain power behind this and effort to come forward, which what I think is a really sound report. And I think our discussions tonight makes it all that stronger. I want to address the issue of photo radar, and I'm glad that Councillor Stevens brought that up and Councillor Bresciani. What I wanted to talk about is the idea of more cameras. And I think it would be good to have more cameras, but there's, as always, a complicating factor here. The program is run by SGI. It was a pilot program. And when they made it into a permanent program, they made these changes of the division of resources or revenue from tickets that we don't agree with. And until we can clarify with SGI what that role would be in a new camera, we may be giving more money away to outside the city. So I just throw that out there. I understand the need for more cameras. Yes, it is. But do we pay for it? Does SGI pay for a portion of that? Need to have clarification of that. And what's a revenue split? Likely would be the same as the current split, and that would be self-defeating. I have a question to the administration. Do we know or have a sense of the cost of the entire changeover that's recommended in the report? Beyond just the 30 kilometers and the times and those kinds of things, do we have an understanding? We've done the audit of every school site. What's the general, do we have that number?
Mr. Allwright?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll ask Mr. Kyle to comment on that. The initial expenditure, of course, is around $450,000, and that would do the initial short term that is in the report. I'll ask Mr. Kyle to comment. In general, I don't think we know the specifics, but may have a general dollar value on the balance of the work.
Mr. Kyle?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the immediate changeovers we're anticipating are in the 450,000 neighborhood. We're expecting the follow-up in 2020 for the bus drop-off zones, bus loading zones, additional no parking, additional sign inserts to be about another 450,000. Beyond that, some of the costs will be dependent on the solution proposed by our traffic engineers and the school boards. Things like bulb outs to shorten the crosswalks and that, depending on where they are, can vary in cost because of drainage concerns and things like that. Typical bulb out to move a catch basin is $25,000-$30,000 each corner of the intersection, to give a scale.
Mr. Chair, I would ask as an undertaking for the administration to cost this out. We want to make an argument to the province of why they have shortchanged us, the number, what it could be. I've just heard about $900,000. $450,000 for the immediate ones, $450,000 for things subsequent to that, but then we got quite nebulous here. So if I could ask the administration through you, Mr. Chair, to commit to in fairly short order, a review of what the cost would be to implement the entire program.
Is it for an undertaking, Mr. Allwright? Or City Manager? Yep, we're good.
And when could that be done? When could that be done, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Allwright?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll ask Mr. Kyle to give us a timeline.
Mr. Kyle?
I will defer to Mr. Kaleem on this one because his department is the ones who will actually be doing the work and putting the budget ask together, so.
Mr. Kaleem?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I was chomping at the bit to get this one. The main sticking point or the main the limiting factor for us is going to be engineering studies. So we've met with all 93 schools and we've found their pain points, what their perception is. We need to collect data and we need to use that to come up with engineering solutions. So to fully cost out the safety in school zones and what we see today, we would not be able to fully do that until next year.
Until when, sorry?
Until next year.
Next year?
Next year.
Yeah. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. It could be a high-level number. I think this really goes to the discussion with the province of why this is important that they readjust the formula. They're taking so much money from us to say, at least $1 million, I would say that I've got $900,000 at a high level here. So I'd urge the administration to do it sooner rather than later. That certainly helps members of SUMA and certainly for the City Mayor's Caucus to pursue this. But on the larger issue, fully supportive of the report. We have to move on it fairly quickly, I think. But I like what we've done tonight, a good conversation, and again, thank the delegations for their comments and answering questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Did we not? Oh, I thought you had. Okay, you want to speak on the main motion? Okay, Councilor Murray, I thought you had spoken.
Yeah, no, I'll be brief. Thank you, Your Worship. My question, and this came up because of the questions around photo radar. Saskatoon Police Service has a air support unit that utilizes an automatic photo radar system. Does it fall under the legislation to limit what they can collect from it? Does anyone know that?
It doesn't.
It doesn't fall under the legislation?
It does, but Mr. Onright may know that. Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I definitely don't know that, but I'm going to
It's a very
ask Mr.
specific
Kyle and
question.
Mr. Kaleem if they happen to know that.
SCI did not purchase those cameras for them. It was not part of the pilot program.
Okay, all right. That's my only question about it. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it must be covered under a separate part of the legislation from the automatic speed enforcement locations, because if it's in an aircraft, it would be a mobile enforcement type of unit.
Thank you, Mr. Kyle.
I know they do they get significant funding because of that. Thanks.
Councilor Ventura to close debate.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. At the committee, we debated probably well over an hour, so that was very good. It's just a little longer than the hour. Good discussion. Thank you for the council. Down to bring a few things, bring the debate to the table. It's very good. First question I would have is enforcement. So we have immediate changes would be into the U-turns and all the other things. So to the administration, are we going to have a policeman at every school at the morning and the after-school program to give tickets on U-turns?
No. Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, I'm trusting the answer to that from RPS would be no. RPS was involved in the work that was done up till now, and we will continue communicating with them, as we had heard earlier this evening, about increasing some enforcement in certain areas.
Thank you for that, Your Worship. That was the discussion with the several calls or emails we received is the enforcement. So the second question to administration will be, we know we have difficulties in the school zones in the morning and the afternoon where parents drop off children and they park in driveways, blocking residents in. And we were told is that we don't have enough parking enforcement to be at every school. To you, Your Worship, to administration, is this going to change going forward once this implementation going in?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Kyle if he's had those conversations with our bylaw enforcement team.
Mr. Kyle.
Through you, Mr. Chair, once we know the direction that we're going with the schools, we have talked to RPS as well as our communication department about educating the public on these changes, and I suspect we will be looking to discuss with our partners at RPS some blitzes in the fall, not just for ticket, but to help raise public awareness and continue work with the school boards and the school safety committees to raise that educational level and awareness.
Thank you for that. To Your Worship, so I'll go into some comments here. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the Traffic Bylaw Working Group. It was a very informative. There was a lot of people involved in telling us what's going on out there. To your Regional Pedestrian Traffic Safety Committee as well. A lot of people were involved in over several years to give us the input and give us the high-level overview of what's going on in each zone at its own separate way. Because each zone we look at it in a different way. So I appreciate that. Common is simplifying the signage in the school zone. Right now, we drive into the school zone, you have a signage overload, or you don't notice things that are in a school zone. So I'm looking forward to the next project where we're going to simplify the signage to make sure that we are aware that we are coming to the school zone or in a school zone. Another comment about foot traffic. We have more foot traffic now than we had before. And reason for that is the school board, I believe the school has changed the bus pickup. So there is less children getting picked up or being able to go on a bus. That means they're walking, the more children have to walk. Or parents have to drop them off. So there's difficulties there. So I'm definitely in favor of the report, the 30, 77 to 65 and U-turns. And as a community, we talk about walkable community. So this kind of fills right into our OCP, our Design Regina, how we want to treat ourselves on the bicycle, walking in the community, not just in the cars. This fits right into it. And then consistency, having the same message. Messaging is very important because if we started jumping all over the place, you lose that confidence in as a driver or even person walking. You don't know what time it is. So, Your Worship, I definitely do support this, and thank you very much for the debate. We brought this from the Public Works, and again, I'm looking to the committee to support to council to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Frontier. You've closed debate, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor of the report? Opposed? Motion's carried. So we move on to our next delegation. This is park naming. Caitlin Brown.
Oh, boy.
Brown, if you can come forward and identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. There may be questions afterwards.
Good evening to your worship and members of City Council. My name is Caitlin Brown and I'm with Capital Crossing Advisors, who oversee the development of Capital Crossing. Capital Crossing is located in the Hawkstone neighborhood in North Regina, and I'm here today to represent the owner, Cornerstone Holdings Limited, who has dedicated the 3 acres of land and paid 100% of the costs of the field, pathways, plantings, basketball court, and children's playground that you can see today and utilized by the public. Our request is that City Council acknowledge the owner's contribution to significantly improve the Hawkstone neighborhood and this park, and we ask that you support Cornerstone's request to name the park Brighton Park, which is consistent with the street names Cornerstone previously earned the right to name, being Abbey Street and Duke Avenue, after Cornerstone had dedicated the land and paid the cost of those roadways. We're asking that Council support the request of an owner who also contributes greatly to the local area. Over 8 months ago, on October 28, 2018, we began the formal process with City Administration regarding the naming of MR2 Park Space. On August 29th, the City Administration sent the formal process for naming a park, and as part of that email, the following was included. Please note at this time, the Civic Naming Committee is not accepting new name submissions, and only names that have already been approved can be used until further notice. A list of the approved park names were provided. We reviewed the available approved names. On September 11th, our formal request to the city was submitted, and our park name Brighton Park from the approved naming list. On October 3rd, administration confirmed local community groups had until October 15th to submit their feedback. Administration informed us on the 17th of October that at that time, they had not received any comments from community groups, and I communicated back, if you require anything in the meantime, please let me know. For the next 3 months, we did not hear anything, and on January 7th, we received an email stating that the Argyle North Community Association and North Zone boards did not support the name Brighton Park. It was communicated they would like to see the park named Biden Park, an approved name. We were surprised that the administration communicated this because Biden had not been on the approved naming list at the time of our application in September. The city requested that we support this name. Upon our request, we received the following summary of events. Administration had reached out to the community groups a couple of more times after the October 15th deadline to obtain feedback. At the end of October, the Argyle North Community Association said they would like the Hawkstone Park named Biden Park. Because Biden Park was not approved, we had to wait until the November RPC and council meetings to occur and the new civic naming policy to be approved. Following that approval, the request for the name was taken to the Naming Review Committee and later approved in December. On January 23rd, we requested to proceed forward with the name Brighton Park. Administration responded stating that the request had been noted and that because Argyle North wanted Brighton Park, both names would be on the report. Capital Crossing was intended to contain street names that had either Indigenous origin like Big Bear and Pasqua Street or the United Kingdom origin like Abbey, Vanstone, Duke, and Argyle. It was intended that the park name be consistent with the pre-established patterns of names previously approved by the city. In the end, we feel that the process we were told to follow was not followed by the community groups and administration. We ask why was the case. If we were not asked if we had alternate names to propose, how could our question is, how can a selection of a name from the approved naming list not be acceptable? We were not asked to meet with the community association to discuss a name or share viewpoints. From the time the communication began with the city in 2014 when the land was being subdivided, we were told that the developer is to select a name from the approved naming list. The statement was confirmed again in 2016 via email, confirmed again in June 2018, and again in August 2018. Brighton, 1 minute? Oh, Lord, okay. The name was not objected to because community groups felt that it was offensive, nor was it no longer fit for honor, but rather it appears because a volunteer had retired in 2018. The owner has made significant contribution to the city through his community volunteerism. Companies employ hundreds of people within the Hawkstone neighborhood, and he is on advisory boards of the Saskatchewan institutions like Sask Polytech, donates significantly to local charities, having dedicated 23.5 acres of green space and roadways in the Hawkstone neighborhood and having funded 100% of the $1.4 million in costs for the park. If council does not believe that the owner of Cornerstone has earned the right to select the park name from the approved naming list, we ask that council defer the naming of the park to provide us the opportunity to work with the community group and find a mutually agreeable name. Thank you. Okay, good.
We've all seen it over the weekend, so thank you very much for that. I'll see if there's any questions from members of council. You're very clear on your position on that. Councillor Flagel.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else to add right now?
I guess there are a couple points following the our time at the RPC. We went back to look to see what other developers had the opportunity to do under the same policy, and we found that there was a variance in the process that we followed versus what others had followed. So that dates back to the naming of the Westera MR2 space done by Harvard Developments. And during that time, they had also requested a name which was not accepted by the association and the zone board. For the same reasons, they would like a volunteer to have been named. They put forward a name, and that name was also not on the approved list. So instead of waiting for it to be added to the approved list, the developer was requested to go back and select an alternate name from the approved list.
From the approved list?
From the approved list.
Okay. So in your mind, everything should go back to the approved list?
Yeah, I would say that that was the biggest surprise in the process, is that when we selected a name from the approved list, one would assume that that has already, and maybe assume is the wrong word, but one would think that that's already gone through the vetting process with the community associations. How does a name get added to the approved name list? It's literally called the approved name list that you select from, and so when we selected from that, the fact that we came back and said it wasn't approved, again, it's not a word that has a new meaning. It's not a slang word that's now used by people. The person was not found, it wasn't someone not fit for honor. Many of the definitions that were discussed by council in November as to why names should come off a list or be added onto a list. So
thank you. I'll ask that question to the administration as to why. My understanding is that the owner of the land, his name is actually on the approved list, and he pulled his name aside to go with Brighton because it fit the Abbey, Vanstone, Argyle, etc.
Yeah, the owner of the property is an approved name. He's been an approved name for a number of years. He's aware. When I reviewed the list, I generated 4 options and took them to him, and obviously took to him you are an approved name, would you like to name the park after yourself? And he felt that that was not, in the beginning it all started that he was not for naming the park after a person. Although he has been recognized by the council or by the committee that approved him and whoever nominated him, he just felt that that wasn't an honor he wanted to bestow upon himself, and at the same time recognizes that he is human and that there are people that both respect him, but other people who would disagree with his whatever he does in his personal life or his business life, and for that reason just felt that he wanted to pick a name that didn't have ties to him as a person.
But yet he was on the original
He was
list
on
to
the
be
list.
selected and chose not to pick his
Yeah.
own name
Yeah.
to conform with the British or United Kingdom.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand he's done a lot of work, and that's fine, and we understand that, and he's opened Argyle Park, he's paid for a lot of this. And no disrespect to Mr. Biden, but did you get any sense from the community that they really, really wanted this, or was it just sort of like thrown at you that you pick it or get out?
The communication has come only from administration. We haven't spoken with the community association. We feel passionately about that. We appeared at the RPC. We spoke at RPC. We're almost at 10 o'clock tonight, and I'm still sitting here to speak with you. The community association and the North Zone Board, neither of them appeared at the RPC. Neither of them submitted a letter to council to be part of the delegation, whether it was this evening or in writing. I think we would have also been aware of that request as well. So it is something that we were passionate about. I can't speak to whether the association held some fire in them and related that to administration.
Right. Just so I wasn't at the last RPC and because I couldn't make it, but I would have fought the same fight for you. So, okay, that's all I have for now. I think I'm going to ask administration a few questions. Thank you for coming forward.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Hawkins.
Worship, thank you for waiting. A couple of questions. Have you reached out to the community association or the zone board to talk to them about this?
I haven't reached out. We were requested, I believe, late January, early February from one of the members of administration to provide contact information, as the Argyle North Community Association wanted to collect contact information for all of the people developing in their area. So our contact information was provided, and we hadn't heard from them. I have called a couple of times to the Argyle North Community Association and just not reached someone. I never left a message or emailed them directly on it.
All right. Leave aside the process, which will be the subject of a debate. In terms of Mr. Biden, do you take any issue with his worthiness for consideration? Is there any cloud on his reputation, any reason why you think he shouldn't be considered, apart from procedure?
I don't know Mr. Biden specifically. I don't live in this particular area and attend that community association. I am part of Arcola East. But I guess the question that I would have in return for council is whether you agree with Mr. Biden's public statements on capital punishment, housing of refugees, other refugee statements that he has shared publicly, and if that's something that administration is in support of. And if you'd like, I can provide some examples. But.
Let me ask another question. What's the justification for Brighton?
Brighton Park, the origins of Brighton Park tie back to the United Kingdom, and it was because of those origins that I first identified it as part of our list of 4 names, and we have Abbey, Duke, and Argyle all in the same area, which all tie back to the United Kingdom.
I just need to understand this a little better.
Yeah.
When you say the origins of Brighton Park tie back to the United Kingdom, how does this park tie back to the United Kingdom?
The park specifically?
Yes.
The park specifically does not.
And do you have any other reason why you think that Brighton, the city of Brighton, would have a relationship with Regina, or has anything in particular to do with Regina?
There are a number of streets within Regina. I tried to sort through the list of our current naming from the Streets Where You Live document on the city's website. And the city of Regina is littered, for lack of a better word, with streets that are named after landmarks, streets that have, as their definition, refers to a geographical location within the United Kingdom, within Britain. So our ties to that part of the world are strong throughout many of the streets listed in Regina.
Specifically, do you know any geographical tie or historical tie that the city of Regina has with Brighton in England?
No.
And one last question. At the end of your letter, you say, let me try my thing, you say basically alternately you propose that that if we're not going to decide this tonight, it go back to a meeting arranged by the city between yourselves and the community association. I haven't got the exact words here, but what would your position be at a meeting like that?
If we were to have a meeting to discuss an alternate name, we would want to review the approved park names or options that are out there. And at this point, as the naming committee is now accepting new names, which they were not doing when we applied, perhaps there's a name that both parties would feel equally strongly about.
Would you be prepared to entertain the name Biden, which is now on the list?
No.
Why not?
Mr. Biden has shared statements regarding his views on capital punishment, housing of refugees, acceptance of refugees in our country on his Facebook page. And this is not something that a direction we wanted to go. But following the comments at the RPC was there something about Mr. Biden that caused us concern? And our stance previously and remains is that as people, we're all entitled to our own opinions. That is the country that we live in. After, significant investment in this park and ongoing investment in this area to continue to develop it, it's that tie to somebody's opinion that they are entitled to have, but that we don't necessarily get to say whether or not that's right or wrong or whether they should share that publicly. And that connection that is now made to our development. The school boards and the city have gone and changed names or contemplated changing names of various parks, schools, streets, because a person was found not fit for honor. And those are people that are deceased that did something at a time that was acceptable, whether or not at this point in time we feel that it is still acceptable. Mr. Biden is still alive and well, and hopefully for the extended future. And in that time, he's going to have thoughts and opinions that are his own, but not necessarily shared by the developer, or maybe not shared by the community. Maybe they feel that way now, and in a year from now, they won't feel that way. Maybe they're not aware of some of his comments, but it's that type of decision that we felt if it was going to be a person, then it should be a person who's no longer with us, that we can really value the merits of their contribution to society entirely without any risk on what their future statements, comments, actions may be.
As you mentioned, you didn't, for reasons you mentioned, didn't share this with RPC when they were making their decision. Did you share these specifics with the administration?
These are things,
Mr. Biden's opinions.
These are things we've only, as I mentioned at RPC, I didn't look into Mr. Biden when we originally made the decision and chose not to select the owner as the named person on the park. It was because we were looking at, we felt strongly about no person. That was our take. We just felt no person. There is a lot of, the Arcola East Community Association in this exact same report also requests that parks do not be named after people. So had we been on the east side of the city, we probably wouldn't be standing here today. In the north side we are. And it wasn't until your specific question at RPC that I went back and looked, and only recently in that time came across the comments from Mr. Biden, that were posted by Mr. Biden.
And Your Worship, one final question. The debate in council about civic naming went on for many months, and the fact that we were looking at amending the civic naming policy. Were you aware of that, we were looking at amending the civic naming policy, and aware of the debate?
At the time that we applied for the park, we were not aware that there was a new civic naming policy in place. I hadn't read into that kind of thing. Since then, I have read RPC and council meeting minutes from May, July, September, November, and both November meetings. So I've gotten up to speed. At the time that we applied, we were made aware that there was a new policy coming into effect, that
So
there was
you
just...
were or you weren't?
At the time we applied, we were not aware. We just knew we couldn't add a new name to the list.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. There appears to be no other questions for you. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now look at the park naming for Biden and Tal Parks. Councillor Young, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. CR 1939 is a park naming for Biden and Tal Parks, and the recommendation, number 1, is that Capitol Crossing MR2 be named Biden Park, and number 2, that Riverbend MR4 be named Jerry Tal Park. I have to say that the Planning Commission approved these names, but not without questions. Some of what we heard this evening we did not hear at Planning Commission. The Capitol Crossing Park recommendation, Biden Park, is the desire of the North Zone community and the Argyle North Community Association, and you just heard the story from Ms. Brown about the Brighton Park fits their concept plan and that it was on the approved list. There was a delay also in waiting for the Community Association's name. So these are the questions that surfaced at Planning Commission. One is that the questions that the names, which names were on the approved list and when were they placed on the list? Another question was, did the administration try to bring together the community associations and the developer to work toward a solution? And the third question was, how does the concept plan for the neighborhood affect park names? I should probably ask for a seconder first and
Did
then
you
I'll
second
make
for this
comment.
at some point? Councillor Nell has his hand up.
Okay. So there were questions about the process itself and questions about does the concept plan have anything to do with the naming of a park in an area. The second park, Riverbend R4 Park, name was Jerry Tell, and it was at the request of the developer, and while the community association prefers that names of individuals not be used for parks, they didn't bring forward an alternative for consideration. Again, the Planning Commission asked questions to see if the administration had tried to bring the community association and the developer together to choose a name that was significant to both of them. I think that that there are some that the process is cloudy here from the viewpoint of the people who are putting names forward. And so I think that's something that should be discussed about that process as it goes forward in the future. Should they try to bring together community associations and developers so that they can choose a name that would be acceptable to both? And should the name already be on the list before when the process starts, or can you put other names on the list as you go along? And we don't have the answers to those. So Planning Commission approved these with those questions. Ms. Brown suggested 2 solutions at the end of her letter. One that was council support the name Brighton, and a second one was that a motion come forward to bring the community groups together with Cornerstone to see if they can honor both the owner of Cornerstone and Mr. Biden in the park area. And of course, council can approve the planning commission recommendations. So I have creative colleagues here, but there are at least three things that could happen here. Approve the planning commission report, change the name of the Capitol Crossing Park to Brighton Park, or ask that a meeting be held to try to bring the two sides together to find a name that's compatible to both sides. So before we hear from my colleagues, I would give notice that I would move a motion to bring the community groups in Cornerstone together, and I've already given the motion to the deputy clerk. If the conversation from council goes in that direction, I would be prepared to put that motion forward.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much for that. So you're on notice that you'll have a referral motion. Councillor Flager, you're next.
When I heard about this, I was quite surprised because I knew that the developer had put his name forward, or his name was there, and it's been on the list for a number of years, and he chose to step aside to stay and conform with Brighton. Brighton is part of the British or UK, whatever, wherever it is, I'm not even 100% sure, but it conforms with Vanstone, Abbey, Duke, and Argyle. When it was brought forward, and my question is, and first is, why did administration say there's a deadline, and then 3 months later add Mr. Biden's name to the list?
Ms. Howard?
About 3 months. Sure.
So on August 29th that the delegate had noted, just to read it, when we stopped, it actually read that, however, if you would like to submit an original name that is not currently on the approved list, please submit the name and a short biography to me, and I will submit the name to the Civic Naming Committee to be discussed once they are back to accepting new submissions. If that name is approved as a potential name by the Civic Naming Committee, the process would continue the same as above. So I just want to be clear, because there was a statement that said that they weren't given the opportunity to add different names. We did explain the process upon which, how they could do it. The process for park naming is not the same as street naming. Street naming, there's the approved list and we go off that. Through the cultural plan, park naming has been identified as one thing for community identity, and it's clear in the cultural plan. And so we do have a process that we consult the community associations. The delegate is right. We did send a letter to the community association asking them to respond to us by October 15th. As like many times, just like planning applications, we don't always get a response on October, like the deadline date. So we sent another request saying, are you going to respond? And they responded on October 17th. So 2 days later, they respond, or pardon me, October 18th, they submitted the request for Biden. So because there was a discrepancy between that, administration took that name because they wanted Biden and took it forward to the naming committee. But because the naming committee wasn't sitting until December, that's why we waited to do that. And then it was notified in January. So the process is slightly different with respect to park naming, and we do give the community associations that opportunity to have more input with respect to this.
Okay. Not quite sure. I still see a flaw in our system, and Councillor Young alluded to it as well, because we asked them for a name. They provided a name. You went to the community association. They didn't provide you a name, but yet you went back to the community association. And according to what Ms. Brown had said, it took 3 months before they heard anything about the name Biden. And no disrespect to Mr. Biden. I know he's done some things with the community association, but I feel that if there's a case to be made, we should at least go back to the developer's name, as opposed to, and I don't think he would want it, but I know he doesn't. But I have to say it because it might be the only way for him to get it, I mean, at least put it back within the group and the where it's supposed to be. I'm sure we can find some other place for Mr. Biden's name in Argyle Park. This is actually Capitol Crossing. Yes, it's part of the community association, but it's a completely separate entity inside the community. It's a commercial development. It's not a residential street. It's a park. It's right beside a co-op gas bar. I mean, we're talking, you know, and a MR, whatever you call the MR things, dry ponds. I call them dry ponds. So I think what we're finding here is that we've stepped away, and yeah, there may be different naming for, you know, streets and parks, but at the end of the day, the developer took the initiative to remove his name to conform to the UK scenario, and it's no different than if you go into Westera and you got barley and canola and whatever, and then all of a sudden you want to throw a Rough Rider name in there. That's what's happened, because the Rough Rider guy actually did something in the community. Or the opposite. You have, right in Hawkstone, we have all Rough Rider names. If we would have taken a priest's name like that are in Skyview and changed it and put it in there, what would we have done because he was a good guy in the community? And I mean, we've got to look at all those different types of things, but the developer did the right thing, conformed exactly to what they were told, did exactly what they were supposed to do, timeline, dateline, everything, and we're ready to turn this into Brighton Park, and then we turned the apple cart over and changed the game plan right during midstream, and I don't think that's fair to the developer, to the name, to the street names. Mr. Biden, we can find him somewhere, another park, because like I said, he's done some good things for Argyle Park, and I won't dispute that, but, you know, to answer what Ms. Brown was saying, talking to Councillor Hawkins about, I don't know where to put that and in terms of some of the other things that went on. But for me, I'm in support, and if I would prefer that we just go take Biden out and put in Brighton and go against what RPC said. But if we have to go back to consulting and have the developer and the community association, maybe that's the way to go too. So I'll leave it for now, and I may, if I can, I may bring an amendment to change it.
You could do, you're in order to do it right now if you like.
Well, I'm not sure procedurally how to do this, because Councillor Young is talking about maybe having the community and the developer talk and maybe try to figure this out, and maybe the community association would remove the name and go back, and then that would be a more amicable way of doing things.
You could wait till that happens, but you also have the option to do nothing or move an amendment to change that.
Can I do an amendment if something doesn't go through? Can I stand up and do an amendment after?
No. Well, I mean, I think the course of action would be a referral motion by Councillor Young. You have the floor. You have an option to make an amendment to change a name if you want, or wait for Councillor Young's motion.
I would rather see the referral go back if that's the motion she's going to take. But if she decides not to do the motion, can I make the referral and get up again, is what I'm getting at.
So I think in the referral motion by Councillor Young, she's not including tell to go back. It's simply the first one, right? Yes. So if that's, then you can wait for that.
Okay, but I just need to ask in procedural, if I sit down and then all of a sudden Councillor Young decides not to do the referral motion, can I get back up and do the referral motion?
I'm going to do the referral.
She's going to do it.
Can I have that on record?
Cross my heart.
Okay, then I'm good, thank you.
Let's move on.
No, I know I can't. I wanted to clarify.
Yeah. By the way, we do have a rule here that says that we have to decide whether we go past 10 o'clock or not. That is the motion that is now part of a procedure bylaw. So it is a shall, so we have to decide, do we want to continue on tonight, or do we want to stop? Have to decide. The seconder? Yeah. Just, there is, okay, so now we're going to vote. Of course, I'm not asking for it. All those in favor of adjournment? Those opposed? We carry on. Okay. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say there's no procedural problem here at all. The rules are set out and have been spoken to by the administration with respect to the park. The rules for naming were changed in November 2018. The name Biden and the name Brighton were both properly before the administration for consideration and to make a recommendation. I think it's an important point to make. That said, however, tonight we have significant new information. Significant new information that wasn't before the administration, wasn't before RPC, and has only come to light before tonight before this council. And I think not for procedural reasons, because I believe both names are in play, but because there's significant new administration, new information, this matter should be referred back to the city administration to schedule a meeting between Cornerstone and the community groups to work together to find a mutually agreeable park name. I don't believe it's appropriate that the chair of the RPC be obliged to move that motion. She's here defending the RPC and she's certainly right to move it. I just don't think it's appropriate. So I'm going to move it, and I'm going to move it now. And because it's a referral motion, it has to be put.
Well, I'm going to ask you to hold that because we have one more
No, I'm
speaker.
not going to hold it. I'm asking it to be put, and the rules permit me to put it.
That's actually true, but we do have one more speaker.
I realize it's very unusual not to let everybody speak, but I realize the hour is late, and I think there probably is substantial support for referring this, so I am going to ask that the referral motion, in accordance with the rules of the council, be put now. I'm moving it.
I'm asking you, Councillor Hawkins, to allow one more speaker. Councillor O'Donnell has a light on. It may be just 1 minute to speak. I think it's only fair to let him speak.
I'm going to ask that the motion be put.
Referring the whole motion or just the Capital Point Crossing part of
Just the
motion?
Capital Point Crossing.
So, thanks.
Okay, well, what I'll do is I'll ask for a vote on the second motion, until. So I'll ask for that one. I'm going to call the question on that one.
Well, I have a
do you want
point
to
of
speak?
order. So,
We're making this needlessly complicated here,
well,
honestly.
no, I'm not. You've got one more speaker.
you,
You've
not
got
you.
referral for one and not a referral for the other.
Yeah.
But you were going to call the question on the second one that there's no referral, but I think people are allowed to speak on that second one rather than just the first one.
Okay. Councillor O'Donnell, do you want to speak on this?
I'll just leave it for now.
Okay, this is highly unusual, Councillor Hawkins. I'll let people speak.
It records it with respect, sir. It records with the
With
procedural
respect,
bylaw of this
There's
council.
a convention that people do speak, that a lot.
The rules are
The same as
clear.
what Councillor Young was going to do. She was going to wait and let people speak their mind, then we can do it.
I've asked that my motion be put. If you decline to put it, I'll challenge your ruling.
You can sit down. Okay, I'm going to call the vote on the referral motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. The second one now, those who want to speak on the towel one. Any speakers to it? I'll call the question on that one. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Move to executive committee. I'd like to, with the indulgence of the of council, have two reports from the Exhibition Association considered together, report 42 and 49, since the delegation's here for both reports. Now, they may not have any questions. Do you have any questions of Mr. Reid and the other delegations from Rio or not? On neither one of those? I've been here a long time. Councilor Down, do you?
I will ask.
Okay, if you could come forward. proceed, if you can identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for, well, if you just don't answer questions, and you want to have a preamble first.
On behalf of our board of directors and our staff, once again, it was a great process, and we certainly appreciate your support. Happy to take any questions on behalf of the Exhibition Association.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Out of respect for you and your colleagues spending the evening with us, I at least would like to ask you one question. And the question simply is, based on what's before us, would you like to make a comment just to summarize a little bit what's there?
Absolutely. Well, quite a few things, and perhaps what I could do is I could start with a summary of 2018. Thank you for the opportunity, Councillor, and through the chair. 2018 was a wonderful year. It was a year of great events, of large destinations, and new traffic. But for me, it was a learning year, a year where I learned about our city, I learned about our operations, and I think we took some strides into making some improvements. As we highlighted with our year-end financial statements, we saw our EBITDA position enhanced by over 35%, but we also saw challenges in the NOI position, which speaks to the sustainability of our assets and a need to work together for that sustainability for the betterment of our community in the future. Our proposed budget for 2019 was brought to you originally with the concept of a handful of major events that needed to be secured. We're very pleased to announce the fact that this week we went on sale with the NHL outdoor game, as most of you are aware, and we're within 8% of selling out that event. Most importantly, we've also secured some summertime entertainment that there's much talked about in our community, but we're looking forward to having that announcement, which greatly reduces our budget risk in 2019. At the end of one quarter in 2019, we're trending to the budget that we provided, and we're confident that that will continue. One of the areas where I think we saw our most substantial change is the board led a process around strategic planning, but most importantly around governance enhancement. And we've reviewed all of our governance policies with your administration and successfully proposed a number of changes that I believe will make us collectively stronger. But lastly, I think the board of directors led a very competitive process for selecting new board members that are proposed to you this evening. One of the most competitive cycles that we've ever had, including over 20 applications, a detailed interview process, and I believe a strong degree of skills-based candidates for you to consider as council. Councillor O'Donnell, and through the chair, thank you very much for the opportunity.
I appreciate that. I'll follow up this with a compliment. I thought that the announcements that you are doing, I guess, with the exhibition were significant. And I just want to really compliment that the Regina Symphony has a significant place there. I'm actually looking forward to the rock and roll and the symphony together. I've seen some of that before. I think it's great. So local talent on display. Well done, as well as the other things before you.
Sir. Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Appears to be no other questions. So we're going to deal with the 2 reports you brought forward. 42, which is, of course, your the board appointments, and then 49, which is the annual submittals. Do it all at once. Thank you very much. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Your Worship. I rise to first to bring you CR 19-42 from the Executive Committee, that Regina Exhibition Association Limited, Real Board of Directors Appointments. Recommendation from the Executive Committee that the Executive Director of Finance Strategy and Sustainability as the City of Regina proxy be authorized to exercise the city's voting rights at the upcoming Real Annual General Meeting to appoint the following individuals to the Board of Directors. Walid Awadli, I believe, May 1st, 19 to April 30th, 2020. Blaine Kazima from May 1st, 2019 to April 30th, 2021. Sandra Masters to May 1st, 2019 to 2021. Colleen Puller from May 1st, 2019 to April 30th, 2022. David Sinclair, May 1st, 2019 to April 30th, 2022. Sandra Velgard, May 1st, 2019 to April 30th, 2022. And Wayne Morsky, May 1st, 2019 to April 30th, 2022. The committee adopted a resolution to concur in the recommendation containing this report.
Okay, a seconder for that, please. Okay. Councillor Murray? Okay, that's good.
Are there any?
That's good. Any discussion on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So you wanted to go to report
49?
49, please.
Raise your worship to CR 19-49, Regina Exhibition Associates Limited, Real 2018 Annual Submittal. From the Executive Committee, April 17, that the Executive Director of Financial Strategy and Sustainability as the City Proxy be authorized to exercise the city's of Regina voting rights in real at the annual general meeting taking place in April 30th, 2019, as follows. A, approve the annual report, audited financial statements for the 2018 operating year, Appendix A. B, approve the 2019 operating and capital budget, Appendix B. C, appoint MNP LLP as an auditor for real for the 2019 financial statement year pursuant to Section 149 of the Nonprofit Corporation Act, 1995, Saskatchewan. And B, approve the real general bylaw amendment as outlined in Appendix C. And number 2, that the city solicitor be instructed to repeal bylaw 9381, a bylaw of the City of Regina to provide for the appointment of 2 persons to the Board of Directors of the Regina Exhibition Association Limited.
Can I get a second for that, please? Councilor Massanelli. Discussion on this. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we will go back up to report 1940, which is Economic Development Regina's annual submissions. That would be,
I'll just get my
Councilor Fundura.
Get my stuff back in here. Your Worship, I rise to introduce CR 19-40, Economic Development in Regina, EDR, Annual Submittal 2019. Recommendation from the Executive April 17, that the Executive Director of Financial Strategy and Sustainability as the city proxy be authorized to exercise the City of Regina voting rights at the upcoming Economic Development of Regina, Inc., EDR, Annual General Meeting as follows. Approve the edited financial statement for the 2018 operating year. B, approve the 2018 annual report. C, approve the 2019 business plan. D, approve the 2019 operating budget. And E, appoint MNP LLP as the auditor of EDR for the 2019 financial statement year pursuant to Section 149 of the Nonprofit Corporation Act 1995, Saskatchewan. The committee adopted the resolution to concur in the recommendation contained in his report. Your Worship.
Okay, a seconder for the report, please. Councilor Massanelli. Discussion on this report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Report 41, Councilor Fundura. This is the appointments for the Board of Directors.
Thank you, Your Worship. Excuse me. CR 19-41, Economic Development Regina, EDR, election of directors. Again, recommendation from the Executive Committee that the Executive Director of Financial Strategy and Sustainability as the City of Regina proxy be authorized to exercise the city's voting rights at the upcoming EDR Annual General Meeting to appoint the following individuals to the Board of Directors. Gina Grandi, from May 1st, 2019 to April 30th, 2020. And we have Rochelle Melky, May 19, 1st of May 19 to 2020. This is Aliyah Gallagher, May 1st, 2019 to April 30th, 2020. Bryden Parisian, May 1st, 2019 to April 30th, 2020. Ryan Rosada, May 1st, 2019 to April 30th, 2021. Murad Al-Khatib, May 1st, 2019 to April 30th, 2022. Frank Hart, May 1st, 19 to April 30th, 2022. And David Brondich, May 1st, 2019 to April 30th, 2022. The committee adopted a resolution to concur in the recommendation in this report.
A seconder for that, please. Councilor Barshani. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we'll go to report 43, the tentative agreement with the Amalgamated Transit Union. Councilor Fundura.
That's me, yeah, 43.
43.
There we go.
Actually, before,
So I raise, bring a CR 19-43, tentative agreement with the Amalgamated Transit Union Local 5588. Recommendation from Executive Committee that the tentative agreement between the City of Regina and Amalgamated Transit Union ATU Local 558 be approved. The committee adopted a resolution to concur in the recommendation in this report.
okay. I'll get a seconder for that, please. Councilor Massanelli.
Okay, so Your Worship, with the conclusion on this one is the 3-year tentative agreement is reached. 1% for general wage increase effective January 1st, 19, 1.5% effective January 1st, 2020, and 1% general wage increase effective January 2021. And this agreement was reached, what, 3 days? Very good, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Holden, do you have any comments you want to make on the report? Okay. Any comments by anyone? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we'll go to Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, noise attenuation.
Yeah, it's a Johnny, it's a Johnny 5 show. Your Worship, I rise to introduce CR 19-44, noise attenuation. Recommendation from Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, April 18, 2019, that the administration be directed to report back to Public Works Infrastructure Committee within recommendation for the updated roadway noise policy by Q1 of 2021, which A, modernize the acceptable methodology and materials for design and implementation of a noise attenuation. B, maintain the requirements for the provision of the noise attenuation in the new neighborhoods where required. C, review the requirements for the City of Regina to monitor and install noise attenuation for existing development location exceeding the established limits. Number 2, that the 1990 roadway noise attenuation policy be amended to remove the requirements for the administration to monitor roadway noise in established neighborhoods locations for compliance until such time as a new policy is adopted. Committee adopted the resolution to concur in the recommendation contained in this report.
Thank you. A seconder for that, please. Councillor Young. Any discussion on the report? Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. I don't know if this is the right application or not. This is for roadway noise. I have had a couple comments from residents in regards to drive-throughs at restaurants, which is technically a roadway, although it is a parking lot. And I just wanted to draw attention to it during this report because it's not something I've heard before. I didn't know if this is the proper place to place it or not, but it has been mentioned to me, and they are moving vehicles. I wonder if there's any comment I could get.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Kyle to comment.
Mr. Kyle.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this policy and report, it deals with roadway noise caused by traffic on city public roadways, typically high-speed expressways and arterial roadways. Although it does have vehicles and cars on private property, that's handled through a separate bylaw. It relates to noise from businesses or adjacent properties. So the two are unrelated.
Okay, so I guess I'll try that channel then. Thank you. Just thought I'd ask.
Thank you very much for that. Any other? Councillor Barshani.
Thank you, Your Worship. This affects Ward 4 for sure with Arcola Avenue. It's, and I think in this situation with the bypass, I know it will be opened hopefully by October, but it's the engine retarder brakes that these truckers come in, flying in, and they continually use them. By the time people call Regina Police to come out, you're not hitting those brakes. You're not catching anybody. So I know that the recommendation is to bring a policy back, but I think it's 2021, but so that means that it'll be null and void until 2021?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, so we'll run under the current policy. I think in regards to Arcola Avenue, and I've heard many discussions around that, is the rest of the bypass will be open this fall. Once that happens, it will be easier to assess the actual traffic flow and noise coming in on Arcola that was coming through Arcola because the south part of the bypass was not open. The current policy, as noted in the report, is 30 years old. That's why we are recommending coming back with recommendations to change or update that policy in 2021.
All right, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barshani. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Just quickly, do we, when it's like Highway 6, Highway 11, kind of on the north end, coming back into town from Saskatoon, going north, do we do RPS or is that RCMP for policing it?
Kyle?
Through your worship, within the city limits, definitely will be RPS.
Okay. Do we talk to them at all about getting out and doing that, or is that on a per call basis? Because they're coming back into Regina, and this noise attenuation thing has been going on for years. I mean, we've been talking about, and there's been proposals to put a 20-foot high fence around the ring road because of cost prohibitiveness, because Saskatoon did it in one section of their city, that we should do it. You know, we can set all kinds of policies all we want, but the noise is still going to be there. Doesn't matter if it's in the bypass, if the truck traffic is diverted, there's still going to be 25 to 35% of the truck traffic coming in from the east going north and out towards Saskatoon, which they'll still use, and maybe going out Highway 6. So is there anything else that we can do in the interim to kind of alleviate the residential concerns with 2:30 in the morning, some guy coming in and rattling his brakes? And it's not just my area. I'm sure Ward 1 and Ward 2 get it too, especially around the ring road for now, which will go away a little bit, maybe come October, November when the bypass is open. But on the north side, they still are going to, from what the information I was told, is that they're going to be at least 25 or 30% of the truck traffic is still going to head north around the ring road and then head through Uplands, Argyle Park. So I don't know if there's anything we can do. I hope there is. I wish there was something we could do for these residents, because I sure as heck wouldn't want these guys rattling their brakes at 2:30 in the morning. And I understand, I've talked to a couple of the police officers, and it's a heyday out there for them. So whether we need to put up more signs, bigger signs, lighted signs, flashing signs, I don't know what it is, but it's really become, and the tickets are what, $250 or $300, so it's not cheap. But still, it's probably not enough because the message isn't getting out there. So if there's anything we can do, I'm not asking for anything, I'm just making comments so that you know it hasn't gone away, just because we haven't said anything about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Other discussions on report? Do you want to close debate on it? Okay. Councilor Findor, go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. I believe this was brought in 2013, 2014. That was one of my things that I brought. There was a discussion with the residents around Dudney Avenue on the ring road on-ramp. So with the new policy that's going to be coming back, what we're going to see is going to happen? I mean, when you look at the report here, it says it takes quite a bit of money here for $3.5 million, so 2.3 kilometers, so fixed. So with this new policy coming back here, what can residents expect on that on-ramp, to your worship?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Kyle to comment on specifics to a certain area before the policy is done. Would be premature, but maybe Mr. Kyle can comment regarding the actual work that committee and council would see come forward for recommendations.
Mr. Kyle?
Through you, your worship, the current policy, as Mr. Onright indicated, is 30 years old. The measurement levels and the equipment it specifies in order to undertake this, the policy is very specific in that. Technologies have changed in measurements as well as the actual levels. This current policy has an extra weighted level for nighttime noise, and it doesn't matter whether it's daytime or nighttime. Continuous traffic noise is an issue for residents. It's also very prescriptive in the materials. So what we're looking at is a policy that will modernize both the measurements and techniques to measure noise, as well as looking at potential new and less costly materials to construct those. Ultimately, any noise attenuation that does get built would be subject to capital budget approval by council.
Okay, thank you, your worship. So I look at this one, this was picked and the Shannon Road was picked. And this one especially to your worship, that is a pretty noisy on-ramp. When you really think about that, talking to the residents, they talked about the developer, that's going 30, 40 years ago, that was promised some kind of protection there. This particular on-ramp is really loud. I mean, we've been talking about this for a while, so I'm just kind of trying to figure out what to say to the residents. what are we going to do for that particular spot? When the bypass gets built, that's not going to do any changes because all the traffic comes down Dewdney Avenue and goes on-ramp. Park Street is still closed. Prince of Wales is still very inaccessible. So this is the challenge. The residents are there's 130 of them on that spot. That's an on-ramp. Everybody has to gun it because you have to be 100 kilometers on top of the hill so you can merge into traffic. So that's a unique spot. So if I'm listening to what the administration is saying about maybe we can look at the budgetary put it into the budget to see what happens. I can, explain that to the residents that we will look at this. But I'm looking to the 2021 to see what can we do, maybe change things up. So thank you for that. So thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Ferdera. You have closed debate on the issue, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have two Planning Commission reports on the proposed medical clinic in Rochdale Boulevard. Just put your microphone so you can...
Thank you. I just want to declare a conflict for the medical clinic one as my previous employer.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Young.
CR 1945 is a discretionary use application for a proposed medical clinic at 4535 Rochdale Boulevard. And the recommendation is that it be approved and that a development permit be issued subject to the following plans in the report. This is before council because there's already a medical clinic there, but adding space for physiotherapy and registered massage services will extend the square meters to around 700, so that's why it's here. There were no issues with this application, and the Regina Planning Commission recommends concurrence.
Have a seconder, please. Councillor Hawkins. Debate on the issue? Councillor Flego.
Thanks. This is in my ward, and this used to be a real estate office, and I used to work in it, and it's got good parking at the back for staff, reasonable parking in the front. Yeah, the square footage was off a little bit because they didn't quite conform to a certain amount, but I think they've got that rectified. And I would suggest that this be a good plan for the north because it's going to bring more doctors and it's going to keep people healthier. So we want that up in the north. Thank you.
Well said. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We can have, we'll wait for Councillor Bryce to come back. Speed up, would you? Councillor Young.
Regina Planning Commission brings forward CR 1946. It's a discretionary use that allows City Council to establish conditions based on the site, size, shape, and arrangement of buildings and site. So Northridge Development, on behalf of the owner, which is the City of Regina, proposes 38 dwellings in 12 separate residential buildings, 6 of which are semi-detached and planned for currently vacant property. This is the second application for this property. The first planned group of dwellings was approved in 2017 but not acted upon. So this application is for a different proposal. It doesn't change the zoning, and the proposed parking exceeds minimum requirements. Again, the only question raised was the volume of traffic on Woodland Grove Drive, and that has already been addressed in other issues tonight, that as the development fees come into play, Woodland Grove will be made, better? I've run out of words. So the Planning Commission recommends concurrence.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Hawkins. Debate on the issue. Any comments? All those in favor? You have a question? Okay.
So could I ask, is this going to spur development on Woodland? Because, I mean, we're slowly creeping up the ladder here, and I haven't heard anybody give any firm commitments that we're going to make this road better, wider, lighter, or more lit, I should say.
Sarlach?
As we work through the servicing agreements, we will look at what improvements. I'm not sure if Mr. Searle has any thing more to add.
Mr. Searle?
So, okay, one other thing, thank
Mr.
you.
Searle, do you have any comments?
Sorry.
Mr. Searle?
No, Your Worship, beyond what Ms. Howerluck has indicated.
Sorry, Councilor Fleury, go ahead.
Thanks. And through you, just wondering, when now we've had one prior and now this one and another one, are we going to piecemeal all the way up, or are we just going to go right up to Houghton and be done with it and get it out of the way? How does this work now
No.
with a roadway like that?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. No, it will be a staged approach just because there is so much more lands that have to be developed north of the existing towns. So we wouldn't do that right away because of just the wear and tear with the next set of developments, and we don't know where the access is. All those things haven't been fully realized in terms of the details. So no, we wouldn't do that. We would only go up to probably the edge of where the towns is.
The reason I asked that is because we had a bit of a similar thing in my area where Diefenbaker got made it. We did the road to McCarthy Boulevard. Then we waited 4 years, and then we did another chunk into Skyview, and now we can't go across the railroad tracks because there's no development there. Yet everybody that lives over on that section wants to get to the new school that was built in Rosewood and either have to go all the way back through the city or go out a grid road out into Armour Road. So we don't seem to be doing a continual grid of road. We stop and then we start and we stop and we start. And I don't know if that's the right way to do it. In my area and Councillor Mancinelli's area, we have people diverting around and going back through residential areas to get to a school that shouldn't have been built there, but that's my opinion. And we're not getting people there, and then you get onto Courtney, and it's not paved, and it's, and McCarthy's not paved. So can we make a change in somehow taking Woodland and knocking it right through to Houghton, absorb the cost today, and deal with the finance? Can we do that even?
Through your worship, well, part of the problem is that we get the developers to pay for these costs, so we would be upfronting costs, and we'd have to look at how we would be able to go back and charge them. So we do have different agreements with respect to servicing agreements and roads for that, but I'd have to look into exactly how Woodland Grove Drive is going to be fully developed, because like I said, we usually work with the developers, get a servicing agreement, and then they'll do some of the work. But I can look in the 5-year capital to see where we're looking, because there is improvements with the application that you approved recently, that there is going to be street improvements. So there may be improvements scheduled that I'm just not aware of at this moment.
Okay, I'll leave it for now. We'll talk again sometime. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury. Councillor Barshani.
To the 38 dwellings, are they going to be any of these bungalows, to your worship?
Charlotte?
Through you, your worship, these are either semi-detached or townhouses. And I would ask Ms. Dawson to add anything with respect to whether or not they're bungalows.
Through your worship, the proposal is for a planned group of dwellings, and they can be in any form of a dwelling unit, and they have proposed some bungalows, so single detached, but they will be in a condo association.
Okay, good. I think that's one of the things that I've heard is that we've got some high density, we've got some medium density, but the problem with the high density is they're apartments. There's people out there that want to still be in their own home, but have a smaller, but don't want the stairs. So I think this is a good fit. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barshani. No further discussion on it. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Flagel, your motion is next. You have 5 minutes to do whatever you want.
Okay.
Seconder too.
So we're all about, we had a long discussion, school safety zones, public safety, child safety, whatever you want to talk about, any kind of safety. The problem I have is that we took away the snow fences 4 years ago, and Diefenbaker Drive at Blake and Sims has been an absolute nightmare every time there's a snowstorm. And I'm not only saying it because it blocks the road, but we have people living in that area today that are actually in this room. And if you block one road in a snowstorm with a stuck car and a tow truck, you only have one other exit out. And that could be a problem. And that can be a big problem. And it happened this winter. And part of the reason is because we don't go out and block snow. We stopped that because we took away, I don't know, $40,000 out of the budget back in 2014 because we didn't need it. I have people in uplands that have snow up to the back of their shingles of their house blowing in because we didn't put snow fence in the field. I don't know about the other councillors, but I know other councillors in the area have outlying residential areas that have no blockage to the elements. What we do, though, is after a big snowstorm, we then take the grader and create a snow ridge with snow. So it tells me that they do work, it's just it's after the fact. So what I'm proposing is I'd like to find something, and I'm just speaking for myself right now because it's a public safety issue. Most other areas in the city that have a possible bad intersection can go a different direction. This is an anomaly. This is set in a way that it's a pocket. And if, as an example, Councillor Mancinelli, if Courtney is blocked, everybody can go east on Daglish, Rochdale, Wayland, Brink Avenue. If Sims is blocked, there's only one entrance in or out. That's it. It's the same direction, so it's a chance of it getting blocked are pretty strong as well. So this is the problem I have. If we need to get a fire truck in there or an ambulance, or somebody needs to get out, baby, emergencies, I don't know. Pick one of the 5 or 6 different things that could happen in a snowstorm, and we hope it doesn't. But it happened, it got blocked this year on Sims, and there was a car stuck in there and a tow truck. It blocked the intersection completely out. Everybody else had to go to Blake. If that one would have blocked, you'd have had 400 residential houses not being able to get out. They'd have to walk out onto McCarthy Boulevard without vehicles in a snowstorm. Not very appealing. So I'm appealing to the mass here to find a way, and that's what my motion was about, was basically that identity of putting a snow fence from McCarthy Boulevard going east to at least the curve on Diefenbaker Drive, because that would take at least provide some coverage so that the snow doesn't blow into Blake and Sims. I have pictures of the snow piled up. The bus shelters are there, one of them, and the snow ridges are higher than the bus shelter because they cleaned out that intersection. And I know I have administrative people living in that area, and it's not a good thing. And we'd hate for our city staff not to get to work because of the snowstorm and no snow fence. So there are people in here, Mr. City Manager, so just so you know. But there's Courtney, Prince of Wales, a few different areas in the city as well. And I can't speak, and hopefully they'll speak to theirs. But what I'm appealing for is not to put it into the 2019 budget or 2020 budget, because November is when the snow flies, and we need to find, I don't know what the cost is, maybe the administration can bring it back, even to section off that piece, might be 10 grand, I don't know. If we could find it somewhere to at least get a snow fence up for this coming winter, and then talk about it at budget in 2020 for everybody else, unless somebody else is having similar issues to what I'm having. So that's my appeal.
Okay, well, let's get a seconder for your motion. Okay.
So thank you very much. And it's just a matter of the public safety piece. And like I said, if you look at Lake Ridge Addition, there's no other way out. Whereas most other communities have, if one area is blocked, if Prince of Wales is blocked, everybody can go west. So
time is up. Okay.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you, and I appreciate the comments, and hopefully admin can help me out.
Councillor Massanelli to the amendment, or to the motion.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I think Councillor Flegel summarized very well. A lot of my area is on the edge of the city as well. I've watched the streets blowing last winter again. I note that the motion comes with no direct costs for what snow fence would cost. This is more of information. I believe I could use the information, and it'd be nice to know if this would be a tool that used to be used in the past, if it could be used again, or if it was effective, or any information this might bring about. So I intend to support this motion.
Okay. Councillor Fundura?
Thank you, Your Worship, to you. I will refer to Prince of Wales on the northeast side. This is quite a wide open space there. Just a question to administration is, I've noticed that there are some funky waves are being made, 3 different rows. Is that something that we are working on now to prevent the drifting? Is that in replacing the snow fences?
John, right?
Through your worship, that is correct. In 2017, the installation of snow fences, those costs were removed from the budget in 2017, and they were, to Councillor Flagel's comment about the dollars, that was approximately $58,000 that was removed at that time. So just in reference to the motion, maybe to get some more specifics, or to ask if it's okay to bring back the report if this does pass, in terms of costs per kilometer or costs per mile or whatever that is, because it's hard to define exactly where you want to consider putting the snow fence. And currently there is no funding in the 2019 budget, but depending on where this comes in at in terms of cost.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. So then the question would be, again, it's more of a curious thing. What works better? I mean, I don't know, you put a fence up, it's supposed to work better, but all depends on the area. Do we have any statistics of how the fence worked for what the costs were to what we're doing now? Because we are doing something to prevent the drifting, correct? To Your Worship?
John, right?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Kyle to comment.
Mr. Kyle?
Through your worship, this is something we've been doing for more than 4 years, and it's creating windrows along those areas where it's known drifting or known problems where we get complaints. A lot of these newer areas, we're still finding out about them, but the windrows are just as effective as the snow fences. It's been a lot more efficient for us to do that work. So one of the issues this winter was February, we had a lot of wind and we had a lot of small snow accumulations. So regardless of whether we had snow fences or berms in place there, windrows, we still would have gotten some of the drifting because we would have had to gone in and clear the snow fences because the height of the accumulation of the drifts, like Councillor Flagle was saying, they were as high as a bus stop. That's telling you the drifting is getting high enough that you have to cut back in and either open up the snow fence or the windrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Ventura. Any other discussions on the motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Councillor Hawkins, notice of motion. If you could read just the clause themselves, not the whereas.
Therefore be it resolved that 1, City Administration bring to Council by the end of the first quarter of 2020 a report outlining the environmental impact for Regina of the use of single-use plastics and, without limiting the generality of the foregoing, of the use of plastic checkout bags, plastic straws, and polystyrene drinking cups and food takeout containers. 2, in the preparation of said report, City Administration consider measures being taken by other jurisdictions and consult with Regina residents and interested stakeholders with respect to this issue. And 3, the said report set out options for limiting the use of single-use plastics in the city together with the City Administration's recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. This will not be debated tonight, of course. It will be discussed at our next meeting of Council in May.
Your Worship, on a point of order, we're now 1 hour over time. I'm going to again move adjournment. I don't think it's appropriate that the public business be done in the middle of the night.
Motion's in order. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bryce? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. So we'll continue on. with the report 47 from Executive Committee. This is the Colossus First Nation Municipal Service and Compatibility Agreement. Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship Rice. To bring you CR 19-47 from the Executive Committee that the City of Regina and the Colossus First Nations Municipal Servicing and Compatibility, whatever that means, Agreement. Recommendation from Executive Committee that the Municipal Servicing and Compatibility Agreement, MSA, between the City of Regina, City and Colossus First Nations, Colossus attached as Appendix A at this report be approved. That the City Solicitor be instructed to bring forward necessary bylaw authorizing Executive of the Municipal Servicing and Compatibility Agreement. That the City Clerk be authorized to execute the Municipal Servicing and Compatibility Agreement upon reviewing and approval of the City Solicitor. The Committee adopt a resolution to concur in the recommendation contained in this report.
Seconder for that, please. Councilor Brashani. Discussion. It's a very good report. Very positive. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Next report would be report 50.
48?
48, is it? Sorry, 48.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Executive Committee, Councilor Fundura, again, this is the appointments to the Accessibility Advisory Committee.
Okay, I'll bring you CR 19-48, Executive Committee to 2019 Appointment of Accessibility Advisory Committee. Recommendation from the Executive Committee that the following individuals be appointed to Accessibility Advisory Committee for staggered terms of office as indicated below. And of the names on your screen, I'm going to just to cut the time. Number 2, that the bylaw number 200940, that community bylaw be amended to allow up to 2 members of council appointments to the composition of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. 3, that Councillors Lori Brasciani and John Fedora be appointed to the Accessibility Advisory Committee for term of office effective May 1st, 2019 to December 31st, 2019, pending the amendment to the bylaw number 2009-40, the committee bylaw to allow for an additional member of council to be added to the composition of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. 4, that the members appointed to the committee continue to hold office for the term of indicated or until their successor is appointed.
Okay. Seconder for that, please. Councilor Murray, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Go to report 50, which is the Finance Administration Annual Property Tax Exemption. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. I move CR 19-50, which is Finance and Admin Annual Property Tax Exemption 2019. Number 1, the recommendations, starting with number 1, that property tax exemptions as listed in Appendix A be approved subject to the Government of Saskatchewan and Regina Roman Catholic Separate School Division number 81 approving the exemption or partial exemption of the education portion of the taxes where required. Number 2, that the Executive Director of Financial Strategy and Sustainability or his delegate be authorized to apply the following. A, to the Government of Saskatchewan on behalf of property owners for any exemption on the education portion of taxes payable to the Government of Saskatchewan that is $25,000 or greater, and that B, to the Regina Roman Catholic Separate School Division number 81 on behalf of property owners, any exemption of the education portion of property taxes payable to the Regina Roman Catholic Separate School Division number 81. And 3, that the City Solicitor be instructed to bring forward the necessary bylaw.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Have a seconder for that, please. Councilor Murray. Debate on this one. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have a supplemental report, which is more information beyond the report 50.
I'll just move that.
Councilor Bryce, you move that. Seconder, please. Councilor Flagel. Discussion on this report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Thank you. I'll move 19-51 from Finance and Admin, which is the Regina Property Tax Bylaw 2019 and Education Property Tax Bylaw 2019. And I'll also add to this that the Appendix A in the report be substituted with Appendix A CM 19-2, just so we're aware of that, but what's in our report is correct. And the recommendation is that the city solicitor be instructed to prepare the necessary property tax bylaws for consideration for City Council and include the mill rates and other taxing authority and mill rates. So that's what I'd like to move.
Okay, thank you. And a second for that, please. Councilor Massanelli. Any debate or discussion on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Public Works and Infrastructure, the Placemaking Community Street Painting Program. Councilor Fedora.
CR, I rise to bring CR 19-52 from the Public Works Infrastructure Committee Planning, Placemaking Community Street Painting Program. Recommendation from the Public Works Infrastructure Committee that number one, that the City Council approve the following amendments to the Regina Traffic Bylaw 1997, number 9900 Traffic Bylaw. A, add street painting event $400 per permit to Schedule J fees and charges. 2, that the city solicitor be instructed to amend the traffic bylaw to reflect the changes proposed in recommendation 1A of this report. Committee adopt the resolution to concur in the recommendation contained in this report, Your Worship.
Have a seconder, please. Councilor Bresciani. Any discussion on this report? Councilor Hawkins.
I'm strongly in favor of this, and I think it's a result of a very successful trial program that was done last year. I'd like to move, however, an amendment to the report. The amendment concerns 1A, add street painting event. I'd like to reduce the $400 per permit down to $200 per permit to Schedule J, and if I can get a seconder for it, I'll speak to it.
Seconder, Councilor Murray. Okay.
Thank you very much. The purpose of this street painting is in large measure, one, to support the development of community spirit in neighborhoods, and two, in certain appropriate instances, to support our view of inclusion, diversity, and social justice. The problem with the $400 permit fee is it will be prohibitive for a number of the groups who would be most likely to take advantage of street painting. And I'll give you a very specific example. The students of the school in Harbor Landing last year took part in the pilot program. They painted the rainbow LGBT colors on a street walk, and they'd like to do that again this year. They have to buy, as everybody does under this program, their own paint and other materials. To add to that a $400 permit is just simply prohibitive. It will prevent groups like that from undertaking street painting. The only other thing I'd like to say is this kind of street painting is useful for the various groups involved in terms of personal development, in terms of coming together as a group, but it also contributes very significantly to the city itself. It helps promote community spirit and development, and it helps further the mission of the city. So I think that the city should be prepared to contribute something. Now, the motion in its appendix says that it will limit the number of permits each year at 20. I'd be very, very surprised if they get any more than 10 this year. Indeed, if past practice is any indication, it'll probably be more like 6 or 8. So the amount of the cost to the city of reducing this permit from $400 to $200 is very limited indeed. So I'd like to put that motion and ask for support. Thank you.
Okay. We do have speakers to the amendment. Councilor Stevens.
Great, thank you. I'm in support of lowering it. I'd actually like to see it go further. And I'm wondering if the mover of this amendment would be interested in reducing it down to 0. And the reason I say that, and we had a conversation earlier, there is no free lunch. This is staff time. There is a bit of an expense that the city will incur. If I look at all of these fees, which do incur a cost on the city, this one in particular, street painting, actually adds value. I imagine that if we had city staff doing the exact same work, it would cost certainly more than $400. And especially since the cost of the supplies is being shouldered by the community organization. So I think this not only adds value in excess of the cost to staff, but it brings people together. It fulfills all sorts of objectives that the city holds dear. So I'm curious if Councillor Hawkins would be amenable to reducing it to 0.
Yes, I do.
Zero.
Sorry, Norm.
Other discussion on this? Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Worship. I would support the zero. I think that they have to coordinate and they have to put it all together, purchase the paints. There's enough to go into it, and they are taking pride in their community. So I will support the amendment as said.
Okay.
Sorry.
You try and turn it off.
Okay.
Councillor Massinelli.
Thank you, through the chair.
To the amendment.
Are there any other requirements besides the fee for this permit to be granted? Does it have to be an organization? Do they have to fit certain criteria to get the permit?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, there is an application process they go through and submit an application to the city to be considered. I'll ask Mr. Kyle if it's specific to organizations or is it just general, which I believe it is.
Mr. Kyle?
To you, Mr. Chair, the application also looks at the location where these are painted to ensure that they're at a location where the paint will survive a little longer. We don't want them on high-speed roadways and things like that as well. The artwork would be approved through the city's cultural department to make sure it's appropriate.
Okay, so as a business owner, I couldn't apply for a free permit if we pass this and decide to paint in front of my business for advertising and get a leg up on the city's dime. That wouldn't be going through, eh? The fee schedule you set out in this report, was that a cost recovery for the permit of $100? You based that number on what?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, so that's administration cost and that's also the operational cost to go set up the barricades for traffic control or blocking an intersection while the work is actually being done.
Okay. Another quick question. If we were to go to zero for this permit, are those actions that we could put back on the group seeking the permit to try to limit our costs if we were going to forego the $400 charge or to restructure that way?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, not through the application process and highly unlikely through the work to control the traffic in the street. Our staff are trained, know where to control the intersections properly to ensure public safety.
Okay, well, even though neither worked out, I'll probably support it still. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Murray.
I heard before it was limited to 20 applications annually. Is that the case still?
Mr. Kyle? Or Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, that is the total that we would receive in 1 year. That's a recommendation in the report.
Okay. My only concern is if...
Up to 20.
Okay. Is if we're doing $0, we could potentially get completely inundated without even a small nominal fee, but if 20 is annually what we get, then okay with that.
We don't, through
don't
your
limit it.
worship, we don't, because of the way the pilot ran.
Yeah.
So 3 pilot projects were added to 2018, and then a recommendation was to make it a permanent plan. So in the recommendation, it was up to 20 applications.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Flagel. On the amendment.
Hi, yeah. I'm not sure I support this, only from the fact that we raised the food truck vendors by 200 and some bucks this year, and there's 11 or 12 of them, and now we're going to give these guys zero. And the food truck industry creates a lot of community and culture and brings on food and all that, and services the city, et cetera, et cetera. So I like the 200. I was good with the 200 because at least we got some of our administrative costs back. That was my take on it. And only because now we've sort of taken some money away from this side and we're going to take it away from this and give it back to this. I don't know. No, I like the 200. I would have voted for the 200. I don't think I have support zero.
Okay. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. This is public art. It's different than a business. So to me, I don't have a problem supporting public art in this way. So I'm in favor. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Any other discussion? Councillor Hawkins to close discussion on the amendment? Okay. I'll call a question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Other speakers to the main motion as amended. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I just would like to talk about the parking permits. First of all, I'm happy to see under number 60, the privilege parking permits for the provincial government. I'm happy to see that part on there. The line above that on number 59, daily parking permit is no charge. So I can go and get a daily parking permit for free? Tell me about that, please.
Which report are we on? Are you on the same report
Oh,
still?
no, that was the amendment. Which report?
We haven't passed the full report.
I know, I'm on the main report.
Main report, okay.
Yeah,
Appendix A.
on Schedule J.
Okay. Go ahead.
Schedule J on the main report.
Appendix A.
John Wright?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Killeen to comment.
Through your worship, so the schedule in the traffic bylaw is the charges that are doled out for the different types of permits. There is, within the sections of the traffic bylaw, there is restrictions in terms of how those permits are issued. So in the case of the daily parking permits, there's restrictions in terms of who those permits can be issued.
Okay, so somebody can't just come to City Hall and say, I want a daily parking permit and get it for free?
Through your worship, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure.
Other discussions on the report? All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Councillor Massanelli?
Okay, I'll ask the question. In terms of the government permits, how many permits do we move in a year?
Mr. Onright?
Provide comment.
Through your worship, just a clarifying question, which permits are you requesting, or
I believe, I'm sorry, I closed down my computer because we were almost at the end, but if I remember the chart right, there was a section there for ministers, government employees, departments, government departments. Thank you, Bob. I'll just do 1 second. Oh, elected government officials, councillor corps, it's a $1,040 per vehicle per year permit. Thank you.
through your worship, I don't have the exact numbers. It's in the realm of approximately 150. Those aren't exact numbers. I'm doubtful whether Mr. Weary has better numbers, but that's the realm of what we're talking about issued.
Thank you. Satisfies my curiosity. I always feel like there's a little bit of bleed between levels of government paying taxes to each other. So another example of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We have other speakers too. Councillor Fendera.
If I may, so to your worship, now that we are at zero to the administration, where would this, because it's still going to cost us something, where would this money come from?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, administration would have to absorb those costs in the current year's budget.
So as to the...
Administration would have to absorb those costs in the current budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to ask about the privileged parking for $5,200 a year. The $5,200 for the Saskatchewan School Trustees, members of the Legislative Assembly of the province, Saskatchewan, that one, for $5,200. How did we come up with $5,200?
Mr. Holden.
Through your worship. So the 5,200 is calculated on 8 hours a day times a certain number of days in a year. So the $5,200 that we charge for MLAs, etc., we introduced that fee. Prior to this year, they actually didn't pay for those. They were provided a complimentary parking pass. So when we introduced the charge this year and we went from 0 to 5,200, there was quite a bit of concern.
Yes.
So administratively, we have waived some of those fees for this year. When we bring the 2020 budget to council, we'll bring a proposal as to what the annual fee should be, and depending on what that fee is, based on, again, a number of hours per day, a number of days in a year, depending on what the fee is, we may have to recommend to council that this bylaw change and that we look at a phase-in approach. So, you know, if we all remember what happened when the province reduced its revenue to the city, we all felt like that was done without consultation. We more or less did the same thing to the province this year, going from 0 to 5,200. So you'll see, as we bring the 2020 budget, a proposal that says this should be the fee, and it may or may not include a recommendation around a phase-in.
Yeah, good. Thank you for that. I agree. I think in conversation, I think because there was no discussion, I think that was one of the things. But I also would add, if you could check with other, like Saskatoon, other municipalities, because when I heard from some of the MLAs, they're not charged in Saskatoon. So then are ours going to be charged up there, I guess? So just, that's what I would just ask. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Brasciani. Other speakers to the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. And we have some bylaws. Councilor Fundera.
And then we'll go home. Maybe.
9 bylaws.
So, Your Worship, so we will do the 27 first?
Do
we have the...
do them all together.
We'll do them all together?
Yep.
Okay, so we'll start with the, I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaw 2019-27 be introduced and read first time.
Are you doing all the bylaws? We have.
Well, we have 1, 2, 3 were lost, but we didn't do the animal amendment. Did we do that?
I don't recall seeing that one. We're getting with the, in this batch, it's report 1910, 16, 22, 23, 24.
With all these. Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, we got to go on. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell. Hang on here. Okay, I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaw number 2019-10, 16, 22, 23, 24, 28, 29, 30, and 27 be introduced and read the first time.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Okay, I move, seconded by Councillor Flegel, the bylaw 2019-10, 16, 22, 23, 24, 28, 29, 30, and 27 be read the second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Brasciani, that council hereby consents to bylaw 2019-10, 16, 22, 23, 24, 28, 29, 30, and 27, going to the third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Okay, one more page here. I move, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaw 2019-10, 16, 22, 23, 24, 29, 28, 29, 30, and 27 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion to adjourn.
I move adjournment.
Councillor Bryce, seconded by Councillor Brasciani. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Woohoo! Good night, everyone.
Bob, did you oppose it? Yes.